way.
There's no waistline worry with Coke, you know. Keeps me from eating something else that might really add those pounds.
Call toll-free.
Let me help you.
Oh,
I'm only helping.
Lies have gotten all of us into so much trouble.
Breakfast! I'm hungry!
I eat little babies.
What my MTV?
She's the funniest doll you've ever seen. Just push the button and she starts to giggle.
Savvy consumers are lining up today to be the first to purchase Sony's brand new stupid piece of shit that doesn't do the goddamn thing it's fucking supposed to.
You can always cook up more with Pressman's Witch Doctor Head Shrinkers Kit.
Now, what do you got for us today?
Well, today we're going to learn some tips for playing against a guy when you're having an extramarital affair with his wife.
Oh, that's one of the most common problems a golfer faces.
It certainly is.
These shows are not negative, they are empowering.
Oh, come on.
They are.
Yes.
They teach young skanks that if they really try, someday they could take a crap on the floor of a beautiful mansion.
Laura, these shows are basically teaching me I have to drink Jägermeister shots out of another skank's infected double-pierced belly button, or I'm not good enough.
Well, if these shows make skanks feel bad, then skanks can change the channel.
Today, I just bought my most terminally ill fan his replacement heart. Oh my god. Is that Mr. Beast? Do you want a heart to save your life? Or do you want a Mr. Beast rap Tesla? Tesla.
Good boy.
Level 15, and it is virtually.
Yeah, get it! Get the bulldog!
You gotta hear it! You gotta hear
Get her kitties out! Get her kitties out!
One small step for man, one giant leap for
This makes no sense. This wasn't in the last report.
So please heed my warning. You're young, your brain's still forming, and Father knows best. Forget Mr. Beast.
In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by the police who investigate crime.
And his name is John C.
Cause of death was likely malnutrition.
So what'd you think of the split level?
That one was nice. It was move-in ready, and there were plenty of towel racks.
That's true.
But it didn't have any windows, just drawings of windows.
You see this? I got this from this. Now, hear me out.
We now continue with Smurf.
If you're inside the building, the blue dude with the ponytail.
All American households have a gun.
Thank you.
The secret police have come to this.
The Make-A-Wish Foundation is expected to file for bankruptcy caused by one little child's wish for unlimited wishes.
Be extra careful, okay?
There's no waistline worry with Coke, you know. Keeps me from eating something else that might really add those pounds.
Call toll-free.
Let me help you.
Oh,
I'm only helping.
Lies have gotten all of us into so much trouble.
Breakfast! I'm hungry!
I eat little babies.
What my MTV?
She's the funniest doll you've ever seen. Just push the button and she starts to giggle.
Savvy consumers are lining up today to be the first to purchase Sony's brand new stupid piece of shit that doesn't do the goddamn thing it's fucking supposed to.
You can always cook up more with Pressman's Witch Doctor Head Shrinkers Kit.
Now, what do you got for us today?
Well, today we're going to learn some tips for playing against a guy when you're having an extramarital affair with his wife.
Oh, that's one of the most common problems a golfer faces.
It certainly is.
These shows are not negative, they are empowering.
Oh, come on.
They are. Yes. They teach young skanks that if they really try, someday they could take a crap on the floor of a beautiful mansion.
Laura, these shows are basically teaching me I have to drink Jägermeister shots out of another skank's infected double-pierced belly button, or I'm not good enough.
And if these shows make skanks feel bad, then skanks can change the channel.
Today, I just bought my most terminally ill fan his replacement heart. Oh my god. Is that Mr. Beast? Do you want a heart to save your life? Or do you want a Mr. Beast wrap Tesla? Tesla.
Good boy.
Level 15, and it is virtually.
Yeah, get it! Get the bulldog! You gotta hear it! Get our kitties out! Get our kitties out!
One small step for man, one giant leap for
This makes no sense. This wasn't in the last report.
So please heed my warning. You're young, your brain's still forming, and Father knows best. Forget Mr. Beast.
In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by the police who investigate crime.
And his name is John C.
The cause of death was likely malnutrition.
So what'd you think of the split level?
That one was nice. It was moving red, and there were plenty of towel racks.
That's true.
But it didn't have any windows, just drawings of windows.
You see this? I got this from this. Now, hear me out.
We now continue with Smurf.
Once you're inside the building, a blue dude with a ponytail.
All American households have a gun.
Thank you. The secret police have come to this.
Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
Dallas is hosting the major, baby.
This is bound to be a spicy series. Let's find out, ladies and gents. Oh! Tag just making them pay. Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Here he comes. Oh, it's Shotzi. Knock it out the park. Yes, yo, in it. Oh my word! The BT pounces.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game. It is over.
And
welcome back everybody to the Call of Duty League Major number 3. It's Championship Sunday of the OpTic Texas Major here at the Esports Stadium, Arlington. We had people literally sleeping outside. I'm talking lining up 1:30, 2:30 in the morning just so they can get a good seat or the seat they want for this event because, hey, the home team, they made it this far. They're playing today, of course, in that elimination bracket round, but they made it top 4. Good on them for doing so. We got that beautiful trophy ready to be hoisted up. Crowd, let's get loud. It's Championship Sunday, and I'm ready to get it started. Welcome back, everybody. This is Headquarters on Pre-Show. We're going to be laying down the law. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. Of course, you know, filling in for Puckett for this weekend. I've got Chance. I've got Alley Cat. I've also got a lot of things going on. I got Nameless as well. It's going to be a great day. We've had 3 amazing days. Now on the 4th day, it's time to get to work. This is the day you earn the money, you earn the trophy, you earn that championship, Nameless.
It feels like there's magic in the air. OpTic are still in the tournament. The crowd, some of these guys were sleeping there at 1 a.m. They had the McDonald's, they had the sleeping bags ready. It is going to be turned here. This is an opportunity to have the loudest crowd we've ever had in COD history. 100%. I expect them to go crazy today.
100%. They've been going crazy. I mean, it's been a sold-out arena every single day. It's been insane. Alley, OpTic has made it this far. I don't think a lot of people were expecting them to be playing on Sunday, yet here they are.
Yeah, no, I mean, I remember day 1 we were talking about this, and it was like, there's really no favorite heading into this, and I had to make the joke that, well, technically we are in Texas, so technically the favorite would be OpTic Texas, but realistically, the way they looked through Major 3 qualifiers, I don't think any of us would have predicted this run except for the diehard green walls, so shout out to them and how loud and supportive they've been all weekend.
That's right, and Chance, FaZe, they are looking to win another championship. Maybe they go back-to-back. They're poised to do so. Their wins yesterday, or at least throughout the weekend, just been lights out.
They look just like incredibly terrifying, right? But not untouchable. Like they have gotten beat, especially on the online stages. But just the fact that these guys are on a 15 S&D win spree, like you can't afford to lose a respawn against them. And it's not like Atlanta FaZe of all teams are bad at respawn. They're like the 2nd best hardpoint team in the game. So they're an absolute force. They make everybody better because you have to be at your absolute finest to even stand a chance.
And look, Seattle Surge took them the distance, right? That Map 5 round 11, it was a great matchup to say the least. And really, I mean, dude, it could have went either which way without question. Winners Finals, we got Atlanta FaZe, Toronto Ultra. That's where we're starting today. You go down to Elim round 4. We got Boston Breach going against OpTic Texas. Winner moves forward for top 3. Loser, obviously, unfortunately, is going to be done. But top 4, still a great performance. But what are they playing for? Let's take a look at that sweet trophy, okay? Who's going to be hoisting that by the end of today? Well, I'm sure it's going to be found out eventually. Top 4 teams are all rooting for it. Let's take a look at our money because we got $200,000 for first, 65 points. We already have 5th through 7th locked in. Today, it's going to be great, Davis.
I mean, it's some profit right there, right? These guys have already secured at least 10 grand, 200 grand. This sounds pretty nice, put in the pocket.
That's right. Let's start going into it, right? Our storylines. We got Winners Finals. We got Atlanta FaZe going against Toronto Ultra. Toronto Ultra, a team that is looking good, but they have history against Atlanta FaZe. Let's go back to Major 2 with that matchup that took place, Big 3-0.
Yeah, definitely not always a fun history, I'd say, for the at least Toronto side of things. FaZe, they can make great teams just look terrible. To be quite honest, they can 3-0 the best players in the world, and, well, that's effectively what happened at the Major, where FaZe just absolutely dominated through and through. And, like, Inside and Kleenex are no strangers to the FaZe matchups. They have a ton of experience, but obviously FaZe might have leveled up their game just a little bit further this year, so you're going to have to be, again, even better than your best.
It's probably the worst beatdown we've seen Toronto Ultra have all season. I mean, it was a 100-point loss in the hardpoint, 6-1 in the search and destroy, and a 3-0 in the control, right? So Atlanta FaZe, they always seem to turn up against the Toronto Ultra. The record all time is 14-2. Wow. And when you look at Kleenex and Insight, they have never beaten FaZe on land. So this is a tall task. Is Scrap, is Hixie enough for them to take down Atlanta FaZe?
That's the question. You know, back then, 250, 153, 6-1, 3-0, Alley. That is an absolute beatdown that Toronto Ultra is looking to avoid. But we go to the overarching LAN event stats between the two. 8-0 for Atlanta FaZe. Toronto Ultra has yet to beat them on LAN.
I mean, it's bad. I mean, you look right there, selling him with a 1.67 hardpoint KG. He's doing a bit of a repeat of that right now. During Major 3, he has their highest, sitting at a 1.52 in hardpoint right now. So the team have only Atlanta FaZe is looking just about the same that they did at Major 2.
Sure.
On the other side of things, Toronto Ultra is looking a little bit different with a different player in the roster.
That's right. I mean, hey, they got 2 rookies there. They're looking to potentially make some history this event. Hixie, for the first time, his major. I mean, to be in grand finals would be absolutely spectacular. Yeah. Atlanta FaZe, though. Let's talk their S&D.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Atlanta FaZe, like their road, they 3-0 the LA Thieves, a team they played in finals at the last tournament. They make them look terrible, and then they go up against Seattle Surge, and even when Seattle Surge in that Game 5, Round 11, outplayed them, had the advantage, you then have to gun Simp, right? And Simp just runs around, and like even when they don't even need to have strategy, like the individual talent is there to just take over. He's just running here, running and gunning. This is not strategy wins. These crazy scenarios. So it is so hard to beat them. Even when you play your cards right, they can do that.
Chance, Atlanta FaZe, 15-game win streak when it comes to Search and Destroy. The last time they lost was Major 1 Game 5 against Seattle Surge. They haven't lost since.
And I mean, the most ridiculous thing is, like, obviously the first blood's at the literal top of the game. BZ, that's his bread and butter, but even when he dies, even when you like game plan around that, they still clutch the 3v4s, and they're just so hard to deal with. And even on like a map specific thing, you get them on a weaker map of Hotel, they're undefeated on that map on land. So there's just no weaknesses with that squad. It's a horrifying sight.
It absolutely is, and they play absolutely perfect. I mean, literally picture perfect every time. Seattle Surge, it was amazing. But let's go on to Toronto Ultra, right? That's going to be the opponent for Atlanta FaZe today, looking to make a historic run. We'll see if they can make it in the grand finals. Ali, this team, though, they've been impressing a lot of people. They came in as a strong seed, and CleanX, he's been on fire.
They've been solid, right? Like, I think since the speculation around when they get to land, when they get to majors, they fall really short, or even if they had kind of a standout qualifier, and was possibly the same situation heading into this event. They got the 3-1 over New York. We thought New York was going to come out hotter than they did, right? And then they go to that Game 5 versus the Boston Breach, and it was a lot of clutching. Honestly, shout out Insight. I think he had a fantastic series through and through, and he's going to need it. He's one of those players on this team that if he is playing well, it relieves so much pressure off the rest of the squad.
Nameless, Toronto Ultra, where could they potentially fall short, and what are their strengths going into the series?
Well, I'll start with the strengths, and it's been the control. These guys, 6 straight control wins. They're looking unbelievable there. When you talk about guys like Scrap, he has a 1.2 in control, as well as CleanX, who's also top 3 in kills per minute. So they're lighting it up there, so they have the advantage. And then when you look at the Search and Destroys, like Ali just mentioned, they've been playing way better in S&D. Insight was popping off yesterday, double digits, getting the 2 first bloods in the round 11. And you can see these are the 2 players who've been stepping up for the squad.
And I also want there to be like a bomb planner coefficient for S&D, because like that 0.76 does not tell the story of what Hixie has provided for this team. It's just the nature of the role, but he does his job incredibly well.
We see Scrap and Hixie there. I mean, just 2 phenomenal players. Scrap, he's got major experience, but still considered a rookie for this season, and Hixie, first major. And this could be a great run for them. We haven't had many rookies. Actually, I think 2011 was the last time we saw somebody their first major win. Yeah. And you were actually, I think they were the team that because you brought it up. I got to bring it back up, okay? And then, it's history, so I got to bring it up, of course. Let's talk about our elimination bracket, though. We've got a banger of a matchup. OpTic Texas versus Boston Breach. This is a rematch from day number 1, and we saw Boston Breach get a big 3-0 victory. But Ali, we kind of taper, or at least I tried to taper it off that, OpTic, despite getting 3-0, it was still a close 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take it a little bit with a grain of salt. We talk about close matches, even though, the scoreline of 3-0 doesn't speak the whole story. That kind of happened in this series. It was honestly the biggest difference maker for me had to be Beans. You can see his stats across the board. He tied the record in Search and Destroy kills, going 17 and 5, and he continued that throughout the rest of the game modes as well. But since then, we haven't seen that much of a standout performance from him specifically. We're on the opposite side of things. OpTic Texas has taken that momentum and just completely ran with it for the rest of this weekend, and it's just been standout performances from every single player on this team.
I feel like if the tournament ended yesterday, I think OpTic would have won it. Like they were just, it's just one of those days.
That's right.
They're just running around telling everything was working out for them. When they went up against the Boston Breach, Beans had his way with them, especially in the Search and Destroy, but they were very close maps. We've seen some teams start to try and test OpTic on maps like Hydro. I don't think teams will continue to do that. They've been frying there, and then also they had a Hotel S&D back-to-back, where previously they had vetoed Hotel 14 times. Now they're 2-0 on it here in this tournament. So OpTic adding some maps to their map pool, getting better as this tournament goes on. There's really no telling what we're going to see. We haven't seen consistency yet, but maybe this is their final form.
And you know, you have adjustments on like the maps, but the adjustments are day to day, right? Like even the Outbagger Fortress controls starting to move away with that. And you see the players off of those adjustments like are hitting the flow state, man. Those stats are ridiculous for some of these players. They're chowing everything, they're frying. Watching Shotzi is sometimes just like watching Magic. So these guys hit the form, and even against like Boston, like they've played them. Like, dude, like OpTic's just gonna be like, he's not gonna drop, like break the record just about an S&D again. We got a new control in the mix. They have so much more confidence.
It was that London Royal Ravens matchup. I really felt that's where they started hitting their stride, getting their confidence, and they have looked amazing ever since. Let's talk about their opponent, though. Boston Breach, a team that I personally am in love with. Beans has been just such a great story to tell. They've made it this far, top 4, despite them dropping down. It seems like they are unwavering in their faith to make it the grand finals.
No, I completely agree. Boston has looked incredible thus far in this event. They looked good in the qualifiers as well, and it's just about those fundamentals, about slowing themselves down in the middle of some of these hot moments. I feel like that's where they had a couple of missteps against the Toronto Ultras. They got a little bit ahead of themselves at times, but it was a banger of a matchup anyway. Throughout the entirety of it, you need to go back and watch this series. I feel like what we really saw was the fact that Toronto Ultra, even when they're down a step, you see Insight right now, 4-6. I believe he ends at like double positive. Is that they are able to push through in some of these series off the backs of a player like Awakening. I mean, he is at a 75% non-traded kill percentage right now, one of the highest in the league. He literally cannot be traded unless it's one of his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, with this Boston team, I mean, they haven't lost a hard point yet in this tournament. They've just been unbelievable. You just can't lose 2 search and destroys in the series. That's literally what happened to them. And then they also lost their like lockdown of control map and LSCLO going into that series. So, you know, when you get this late in a tournament and your map picks you have the advantage, those have to be locked up in these series. And unfortunately, some bad moments. Beans didn't have his greatest performance. This is now 2 series that Beans has played against Toronto where he's thrown up the stinker.
Well, that's like, I can't tell if that's a good thing or bad thing, though, if he could play with his feet kicked off and still get the wins over Toronto. So, like, he doesn't even necessarily need to have the good stats, but, like, the S&D can't have that same sort of experience against OpTic. He needs to kick it up, but I can't wait to watch the SMGs. Did you talk about how Hook and Shotzi
Nero's been crazy.
And frying and chow and everything? Yes, Nero is the exact same player. I cannot wait for that head-to-head.
And he was a little bit sick yesterday from what we heard, so his flu game, just like MJ, right? I mean, he was performing well. He's now, I know, that's a big comparison. Maybe I need to slow my roll, but hey, Nero, I think he's going to be just fine today, hopefully. We'll see what he can bring to the table. Let's take a look at our schedule. It's going to be action-packed. We're obviously working our way down to grand finals. We start at winners finals. Who's going to make it to grands first? Will it be Atlanta FaZe? Will it be Toronto Ultra? Then we move down to the elimination bracket. Loser, unfortunately, is done. Winner moves forward. OpTic Texas versus Boston Breach. The home team will once again take the stage. Can they run it back? Can they go back-to-back? Well, Boston Breach is looking to shut that down. Either way, today's going to be action-packed, and I can't wait to get it started. And I hope we are going to get it started, at least after this break. Okay, when we come back, we got winners finals. We have Atlanta FaZe versus Toronto Ultra. Don't miss out.
We're on the road. About to go to the Cedar Hill State Park. We're going to touch some grass.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a threat. gamble with your life, 'cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat. $100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown ass, getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
And welcome back, everybody, to the OpTic Texas Major. This match is nearly about to get started. Let's roll it quickly. It's time to take a look at our maps and modes before we get into the series. And Nameless, I'm going to have you cover it. What do we got for Atlanta FaZe going against Toronto Ultra?
Yeah, I mean, looking at this one, if Toronto Ultra to get this done, they have to lock up that control. They have the advantage when it comes to hotel control, and then also the hardpoint. Now, Toronto's been very good at hotel hardpoint, but Atlanta's 2-0 against them on that map. Although Atlanta has lost 7 of their last 8 hotel hardpoints, there is some opportunity.
There's some opportunity, but the biggest problem is that the 3 middle maps are the exact same 3 maps that these 2 teams played on last time, where Atlanta FaZe hot 3-0'd them.
All right, well, let's get our predictions. Like I said, these boys are ready to play. So for me, starting it off, baby, I'm going Atlanta FaZe. I backed them up yesterday. I think they're going to be in grand finals. They're my pick to take this series. Chance?
14-2 record all time. Yeah, I'm picking Atlanta.
Allie?
I'm going the other way. I'm going to go Toronto Ultra.
Fair enough. Toronto Ultra, they got to have one of at least. Nameless, what about you?
I'm going Atlanta FaZe. I said I'd never pick against them again. It doesn't start today. Atlanta FaZe in this one.
All right, well, we are ready to get started. Miles, let's bring them out.
Hey! 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 Oh, you sound good, Arlington. We have got an absolute classic to start the day. It's a winner's bracket final matchup. Someone's getting top 2, and at the end of it, we're all going to be very sore in the throat. Should we get this going? Should we just get it rolling? Get it rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, in the purple corner, the Kings of the North, Toronto Ultra! Pixie, Insight, Scrap, and Kleenex.
Fighting the ghost of their past. Is this the best iteration of this roster? Is Scrap the future? It could start right now with the win against Atlanta FaZe. Let's bring them out, Miles.
Here we go. In the red corner, coming in at a combined weight of about 4 people, the indomitable Atlanta FaZe! Celio, Sim, Abizi, and Slasher.
There are plenty of racks in that stage, but they're trying to add another ring. We call them the villains of the league, but to be honest, I just think it's because they've become unstoppable. The Atlanta FaZe looking to go through the final hurdle in the Toronto Ultra. I'm ready for this first match to get started, Miles.
I think we all are ready, Ali, and now we've got our villains on one stage, and I got 2 absolute baddies to cast this one. It's now over to Merc and Maven.
Thank you so much, Miles. Yeah, this is great, because as much as like you and I have been doing this a long time, and we remember all those crazy matchups between these 2 teams, it's been a long time since then.
Yeah, no, it certainly has, right? Now, you know, you heard the Desk talk about it. We've talked about it. Atlanta FaZe, they have been owning this matchup. And, you know, maybe you're thinking, you know, maybe Ultra can steal some hard points, even between these 2. It's 5-0 in hard point for Atlanta FaZe. Now, some very close maps, but I like what the Desk said. The hotel respawns, I think, are the key for Toronto Ultra. Then it's just a question of, can they finally win a search and destroy? Can someone take them down?
Well, it feels like there is a ton of pressure on this first map. Like if you are Ultra to come out and win this, because you know it is your pick. It is somewhere that you have seen. It's what, like it's 4, 4, and 8, 4 and 7.
4 and 7.
I think it is for FaZe, but like they've lost like 7 out of their last 8 or something like that. Like there's been a lot of
by
close
like
games.
20 points.
Yes, there's been a lot of close games, but they have not looked good there. you need to come out and win this map 1. Because if there has been somewhere that you've been vulnerable for FaZe, it's the hard points, 100%.
Yeah, but you can say the same thing for Ultra, right? Look at this weekend, 1-3 in hardpoint for Toronto Ultra, but undefeated in Search and Destroy and Control. So, you know, you would say 2-3-5 for Ultra, but I mean, the way that this FaZe team is playing Search and Destroy this year, they have one loss, one on land.
Listen, we're going back. I know it's a different roster, but when this team was able to beat them, it was through that Search and Destroy, right? It was like that team that, for the first time, that was able to slow them down. Like when you're going back to like the start of the CDL, a team that was able to go toe-to-toe with them. I know you just have a couple of players still left on this roster, but it's gonna be a fun one. All right, I sure hope it is. I'm looking for some of those old school battles we have between these teams as we get ready to rock. You see some of the top 5 Hotel Hardpoint KDs this season. Scrap and Miscellaneous amongst the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, Selge is doing his thing, but there you go. You can see what we're talking about. 4-7 for Atlanta FaZe, not their best. 10-7 for Ultra. They played a lot. Their first at break percentage. The hold percentage for FaZe has not been good. Well, it's been dead last in the league. So this is the opportunity for Ultra.
Yeah, sometimes though with this FaZe squad, it's like you don't really care about holding. It's how well you're gonna break is sometimes a recipe for success for them on the hard points. But here we go, right into this map 1. And Scrap, what a talent he has been for this team, and so far so good. He is a beamer.
And I love what Nameless said, right? Like, this guy could be the future. This is one of those matchups. They're in a top 3 position, an opportunity to get to a grand final, to be top 2. That's what they made this roster for. They brought these rookies in to win titles.
Well, I think the landscape of Call of Duty changed when Simp, BZ, Cell, these guys came into the league. It just changed. But now it's the next guys up. Yeah, you're Scrap, you're Pred, you're Simp. All these other young talents looking to create that dynasty, looking to be on top. And yeah, one of the players of the future without a doubt. But they're trying to leave their mark. Unfortunately, they have to go through the guys that changed the game.
Yeah, Scrap with the 5 spree already, 1 away, not gonna find the Cruise, won't find number 6, but nice time at P1 for this Toronto Ultra team. And well, on this rotation FaZe, they do have control of the second hill. They do have spawns, and they're finding the kills.
He looks right at him, doesn't spot him though, ends up being a double for Simp. Slasher through on the feed as well, and now maybe a little run here for Atlanta FaZe. They've got the back, they've got 40 seconds left to work with, but 2 are going to fall. The safe spawn though, still gonna be empty.
You have a nice pinch here, though, from Toronto Ultra. They're hitting it from all sides. One player spawns out. That was going to be Cell, but he's going to find a pinch. There's only one player. Here's Simp. He's able to win that gunfight. Now there's a rotation across to New. And look at this. They know that one player is going to spawn at old. That's going to be Kleenex trying to find the second, but Simp, BZ, the duo is there.
Yeah, that split spawn can be tough to deal with, right? It's like a BZ spawn safe, but then Cell out, and it just like sets up this natural pinch. So they're not quite able to deal with it, but now let's see what BZ can do with Daddy. A dolphin dive just across the front line, but he's able to take that first fight.
They can go. This is a 3-on-1. This is a 3-on-1 in the new hill. Scrap's not even inside. He's just playing backstairs. This is exactly what FaZe wants. They spawn a couple of players out. Cell, he's going to find a double with that attack. And now you have chain P2 and P3. You are looking at a big break here for Ultra.
And again, we can't overstate it. Like, this is a massive map for Ultra within this series. Like, they need a win here. So far, though, so good for FaZe. 5 in a row now for BZ. It started off with a dead silence push, and the rest of the squad able to get in and soaked up some time. Sitting out back is going to be Insight, but this is great time right now for FaZe. You're going to get up over the 100-point mark if you continue to lock this down. Looking like a 70 to 80-point advantage. A big aim. Now on 6 in a row. Simp gets that one, so it'll stay at 6 for now.
Yeah, just a valiant effort really from the entire team, but what was the key, right? We talked about them being last at holded percentage in the league. P2 and P3 right there. Well, that got them this 70-point lead as BZ continues to fly and fry across the map. Has the Cruise to work with if he wants to use it here. Probably going to save it for that back patio, but they know they have a chance here to get a nice break, and have that break, you have a 100-point lead.
Yeah, if they get another break, this is going to be detrimental. Just absolutely catastrophic for the side. And while BZ keeps on cruising, 8 in a row. The 9th just below him, but Top Bedroom able to take him out. That Scrap that gets a double Insight through on the 3rd. And finally, maybe something to write home about for Ultra. How much of this time can you get? You're chewing your way right back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Scrap is going off 13-7, now 14-7. He's had a couple of big sprees. This has been a nice hold so far here at the desk. But when you look at the old sort of Ultra versus Atlanta FaZe matchups, when Ultra was able to win it, it really came behind the subs. It was Vance and Kleenex that hit another level. You need that out of Kleenex and Hixie here. Hixie a 4-10 start. Kleenex 7-11. You need more from those two.
Well, I mean, the team is stacked from top to bottom for FaZe, but yeah, that's what's provided teams so much difficulty against them. You have the greatest sub duo all time by a mile, and it's just going to be so difficult to deal with. So far, they haven't been able to do it, but there's a lot of Call of Duty left to play. Hixie's POV is he's wrapping out backside. We'll see what he's going to be able to find. I think there was one player maybe flanking him, but that's going to be the play. Cell able to drop him, but again, Ultra in the point for now. Can FaZe break?
Yeah, and then Simp was trying to set up the pinch, but Kleenex, he actually goes hunting. So here we go. Here comes a push.
Oh.
A nice opening out of Slasher and a BZ. Hixie, though, does he find the timing? It's a nice timing, but his teammates are dead, just trying to buy enough time for the reinforcements to get in as they're going to spawn up kitchen side.
Yeah, it's one of those frustrating scenarios where you get to, you think you've done your job, but everybody else around you is dead. So it's still going to be FaZe inside the point, now up over the 140-point mark. Kleenex, can he get rolling? What a catalyst he can be for this squad. Somebody needs to get Scrap some help.
And now you have that cruise on a BZ, so this is probably going to be the hill where he's going to use it. You still have the 70-point lead. FaZe, they're going to try to work through kitchen side, get control of this, probably call in the cruise. So wait for a BZ, but Hixie, he's going to deal with him at Insight. They're ready for this push.
Still a little bit of dead silence left, maybe just lurking to see if he can catch another. Ultra in the point, there's a streak you were calling out. This is where it's going to be thrown into the mix. Simp able to get a kill. Cellium kills his teammate, but also gets 1-2 down. Currently for Ultra, as they come out of the streak, what are they going to be able to do behind it? Still one lane down, just on the other side of it, but they're able to deal with it. One more player, though, through on the cross. That's going to be Scrap. The Slasher has to take the one-on-one with, and Scrap able to stand tall and win the fight. Scrap winning some big ones here to secure this time.
Yeah, now you have the cruise gone. I mean, this has been a pretty clean hold here from Ultra. They took so much time through the front of kitchen. Even now, if there is a break, I think you take this. But Simp, he's running out of ammo. He is human, has the help of a BZ and Slasher. So you bring it down to a 40-point lead, and you're still within striking distance.
You've got so many hit markers there if you're a BZ. Finally, you're able to finish it off with the tag. But Ultra, enough work to stay in this one, Joe. Just still so much to do, and you can see you've got, well, it was 3 in a row for a few players before Simp drop. Now they're getting the kills. Slasher, Trophy, almost gonna hit Insight in the face, but he's able to push right through that. Still gonna be Cellium that's on the 3 spree, but you've just felt the tide start to turn. The hard point, the objective has been locked down for Ultra. They are making this run. Can they keep it going?
Yeah, but you know, Atlanta FaZe, they're making the heads-up play. They're playing for P2 spawns. They don't really care about giving up too much of this time. It's just, can they lock those spawns down? Because now Ultra, they're finding the kills. You see the feed, it is all purple. You have Kleenex working through on the flank, but Cellium, I don't know how he does it, able to win 2 big gunfights that allows Simp to push on through, and this is what FaZe was playing for.
You get the kills at the crucial time. Just about 10 seconds left on Old. New hard point, ready to pop. Simp is tucked away. And the team is in the hard point. Here come Ultra. They're just sitting there right towards the point. There's the first kill. Hixie, Scrap, Insight. They're all picking it up. FaZe has been wiped off the point. That will be a clean 4 down. Now FaZe have got to rebound and try to get the retake. Let's go to Elicit in with Atlanta FaZe.
I'm about to die to the back. Wait. Okay. I see nothing in the back. Anti-ready. I'll see him in the back. That. Nice shit. Anti-main. Main dead. Nice. Main dash. Good shit. Good break. Yeah. You look at pushing right. Team shot this up. He's pushing up P4. He's
There we go. Now I got stuff working.
If there might be someone in the back then. Go in the back. I think they might. See nothing L or couches?
Slasher is kind of mid, honestly. He's got experience, but
he's gonna chop me. I'm waiting for you. I'm trying to get your front pitch. I'm holding on the back. I'm going in the back. They keep patio though. I have all your front. Okay, heard Josh. I'm just staying down. Yeah, I have all your front. Front to the back. Can we low bed? Low bed. Patio, I think. Heard, I like it. I'm trying to patio. Heard Josh. I'm with you, okay? Get me in front of me. That's nice. Chris, keep going, Rogue.
Listen, I know this is a minute ago, right at the beginning of the listen-in, but the fact that you were able to get that clean bake from Ultra and then instantly answered by 4 for FaZe, the moment for Ultra seemed to disappear quickly.
Well, I mean, you've had 2 rotations now towards this P3. What we all know is the money hill on this map. For Ultra, they've had the rotations, and they just died on rotation. I think this is what you have to talk about. It's these 2 hills that FaZe have just dominated. It's got to be around 100 points just earned on these 2. Finally, some contest time, but yeah, this is the big difference, this sort of P2 to P3 chain that you cannot allow happen. Well, it has happened twice now for Atlanta FaZe.
If Easy stops dancing, starts pushing it out, able to back up one of the players. Now we hop to the other side of the map. Ultra, if you're going to make the rally, it's got to be perfect here. You have got to lock it down. Only 15 points needed for FaZe. You can't allow them to easily entry. Cellium was at least able to pick up 1, but just sort of working toward the point. That stun's going to hit 2, so that'll slow them down. Plus, you get the kills through from Scrap and Insight. Insight just continues to lay awake. Saw a bit of it for a second and then able to take the fight.
It sounded like his cruise went off, but I don't think it connected with anything. Hixie with the front cut, but here comes Simp and Slasher. And well, they only need 15 more points, and you kind of heard it in the comms. Yo, Simp go rogue, and he is going rogue right now. He finds the 3, he finds the break, the Vaznev headshots. Well, they hit hard. Now 6 more points needed.
Oh yeah, it's a sick joke what you're able to do when the headshot multiplier hits. And Simp triple there for him. Right back into the point they go in FaZe. Strike in the Map 1 Ultra pick to take the lead in this series. They've lost 7 of 8. Doesn't matter there.
But yet still undefeated in hardpoint in this matchup. 6-0 now versus Toronto Ultra on the year. And it's pretty wild when you look at their records just across the year. But this one they have no problem with. The slaying was so one-sided, but I just think the key is P2 and P3. I mean, both times through, FaZe were able to hit the breaks, able to out-rotate, win those rotation gunfights. I mean, even behind that, Ultra kept it pretty close, right? 50 points, they were able to battle their way back in. But those money hills, well, yeah, they cashed out.
Yeah, I mean, we were hyping up the importance of the Map 1 for a couple of reasons. The vulnerabilities of FaZe there, the fact that his Ultra is picked, but then I think at the end of the day, a big part of it just comes down to the fact that you're on a 15-game S&D win streak.
Yeah, no, listen, I think if, this was any other matchup for Ultra, we would not be worried about this. They're 1-3, now 1-4 at the event in Hardpoint. They're undefeated in S&D and Control. They have been controlling the 2-3-5. It's just, when is someone gonna beat this Atlanta FaZe team? As you said, 15 in a row, only 1 loss on land in Search and Destroy this year. I'm gonna find a second one.
I think you nailed it there. Like any other team, it's like no big deal. Like they have a really good chance to 2-3-5 or get it done some other way, but it's just a question of when are FaZe going to lose, because eventually they're going to lose a Search, obviously, but it's just like when
you would
going
think
to happen.
so, especially this title. You would think,
because I would think like even more so, like after the way they got away with that one, the round 11 yesterday, the fashion it happened, it just sort of feels like the COD gods are with them, bro. When it comes to
you mean Simp hip firing, while popping dead silence. Yeah, I would say so. Something is just going their way, but they win this map number 1 by 53. Very one-sided in the slaying category. There you can see it there. They outslay them by 21 kills. Is everyone going off the side of Atlanta FaZe?
I'm starting to notice it more with Simp too. It's like, listen, we know the Vaz is wild and the headshot multiplier is crazy, but like a lot of times when you're watching pro COD, especially from like an SMG role, unless you're like jumping out to challenge a heady, a lot of times your centering's like chest level, right? Because of recoil, flinch, whatever. But like the more I've like watched him at times, even when not picking someone off a heady, like it's almost like I'm watching like CS at times. Like it's just that the dot is at head level and it's just evaporating people because the headshot multiplier is nuts in this game. It's not just him, but just saying it's gonna be a little different than when you watch sometimes in the past.
No, I think a lot of the subs in our league, if you watch Pred's point of view, he's doing it a lot where you kind of, sort of jump chow out, and the reason is you kind of want that little, a little height to add to the aim, right? So you can find that headshot, because a lot of the times that's the difference maker. Dude. As we have seen throughout this year with that Vaz.
Yeah, I just think a lot of people have noticed it with Sim just because a couple of kills he's gotten over the course of this weekend have been absolute sick jokes. But we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from this FaZe S&D streak, because it is one of the more incredible streaks we've seen really in the history of Call of Duty esports. I mean, especially when, like, Joe, you've been grinding ranked. Like, S&D in this game is special. It's weird, man. Like, you got like superpowers when it comes to the Deddy. The audio is what it is, especially when playing online. It's a very weird S&D title. It like almost feels very different than any Call of Duty in a lot of ways.
I think it's insane, the fact that this streak exists. I'm going to keep talking about it. Like, I think this is, you know, not one of the best, probably one of the more bottom ones in terms of Call of Duty titles for Surge.
For Surge,
just due to the dead silence, the way it plays out. I just think a lot of the maps are so one-dimensional with the bomb sites, right? Like, you know, Embassy, it's all about B. It's a lot of that way on this map, or on this title, but maybe that kind of helps them because it's one-dimensional and they're just very good at, well, dominating that sort of one area of the map.
But I guess that's what's surprising. I thought last year was pretty one-dimensional, and they struggled mightily, but that they were obviously going through a lot of issues last year, and I mean, I think more than most people realize. But yeah, it's just not to me. Like when I watch somebody like an old school player, like a Nade, like I watch Nade grinding ranked, and there's been times I'm watching him play Search, and he's like, this just like I have trouble wrapping my head around it. It just doesn't play like any Search and Destroy COD I've ever played before. And then like for them to be doing this, it's just like, all right, well, whatever. It's just it's a wild streak.
No, I mean, you know, we kind of said, you know, what was their bounce back going to be like after Vanguard? I mean, what was an underperforming year for them, even though they got
second.
Yeah, however many finals that they got to. But we'll see. Can Ultra bounce back here? Again, undefeated in Search and Destroy this weekend for Toronto Ultra, but got to take down the Kings.
So is it one of those things too, when like you're on this unbelievable stretch, like in Search and Destroy, like does it take one loss just kind of knock you off your pedestal a little bit, just remind you you're human, and then maybe they become a little more beatable because they're in the midst of this chaos right now?
I think probably like round 11's probably like remind you that you can lose that. Like I know you win it, but I think when you're being pushed, you know, to the end of the map, yeah, that kind of reminds you like teams are figuring it out.
Yeah, it reminds me of like those wild losers bracket runs teams will do, and they'll say sort of like, dude, we can just do no wrong. Everything we just picked worked. They've just been doing it searched out for a while, but can Ultra come in and get the victory? FaZe on a CeeLo have been insane.
Yeah, 11-2, we just saw it, and well, 2-4 Toronto Ultra, and you're like, well, why don't you veto this? And that's because you have Embassy, which nobody wants to play them on it except for that Seattle Surge team. Again, a round 11 there, but so far in this round, 3 dead for Toronto Ultra, nobody dead for Atlanta FaZe, and that was a quick round number 1.
Yeah, basically breaking down the team stats on the map as we got to it, and it was over. A fast one. 2 for Semp in the round, and it's just one of these things when they get like into the A sites, like what do you do? How do you stop it?
Well, I think that's what's so, I don't know, just sort of the BZ Simp dynamic inside of that site, like the sort of 2-man game that they play. I mean, yeah, it's just different, right? It's just the way they've always done it.
It reminds me, you know, they're not twin brothers of like the Ogres back in the day, and like Halo, it's twin brothers that just had this like connection. Like these two just have played together for so long. It's kind of insane, the stuff they're able to pull off. Maybe just because they're both tiny. But now to Kleenex we go. See if Ultra can answer back in this round. As Kleenex gets set up, just biding his time, and FaZe start to work this bomb forward. Simpleby, the carrier for now.
Yeah, just a very slow setup. You're allowing Simp and BZ to work that A site. The other two are working flank, but Kleenex is there, able to find one, and well, the hip fire gonna connect. Kleenex able to find the second.
Anytime you're using that left hand to do something, I'm telling you, the hip fire is a hit, but now they start to bring it back to a 2v2 we go. After the Simp kill, he is up to 3-0 start. Here's one outside, Chow's the wrong way, snaps onto the next, and Simpleicious gets it done.
Simpleicious, huh?
I don't know where that came from. I don't think I'm ever going to say that again, bro. I don't know.
But there we go. I mean, even what, a 2-on-4 or 2-on-3, and they know where Simp is. He's the one that plants the bomb. Doesn't really matter. He's able to get out. He wins the next gunfight. Kleenex finds 2. It's looking good.
Simpleicious. So delicious.
No, I don't
think so I took it further. That's my bad.
Really showing your age here.
Yeah. Oh, God, I'm so goddamn old. Round 3, 5-0 start for Simp. Close to the cruise. As Abizi gets the tag, I don't know where that went, that it didn't hit him. But
it did, because he's got two HP gone, so it must have connected, but doesn't stun him. Just
I will
early in the
be
round.
surprised if Ultra
Bomb
wins
being
this
planted.
series.
Kleenex, you saw the plays he was making last round.
I just don't see it
Able to
happening.
Go all the way around behind Party. But somehow Stellium was able to read it. I don't know if Abizi saw him or what. They knew he was in the area, but 3-on-3 bomb planted.
Simp's gonna get dropped, so no crew's gonna be coming in. Another 2v3 scenario. This time you've got to close this out if you are Ultra. Inside 10 into the bar. Cell's only got a little bit of Deddy left. Can he get a kill before it's going to fall off? Nothing available for Abizi. That fight's not going to be fun. Bartender inside still set up and holding. The dance is on. There's the round. Ultra get one on the board.
There we go. They find that first blood. They work the bomb, and well, I mean, with the man advantage, they win the round. That was really the key. And as you said, just inside, able to read that flank. So he's hitting those snakes on behind the bar. Has the help of Hixie inside, but a much needed round for Ultra.
Yeah, they're able to close it out. I mean, that would have been tough. You go back-to-back rounds where they're able to pull off while being down a man. I mean, to be honest, FaZe is very good in those situations. And while you don't get to where you are with regards to an S&D streak, unless you are good at like man-down situations, and they've been unbelievable. But at least you stop Sim from getting the cruise. You get the round.
FaZe and OpTic in the finals would be amazing.
They just go right back to that two-man game. You see Simp and Abizi starting to work over towards A. The other two main ARs just worried about the flank, making sure nobody sneaks their way on up. And there's no challenge inside the site, so they're just going to take this plant every single time. But Kleenex, he was able to make the play last time through.
Pixie this time, able to pick him out of it. That's going to be a massive kill. Gets away with his life as well. That will be bombed down. And maybe it's a little bit of different setup from FaZe because he was the only one really in there. Be able to get picked. Cellian comes knocking through the door. Kleenex able to drop him. Maybe back-to-back rounds now for Ultra.
And really, they're finding the first bloods. That's a key. Already 3 in this map. Abizi, the last player alive in a 1 versus 4. Able to take down 1. 30 seconds to work with. Does have the bomb. Has Deddy, and well, he's
going for it.
Yeah, he's going for it. I respect it.
This guy's nuts. Ah! Not able to take the fight. I thought he was going to hold on to the Deddy, to be honest with you, but he thought he had a shot to maybe get a pick, get the bomb planted. He wins that fight, and he's somehow able to get it down. He might have been able to pull off the 1v2, but you got to win this fight first and scrap. Ready for the chow.
Yeah, we'll see what Atlanta FaZe wants to do on their offense, you know, moving forward. Because the way they're playing it, they're giving up a lot. Up top bar control, top money room. You know, the ARs are so worried about the pinches from field, you know, over towards tower side. It feels like they're going to need a little bit of help inside, and then maybe the ARs could start to kind of back their way on up. But so far, they're doing a good job not allowing that bomb to go down at A.
Yeah, I mean, I think considering you just kind of choke slammed in the round 1, and then you allowed the 2v3, 2v4, whatever it was, you're in a pretty good spot, but he's able to get across to the tower, so Slasher able to get set up. He's going to be worried about the sniper, and now Kleenex looking for an angle. The nade
everyone is on it.
They're able to connect. Hixie, Scrap. I think Kleenex all get nades to that position, and Slasher, he is gone. Cell, eyes on one.
Yeah, Kleenex just turns the wrong way. I mean, he has the advantage. He has the advantage. You saw the way Cell was playing that, trying to back his way on up. But he hears the door open, and we're into a 3-on-3. Another.
I don't know if I've ever seen Abizi wear a hat.
The Cell read it. Cell, sometimes it feels like he just has a sense for this. The hit marker is in, and now he knows. He knows something is up. But because the hit marker is there, there's the advantage, but bomb now down.
And you've got info on the other 2 players. Like, you know where the snipe came from. You know where Cell dropped, so you've got that information to work with.
And both of these
yeah, that's what I thought. Abizi's not wearing a hat.
Right? Abizi and Simp, they have the advantage in these close-range fights. Whoa. Just trying to play his life. Abizi goes for the chow, but a nice bait and switch.
Nice.
And there we go, Ultra. 3 rounds in a row.
They're cruising now.
Like, am I crazy?
And man, like dude, some of the S&D matchups between these teams back in the day, like I know. Oh, I didn't realize that's what hit.
Mamacita.
I saw the Vaz shots coming in, but Scrap just You say Mamacita?
I did.
Ooh. We are idiots.
But there we go. Again, just finding Slasher. Just, you know, hey, he's going to go towards the tower. Let's throw literally every grenade we have at him.
Yeah.
And then the hit marker on his cell gives them and keeps them at the advantage. We'll see. What if FaZe switch on up? And there we go. You can already see just everyone kind of playing inside a little bit
Set
more.
of easy for
Telling him
Slasher.
he's going to play it there. Slasher will worry about the flank this time.
3 straight, looking for 4 if you are Ultra, but a big first blood now for FaZe, who's given up so many. You get one here from Cell.
I know that's been working, but you gotta think like they're not gonna keep letting you go up there for free, right?
Right. He's just been looking up there so many times.
Yeah, with that one, they're flying. They're just going right downfield. They're able to find Strap working the flank, and well, you can already see the bomb at B.
Insight rip. A bomb now planted. You got one lurking behind enemy lines to be Hixie. He's like, what can he find? Because the players could not be like more split right now. He is gone in between 2 FaZe players. Insight
What
is
are you
spotted.
guys using
Nice
rank
snap
play,
to get some shots
attack,
into
or the
window, but
Vaznev?
no real shot within that round. FaZe, stop the bleeding. Take us to 3-3.
Yeah, it's just unlucky timing there for Hixie. He's hoping to at least find one player in the window, but you know, you had one player out to the left, one player down low in the alley. But finally another first blood for FaZe, and you know, they haven't been finding those throughout this map, so we are tied 3-3.
You see anything it really needs to evolve over the course of this?
Well, I think you saw from FaZe, right? They stopped Kleenex, you know, getting up top and for
Just
free.
little plays like that?
Yeah, just little adjustments. We'll see what do they want to do. And now Ultra switching up, playing fast over towards A. They played outer, and well, Sip, he's going for that gunfight, not an easy one. Scraps doing pull-ups in the back, trying to get jacked.
Oh my.
Intimidate his opponents.
He's so strong. Those big muscular arms. That's one of those ones where maybe if you're Semp, you back down from that fight. That's so hard to win. The timing there for Abizi is wild, but I think he spots him right as he comes in. He's got 3 to deal with, not able to dance away from it. Cell gonna be last alive. I believe technically would be a 1 versus 4, but no time to work with. And hello, he's right next to you.
Nice. Me too. Vaznev's
Yeah, I think you're
disgusting.
seeing good adjustments from both of these teams. This is why they're 2 of the best search teams in the game. I mean, right, you know, the offenses for Toronto Ultra, they've been pretty slow, taking their time, working sort of the outsider parts of the map, but that time they go right in A, go for the quick plant, able to catch Simp, work in alley side. Now it's just a question again, you know, what does Atlanta FaZe want to do? They're able to find Kleenex.
It feels like when you work alley into that doorway, it's either like you find a great timing, you're like behind 2 players, and you get a freebie or 2, or somebody is at the bar tending, and you just, good luck.
You lose that jump.
Yeah.
He almost had it. I mean, he had some clean shots,
Yeah.
but pretty tough as well. FaZe, Simp, Abizi just right over to A.
Knock, knock. No reaction to the door, and able to get another pick. 2 are going to drop. A chance for a 5th round on the board for Ultra. Is this miraculous run from FaZe going to come to an end? Or is there another miracle in the bag?
Yeah, what I think you had Hixie open that door. He was able to find one, and then Kleenex just right next to him. Both find those picks on the Simp and Abizi, and well, that's who you have to shut down on this map. Doing a very good job so far.
Cell in trouble. The free fire is there. A couple wall bangs, couple tags, but Kleenex able to take it. Ultra close to ending the streak. 5-3. Oh, is this the scoreline that Zenny always says, like the scary one? 5-3? The 5-3 curse?
Why'd you bring it up?
Oh, that's what Zenny always says, man. I don't know. I don't listen to much Zenny says, but that's one thing I listen to. I love you, Zenny, if you're watching. Hey, buddy. You look very handsome today. I'm sure you got like a button down on, a little gel in your hair. Skin looks good.
Well, one more round. You heard the crowd talking about it. We'll see. What can Ultra do?
15-game win streak. Does it end here for FaZe? Once again, just looking for a timing. This time, though, you've got 2 in the sight.
I think they noticed the
They were
door
able
was
to catch
open.
him.
Yeah, they noticed the door was open. He's trying to stay alive. He might find both. Sympto somehow.
They get cut down.
3 versus 1 for Cell. The streak on the line. Here we go.
They're all in front of him. Cell's tagged up.
He's stuck one.
Oh, my God. He gets an 8. He gets out. Is it the miracle?
Runs out of Deddy, though. I don't think the Deddy reset with an 8 kill. Bomb not planted. Still some time to work with for Cell.
He's just so nerdy, dude. Why do you think he's going to pull something off? I just do. Bomb planted. Sell for the streak. Here's one.
Well, he heard Scrap. I think Scrap heard him. Scrap heard him, yeah. So he ran out the door, opened the door, closed the door, and now he's going to flank this. He's trying to flank this. What's the timing going to be like? He's up top, actually. Never mind. So here we go. First gunfight in. Trying to find it. Trying to find the wall. Bang. Oh!
Not going to win it! That'll do it! Streak is dead! Ultra with the 6-3 win. Tie us up at 1-1.
And there we go. I think that sort of flips the script that we were talking about. Right? We focused a lot on map number 1. Doesn't really matter. They end the streak there. Some beautiful team, fights from Toronto Ultra side, but they really shut down Simp and Abizi inside of that A bomb. Did not allow them to go off. Just beautiful stuff out of Hixie and Kleenex.
Well, I mean, look at the first bloods too. It's just dominated by the Ultra side. Yes, FaZe have been really good in man-down positions, but aren't able to do it there. The game plan is on point from Ultra, and finally, a streak that made no sense to me whatsoever comes to an end. And yeah, you nailed it. Like, we put so much stock in that map 1, I mean, purely because of the kind of the streak that they were on, but Ultra has been so good in search, and you see it there. They get the massive W, and now it becomes even more interesting because the Control, what do you say, Ultra undefeated in S&D and?
Control, and this is their best map.
So this becomes very interesting. Do we have an upset in the making? We are tied up 1-1. The FaZe streak is dead. Chaos ensues here in Dallas. Do not go anywhere.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
We're going to take a look at the other undefeated mode for Ultra. It is Control, where they have been so good. Can they get a win here, Joe?
Yeah, 18-7. This is their best map. I think it's, what, 10-3 on Hotel Control. And while they are the best defensive team, and you and I guessed their first round versus New York, where they won both of those defensive rounds. Now for Atlanta FaZe, like, they aren't pushovers on this map. They play it a lot. And I mean, even yesterday, they were half a second less than that for winning that versus Surge.
All right, now listen, a little birdie told us during the break, which you might have wondered, like, why are Ultra playing them on El Asilo, which, you know, you have to choose this or Embassy, it's whatever. But apparently 2 nights ago, Insight had a premonition. He had a dream that he ended FaZe's streak on El Asilo, so that's why they played it.
I mean, I love it. I don't know. Like, hey, listen, dude, like, I had a dream, and that's it. We won it.
Yeah.
I mean, it came true.
Sure, yeah, it worked out. They get that W there. They tied up 1-1. Now the Control, I mean, I feel like this series just keeps kind of shifting how we view it, just based on how map 1 and 2 went.
I like that, though. I like that.
I love it. I love it.
Throw a little curveball.
Yeah, exactly. Keep us guessing. But now can FaZe lock back in? And is that one of those things where you're, kind of like I asked you earlier, when you're on this nutty streak and
I just happen
does it waver, maybe, or does it kind of waver your, like, we're untouchable type thing? Do you play with any less confidence?
No, I think they are still very confident.
Yeah, you know, you're right, Joe. I'm trying to paint some sort of picture that
probably like,
doesn't exist. Okay, Joe?
Like, let's just stop talking about this now, right? Let's just move on. But there you can see it. FaZe, they have played this 17 times. Very close to those percentages, but again, Ultra, the best defensive team in the league on this map.
Honestly, if I asked Crowder, he'd probably be like, we're not even that good. Everyone else just sucks.
Is that how he sounds?
You see him in a suit today, dude?
Yeah, he is handsome, a model.
Hell.
Oh my gosh.
Woo. Put him on cover at GQ. Into the Control. Ultra have been sensational. Can they keep it going here? Right on to the A zone. They will start to rack up the objective.
Yeah, FaZe just playing, you know, pretty safe over towards B. But now it's just kind of, can we find a pick or two? And there you could see just in sync right now, like what we saw with OpTic, man, just breakdancing, Snake, and that's a squad on the point.
It's just they're eating from the tables without the use of their hands or utensils.
Oh my gosh, I don't know what Sip just did.
So remember the headshot thing?
Yeah, well, he just got 2 more right there, and well, that stops them at A, and now you kind of have a little bit of a trap. Is everyone going to spawn up here inside of Kitchen for Toronto Ultra?
And he just hops up on.
Oh, he's like, you know, all of these headies I have, I don't really care. I'm going on top of it and selling them. Now he has a bad step inside of Kitchen.
Yeah, I don't think he meant to do that, but it worked out. Because probably if Scrap was like, what the hell? As he got up on top of the table and put him to bed. A just about done. And they'll get right back on this, should be able to finish it. Now just trying to lock him in, see what kills you can get in transition. But it's easy and Sip both drop. So now this becomes interesting. Now a bit of an opening here to get out across mid-map.
You at least want to trade right there, but you know, they were able to find multiple kills. Now only 18 lives for Toronto Ultra, 90 seconds to work with. That's a big kill by Insight to find Slasher. They have bedroom control. That B zone, as we know it, now opens up for Toronto Ultra. Trying to get pushed up on the desk. See, he's on the point. He's winning some big gunfights versus Sip. 3 players on it. Through the middle of the map.
The first kill from FaZe.
Comes Atlanta FaZe. They're going to have to go for this. Now, it's pretty slow right now, but there's a second tick. Now we're going to stack this. Stack the star. As we always say, Scrapped with 2. The cruise is in. Round 1 done.
And that's one of those things where, like, if Simp and Abizi get a kill before they drop, that is a very different scenario.
Well, I think the kill too on, you know, Insight, he's got 1 in the round, but it's on Slasher, kind of your anchor over at the bedroom side, just staying alive. You know, you then have the angle, they have to worry about you. That opens up timings in the middle of the map for your teammates, but as soon as he goes down, they know where you're coming from.
Yeah, just absolutely dominant from Ultra on to that B point. No hesitation, do not look back. Let's see what kind of opener you get from the FaZe side. Well, it starts out well. 2 drop instantly. Big Abe able to get across the cut. Nice snap there from Hixie. Just lovely, lovely shots. Simp found another double. A. Already cruising along.
Yeah, finds a triple as he's able to take down Hixie. Just really, you know, Maester and Ultra have to worry about him over towards B. Now this is very similar to round number 1, right? Just opening things up, FaZe with the life advantage. But we talked about Ultra's defense. This is where they have been so good all year long. But it's gonna be a long hold, 2 minutes and 15 seconds, down 6 lives. This would be something special.
At least you have a chance to kind of get set up. I mean, I know you've got Slasher in this position, but able to be a little more comfortable with bedroom control. If you are the Ultra team, leaking in behind enemy lines, though, is going to be Semp. He's going to try and battle for this bedroom control. We'll see if he can take the fight. Not going to happen. Kleenex ready and waiting, and will shut him down. Still so much time to go.
You can already see, like, you have 2 players at spot, great, but if you don't have bedroom, it's just so hard to get on this point.
Yep.
There are 3 Ultra members on that side of the map, but there's one taken down. Scrap, he's just worried about his side. He's worried about the defensive spawn, and well, BC's gonna spot him. He's gonna chow him, and well, there we go. 2 dead now. Now things start to open on up. His FaZe gonna get on the point. Kleenex, he is stuck. You're waiting on inside here to make the play. He's gonna have to find something. He's gotta go. He's gotta come out of his hole. He does find one. Scrap through the middle to find 2. Okay, they deal with this first one. All 4 dead, and Scrap has the triple.
Scrap is locked. 12 and 8. Out of Scrap, and what a play there, considering how things could have gone south. But you have what, like 2.5 points of progress there on B, so not a whole lot needed, and you still have so much time, man. Well, it feels like so much time, but after one more push, it's like you're running out.
Yeah, a couple of pushes, and things should really slow down here. What is that? Simp with another headshot. Kleenex just playing his life. You do have a couple of players on the opposite side of the map. Inside, he's just gonna spawn up, just take his time. A nice find there from Hixie to slow down Atlanta FaZe.
It's just like, where am I hearing it?
Dude, how many headshots does this guy have?
That's what I was saying. Like, he just, dude, when I was watching, considering more and more, like, he's just locking on foreheads, bro. Just locking on foreheads. Now it's Hixie's turn, the forehead masher. But just one going to drop before he gets through. Some tags on in. They were so close to finishing it, though, that will close out the round. So far, both squads handling it offensively.
And I think, you know, if you look at both defenses and kind of sort of the standard that we have across the league, you know, FaZe tried to do it where you're kind of just chipping away at A on your defensive side, right? Forcing them inside a kitchen to waste time over at A, but for Ultra, that really wasn't there. There was so much time. There were so many lives for FaZe over at B. You kind of just knew it felt inevitable.
Yeah. Well, they're so good at getting, like, the entry picks. If you give them 5-6 cracks at it, like, eventually they're going to just wear you down.
I don't know how he killed inside there on the stairs. That was just absurd.
Yeah. He's had a lot of those this weekend. That is for sure. Another strong start with the opening wave of kills from FaZe. Pixie giving Simp a taste of his own medicine, though. Cellium winning his ones. Now to the other side of the map we will go, onto the A objective.
Now you're just going to see FaZe kind of just surround this and see if they can find the pick, right? Because when you're on this point, there's a lot of directions to look, and it's just about the timings. And there we go. Slasher, he peeks out, and then Simp waits a couple of seconds. Now there's only one player on it. Cellium starting to work the flank, but he knows the spawn will be close. And well, I think Ultra, they're going to be happy with this, similar to last round. A lot of lives remaining. You do have a couple of players for FaZe over towards bedroom.
I think you get a much better setup as Kleenex just takes a knee off with a stun. You get a much better position, but it's still like they are transitioning across. Okay, this time a BZ, Simp. Okay, the Tiny Terrors just chop them all down. That'll be all 4 through.
No, but they needed that. You're right, because it was getting messy. They only had one player left, bedroom side. Then the flank came in through double arch.
That's were still like relatively sketchy time. Like they were able to get out, but better than last round.
Here we go. Only one player over here somehow. I mean, they find both of the players. That's all 3. Bedroom side. They might just get on this. Slasher, he was over at A. He's going on a full flank. Now there's only 2 players on it, so it is going slow, but they pick up the pinch. They take them both down, and you can already see the rotations are coming in. All right, he did it again.
I did it. He just keeps doing it. Another headshot. Just shotgun him with the Vaz. A BZ soars out, and you retake.
This is just some ridiculous control being shown by these 2 teams.
Yeah, I felt like you like gifted it to him though, right? To actually like get on the objective. Obviously, you pick up the flank because like, where the hell else are they? but then eventually they're able to do it. 17-12 out of Simp. In this map 3, you've got good amount of lives, still over a minute to work with, and just that one part done so far. So still some work to do. BZ, unfortunately, you jumped right on top of that one.
What is this cell spot? This is just a ridiculous spot. Yeah, of course it is. He's able to find one, now just pops steady. Tries to play his life. Well, oh, it does not. Inside takes it down, so 3 dead. Again, now things opening up here for Ultra. They take care of Bedroom. Can they close it down? Second take in. This is done.
It is done.
They clutch on up, or do they? Yes, they do. Ultra up 2-1.
It sort of feels like, at least for FaZe right now, it's like
they're all going down.
Your deaths are never coming in like 1 or 2 down. It's like a 3 or 4 get smoked.
Like cannot happen.
It feels like every single time, like they drop.
And that's just props to Ultra, really taking it to them, especially on these offenses. Pressure now to FaZe.
They put him in a hole, and they were able to put him away in the map 2. Opportunity to do it again. A team you don't want to leave lurking. Take advantages when you can. As this is feeling more like one of those old school battles between these two teams.
I think, really when you looked at those two, like, they had some crazy controls versus one another. In Cold War this time, no. Hixie's on the full flank. They're not going to allow this to be a clean exit.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Hixie, baby.
And there we go. Now you have a 5-life advantage on the defensive side. You have 8 control. You're spawning them all up kitchen. It's going to be tough for Atlanta FaZe to get out of.
You're going to have a one-on-one on the other side. I believe that's going to be Slasher.
All right, then
Slasher is able to take that. Yeah, so he wins it on one. Then you still have pressure on the other. They've transitioned this over to B quickly, and they're starting to push out the cuts. Then Abe on the other side wins his fight. You're winning them really everywhere until finally there you get a semblance of balance now from Ultra towards that B objective. You've only got 35 seconds left. I mean, soon you've just got to make a call. What are we going for? A is wide open. That'll be the play.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good play by Ultra. So Scrap, he has to use the cruise there because you had 2 players on the B point, but they don't want that to go down early. So then FaZe, they just push up, kind of play right down the 50-yard line, and will just work their way over towards A. So they find those kills. They're going to get that minute and now only down a couple of lives. A hell of a rebound there. So it looked like Ultra, they were just going to put them in the trap.
Once again, going to be a big flank coming in from one of the subs. The reaction is not there until it's too late. I think Simp looks at one doorway, he hits the other. So it's a double for Kleenex. And Insight just deep and lurking. You've got no control whatsoever on the map right now if you are FaZe. And you're starting to look at that clock. A minute left to go. Live's not an issue, but you don't have like 2 points of progression like you did the time before, right? Where it's just like you need one-ditch effort, and it's just multi-kill after multi-kill for Kleenex. They take any more down. It'll end with 2. Insight still back here. Simp jumps out, able to chow and win the fight. Can Hixie bring it back a little bit into their favor? He's able to do that, but Slasher gets a pick as well. So now finally you get out of it if you are FaZe. Okay, never mind.
Well, they deal with this, but they do have bedroom control. It's a big kill by Slasher, right? He's able to find that first pick. Can he keep this up? We know on this map, it just takes 1 moment. 1 moment to lose B, and there we go. 3 gonna go down. Scrap. He's the last player alive in a position. Kleenex off a spawn through main. You have Simp on the pinch. We'll see what he can find, but he has taken all the gunfights. Give it to him. It's Scrap. Gonna deal with the front side of the push. All 4 dead. Here we go. 10 seconds left. Ultra trying to hold on, the best defensive team in the league, and it looks like they have done it. Ultra up 2-1.
And you just saw when they got the wave of kills, they just sent it forward. So like if we get any kills, just catching them sprinting towards the point, this one is done. They do it beautifully, and now a 2-1 edge. Now for FaZe, I mean, it becomes real big. You won that map 1, because now at least you get to your pick. When you talk about Mercado for the map 4, but what really is your biggest takeaway there from the control?
Well, I think just on their offenses for Ultra, they didn't really allow FaZe to get comfortable. There was the one moment, I think early in round number 1 when they went up 5 lives, but they dealt with the sort of pinches over at A. There was always 2 minutes or a lot of lives remaining on their attack. And then just, yeah, as we said, sort of the 3-4 downs. They were all individually winning their fights. And yeah, it's just a couple of key one-on-ones.
To me, it felt like at times, like, Simp like got his. Like, he's going to be the guy that's going to take those pinch routes and stuff. And he would like get to a spot and get a kill or two, but like the rest of the team got wiped so many times. I think you saw it there at the end, but he was working the pinch. By the time he got there, he gets a kill, but Scrap's already picked up 2. I don't know if it's like the timing was off a little bit for FaZe, or it's just like you were able to deal with your front line first as mattered for Ultra, and then you worry about Simp type thing. Because like a lot of the like 2 kills from Simp didn't matter that much, or so it felt like, at least when it came to the objective.
Yeah, just defensively, they did not allow FaZe to get into a comfortable position. They never really had bedroom control whatsoever, and you're going to see right there, just right from the get-go in that round, Hixie on the big flank. But this out of Scrap right here, these two, because there's no one bedroom side. He's kind of the last player at the desk. And the fact he finds 2 allows his teammates to get to the, to the front line, to work towards bedroom, and then, yeah, sprint at me. You have to get on the point.
And I think Simp like had just killed 1 like on the bench, and if his teammates had stayed alive, suddenly you're spinning in circles. If you're Ultra, you're trying to deal with it all, but they pick it all up due to the win in the fight at the front. What an excellent job there from Toronto Ultra. Now in control of our series, and I think if you're one of the guys that, was a part of a lot of the early battles, and then, you've gone through the blender of just getting smoked by FaZe over the last couple of years, you can taste it. It's like Scrap is new to this war. Kleenex was born in it. It's like
I don't really know if it's a war anymore. Yeah, they're just trying to get on the board. They're trying to get on the board. It's been very one-sided, but here we go, a chance. But it's Mercado Hardpoint. This is FaZe's pick, but let's be honest, this is still a very good map for Toronto Ultra. Well, they played this 12 times on the year, 7-5. But again, coming into this, and well, even map number 1, FaZe, they are undefeated against this Ultra team in Hardpoint.
Yeah, and that's the side of the matchup where I don't really feel confident about FaZe and Hardpoint against most like top teams, or like any team really. When it comes to Hardpoint, they've just been so all over the place, but they've owned the matchup here.
When this FaZe team loses series, it's usually they're dropping that control, right? I think the only time it really didn't happen recently was yesterday versus Seattle Surge, but that goes all the way to around 11.
Well, I think this just reminds me sometimes of like, what you love about like NBA matchups, like just how different teams can match up, like where FaZe will have the edge in search and control over most teams. It's a hard point. They are vulnerable. Here it's just so much different. Now you're relying on these hard points if your FaZe have a chance to get to a map 5, and what an awesome map 5 it could be if we get there. But just, I don't know, one of the things you love about COD is how these teams can match up so differently against each other. Mercado. Here we go.
Well, when we talk about this map, all about sort of the big rotations. But there you can see there, look at that, 2nd and 4th for Toronto Ultra, 7-5. For FaZe, 6-4 overall. Well, they're not really rotating or breaking.
Yeah.
But I think that just goes to say like how close this map can be no matter what.
Oh, true. Seen so many just wild swings here over the course of the weekend as well. But Ultra now, can you put them away? And you want to so badly just get it done here. I know you're playing with some confidence after the map 2 search going into a map 5, if that were the case, but you want to just get this done and move on. Scrap out the window, beams on point, guy not missing right now. What a young, talented player he is.
And those are 2 huge kills. Just Simp and BC, they want to run right down that middle tunnel. They want to flip spawn towards P2, or at least focus Toronto Ultra to have to worry about them. But Simp right off of spawn goes right back to it. The pressure on him. Now it's on Kleenex. Spawn's going to flip. Well, he's got to play his life. Time being soaked up. Nice shots on the slasher. But Abizi there quickly for the trade.
Yeah, those are some great shots. You have another one-on-one on the alley side of the map. I mean, just Simp that took that one. He's able to take out Hixie, so kind of locks out that lane. Now, most of the pressure going to be coming from Tunnel or starting to develop. We'll see how it fans out for this Ultra team. Back alley for now dealt with. Simp is locking down Barber. It's just soaking up time inside the point. Simp is going to drop, but now the focus of FaZe players is going to have to shift a bit. Able to deal with Tunnel, who's going to pick up back alley.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a nice pinch. It's a nice pitch. They hit it from every single direction, and there is the break from Toronto Ultra. But all spawn again, Simp has found so many multi-kills throughout this series. I mean, without him, who knows what this is looking like, but he keeps them alive inside the point. Now on rotation, aBeZy already here. Well, dealing with this player on the table is not fun.
Trying to take him out. Scrap's shot has been so good. He's able to do it there. Maybe strength a little bit too wide if you are aBeZy. Gave him the opening to the shots. Table not at play. Slasher will get his first kill though in this one. Knock knock. Scrap continues to be hot. 7-5 now. And they're just spinning aBeZy around. He's just trying to find it finally. Able to hunt him down, but you still have this in control. You're tallying up the points right now if you were Ultra, but that's going to be 2 down. Hixie. Oh, no! Dear mother of God!
And well, that allows Simp to get on the point. He wins that one-on-one, and then Simp with another double headshot out of Simp, up to 9-4. There is the break, and yeah, Hixie just runs out of ammo. Then off a spawn, you gotta run into Cell and the Godheady. Good luck with that.
Listen, before it was Simp the Jetpacker, the first tag I saw was Simp the Sick Joke.
Now it's Simp the headshot machine. What is this guy doing?
Dude, it's
somebody check his controller.
It is truly unbelievable. Now 60-point advantage as the kills flowing for Atlanta FaZe. Barber getting ready to pop. CleanX inside. He's got players all around to deal with. Just trying to be sneaky here at the truck. Slasher meets his maker. CleanX right back inside. Nice little stun out. Gonna chow out every day of the week. Can't quite get away. CleanX didn't work.
Yeah, much needed from Toronto Ultra on that rotation. Able to find all 4 kills. Probably a little frustrated there if you are Atlanta FaZe, because I mean, you have that hill, you get into that setup, you have back parking a lot. It is looking good. But as soon as I say that, it is 3 dead. Right down the middle comes aBeZy, and there's 4. There is the break for FaZe.
Well, I know just like talking to Crowder and the FaZe guys a bit, like they've obviously been putting time into the hard point. That is where they need to improve. You know, speaking of Chris, like if they are going to be a team that is winning championships, the hard point has got to be better. That is where they've been lazy at times. They've been really focusing on getting better. You're seeing some of it right now.
I mean, you're seeing sort of the FaZe breaks that we've always known. A lot of the times it's just kind of coming down to those holds. But now,
yeah, true. I'm not even sure it's great. The hard point they're playing, they're just sort of piecing when they get to the point. So yeah, Scratcher, the guy said.
There we go. Slasher, he's going to find 2, and maybe another break coming in. He's just going to try to jump across. Well, Hixie is there, but it's down to 1 more player on CleanX, and he's able to win the first one. Simp now off a spawn. And well, he knows he's all alone. The trades, though, go the way of Ultra.
You need this time, and you need it desperately. You can get right back towards that 100-point mark if you are Toronto Ultra. Felt like FaZe were absolutely starting to run away with this, but here is the answer that you needed from Ultra. Finally, like a moment goes down where it doesn't feel like Simp or aBeZy are flying at you when you're just trying to battle for control. Nice win there from Hixie. Tack in hand, 3 kills through for Ultra. Now the fight on the other side of the map. Cellium able to do it from the window.
Yeah, I mean, CleanX, if he's able to get inside a Cantina and just control up top or down low, play his life on rotation, that would just be so annoying. But Cell able to win his 2nd gunfight on rotation. Scrap looking for this. They're going to find the rest of this scrap time. Only be down around 30. A nice opener. And well, with that, there we go. Maybe a break chance here at P6. And well, this is a huge money hill. Ultra, they can take the lead here.
Oh yeah, this is swung on its head. It seems to have happened so quickly. Where did he go? Able to chase him down. Another one to chow. CleanX can't quite take it as aBeZy. Up to the task with the headshot. Just continuing to soar in. Just pre-aimed his Hixie inside. Lean change looming if they can continue to hold. You've got numbers here for the time if you are Ultra, but the pick from Slasher might turn things on its head.
Yeah, here comes a nice big push, but you can already see the way Simp is playing. He's playing very passive. He knows they're going to play around parking lot. does not want to give them that rotation, but there's going to be 2 dead. Abizi's going to win the next gunfight. You have back alley control, though, from Ultra.
Yeah, they just give this up. They just gave it up.
There's the lead change. Yeah, FaZe, they are investing for this next hill. But the last couple of rotations, right? You look at the first Barber rotation, and even right there, they have gotten broken a little bit too easily.
Where things were looking so good for FaZe, now a distant memory. The run is here from Ultra. Into the hard point goes Abizi. There's a team kill in one of those, so it's going to be 2 for 2 for now. Great job from Slasher there to stop maybe a break. Because it was what?
Yeah, you had 2
First 2 from Ultra, but with the team kill, might have been costly.
You had the 2 down, and yeah, just such a tough spot. You know, if you have a main AR back there, good luck dealing with the cars. Good luck dealing with so many different angles that they can play from on the hill. Abizi, I think he pulls out another tack on this hill just to help deal with the push. But they're going to retake the lead. This is the way Mercado always goes. But you have a nice contest here. How you have 3 players from Ultra inside a garage, but Cell cutting them down.
Oh, yeah, he's chopping them down. All right, that's going to be a triple. It'll be a nade that rounds it out. Big play there from Cell at 22 and 16. As FaZe trying to do what they can with this lead, but it's been a game of swings. It's Ultra trying to put FaZe to bed. To an Ultra, listen, in we go.
One's RV. Nice. Lifehouse. Yeah, be annoying. One's RV, might go back alley. Yeah, he's already P4 as well. Different guy. He's gone. He went back to P4 Cell, I think. Might come back. Cell's P4, yeah, Mr. Last guy Mid heady.
I want you, bro.
Mid heady. He's pitching the house.
Okay. I can't do that shit. Okay.
Yeah, he's still mid heady. He's still there, Jeremy. Mid heady, hedge, Charlie, top of that. Nice. Simple hedge. I don't see hedge. Mid heady again. Hedging gate somewhere. He's still mid heady gate. He's still hedge somewhere.
I'll see him.
One guy was gate.
Left side mid heady. He's town up right.
He could be on time. Could be on time, watch out, boys.
Get this time here.
Time got me, one's yellow
really
truck, yellow van,
oh yeah, yellow van. Weak grenade, nice, still could be on time.
Yeah, last time, I think.
Time, okay, yeah,
last
cut
him,
he's gonna be there.
Yo, you get back alley, top out.
Okay, bring me top.
Yeah, one mid code now.
Can you help me now?
Not really.
Well, got the quick game.
Fuck, bro.
He could be involved, he could be involved.
Top
I'm slowing top. Yeah, I'm slowing top.
Yeah, low R to me.
Come on. Nothing up top, boys, nothing up top.
Table's dead.
Nice,
I'm getting new. Let's do it. Come on, let's do this, boys.
Yeah, P4 dead.
Nice.
Abizi. I'm looking at that. Careful hedge, bitch, boys. I still want back alley.
Still looking for
Abizi. Could be hedge. I'm gonna go top, I'm getting top.
They can eat you close hill, by the way.
Cross the stairs.
They can eat you close hill, I don't have that.
Flat stairs.
Yeah. Last stairs on me. Watch your top, save one. Be out now. Watch your top. Close time, Abizi. Let's do it.
Tunnel on top.
He went out top. Hit stunned. On zip top. Smashed open. Dead side hill, dead.
Nice, all their side, all back alley.
Two back alley.
One more close.
Up in type.
Low.
Keep it up. Make a push.
Still low. There's
double on me. Yeah, they're trying. Make a push. Yeah, just looking for a nade, bro. Left chest. Open left.
It was 7 in a row from Kleenex. The comms were on point, but Step just a double headshot. As he continues to find the kills, his headshots all around the feed. Everybody just popping domes right now.
Yeah, but here's the thing, 20 seconds left. You invested 3 players over on this side of the map, does Atlanta FaZe. So Ultra, they are gifted this for free on rotation, only down 40. Very calm comms from what we know on the side of Toronto Ultra. One player trying to sneak through, that's gonna be Cell. But they're gonna know his position now. Here comes the break attempt. Here comes the break attempt on the hill, and well, it's Sip and Abizi. The tiny terrorists trying to get inside. And well, they find a couple of kills. But Hicksy, the newcomer, able to take them both down.
Oh, the nade hits, the shots are crisp. Down 10 now. Next wave coming in here. Cellium is able to find 2 openers. You've got numbers towards the point for now. Picking up the cutoffs is going to be Abizi. The rest of the boys sitting in on 4, just trying to at least get the contest, and they'll be into the point. Insight staying alive as long as he can, but he will drop. And this is big time, because this gets you to what, 240? And you've just got to set up. You don't really have a choice. You're going to throw the streak into this now if you were Kleenex.
Well, I thought he was going to try to get him off of old. You have 2 players, Sip and Abizi, at new. They are all by their lonesome. But also, they got to go. They got to try to get on the hill. They're able to find one, but Cell quickly is here. So the last player alive will be Kleenex, but he's all by himself. His teammates spawn out as FaZe get aggressive through the back parking lot. And here we go. Kleenex and Ixie able to hold on.
You had the slightly closer spawn if you were FaZe. They're off to the races, but this angle, Scrap just able to get shots into him as they cross. Can he take down another? He does. He's able to get 2. Here we go. The big pushes down the stretch, 240, 240. Next gunfight inside. It's Big Hixie that's able to win it. 5 more now needed for Ultra. Can they hold on? Slasher with a big
boy.
rally.
Oh, he got it.
They don't contest in time. And Ultra takes it.
Damn.
It has been a long time coming on land for the Ultra boys, but they finally take them down. They win 2, 3, and 4. And I mean, you outslay them if you're Atlanta FaZe. I think there's some rotations they're probably frustrated with. That second P2.
I mean, they were up like, what, 70, 80 at one point?
Yeah, and that second P2, you had Kleenex and Scrap kind of spawn up. And I don't think they knew they were there. And then Kleenex goes on a 7 spree, able to earn the cruise, just gives them that info. But then even at Barber, right, there was just one player left, one player alive. His teammates spun across the map.
Well, it's just you got one that got to like the mid cut, and like he was able to like get shots, and so now you saw it was Sim that tried to snap and like deal with that first. They didn't have a clean run to get across. They had a clean run to get across. They were able to like 3-on-1 deal with it, probably get set up, but they just couldn't get there. There was like one Ultra player that was close enough to just kind of help him inside of the point.
I'll tell you what, big props to Hixie, because I think he had a couple of moments there inside of Tin, inside of Barber there at the end where he finds a multi-kill. He's 23 and 22, 2 minutes on the hill, had some huge multi-kills on Simp and Abizi. Maybe a huge confidence boost for this young player.
And this is just so big for Ultra, just in the scheme of the season and the scheme of this matchup. And it just feels to like maybe justify the change where some people were questioning it maybe when it first happened. Is this going to work out? Well, guess what? You're in a final.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of people, you know, playing FaZe in a best of 7 with a couple of controls and a couple of SDs, that's the way, you know, they took down Thieves. That's where it gets a little bit scary, but a best of 5, something like that can happen.
And when you're so good in search and control, if that ends up being a rematch in the final, you're still feeling pretty damn good if you are Ultra. But on stage, we've got Miles with interview. It's Scrap.
Sorry, I was just gazing lovingly into this fantastic Call of Duty player's eyes. Scrap, congratulations, man. I don't know where to start. First and foremost, you broke the Search and Destroy record. Someone had to do it. You guys nailed it. How do you feel?
Feels great. You know, we put a lot of hard work into our S&D. Hasn't really showed Major 1 or Major 2. And, you know, Major 3 qualifiers, we came out and, you know, we got it done.
Hey, man, you've been talking the talk for a while. This certainly was the moment you guys walked the walk. What changed for the squad? Because it's been a little up and down. You know, you've been maybe not a favorite coming into this, but you've definitely been one of the heavy hitters. What has been the biggest difference maker for you as a squad coming into this major?
Sheesh. I don't really know, to be honest. You know, Charlie coming in really helped us. You know, he has I think what Jamie said yesterday, he might be a rookie, but he's got a veteran mindset. He's brought a lot to our team. Not so much about like maybe gun skill people might see, but more brains. And yeah, it's just, I don't really know, bro. I don't even know what to say right now.
I bet you got me feeling fantastic. Top 2 placement guaranteed. You're sitting in that grand finals. You have a while now. You're going to be chilling. You're going to be watching the matches. What are you going to do? And is there a team you'd rather face in that grand finals?
You know, we're just going to be chilling, maybe shooting some bots in the back, having some fun, listening to music. And, you know, I would love to play OpTic. I love hearing the crowd. It's fun to play against them. So, yeah.
We have your family in the audience as well, I understand. Is there anything you want to say to them and the fans before we go?
Yeah, shout out my mom, my aunt, my girl. They've been my blessing this weekend, and I love them.
Congratulations again, man. Enjoy the victory, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Back to the desk.
Toronto Ultra, they get the job done. They break the record of S&D. They hadn't lost since Major 1. I mean, come on. Could you ask for a better story? This Major continues to be nutty.
I mean, we set it up with the history of these two teams and how bad Atlanta have beaten Toronto in the past. We're like, is this the time Toronto can do it? They just did it. And talk about breaking their search and destroy streak. The way they played the S&D was so good. We're in the green room. We're watching like, Kleenex just keeps hitting the same round. He's playing top money or he's hitting bottom doors every single round. And you have to play relentless against Atlanta FaZe to get it done. Just a wild outcome, man. 3-1.
3-1, Ali. Let's go back to that search and destroy, though, because that was the big moment. That was when I looked and I was like, oh, man, Toronto Ultra actually might be able to do this.
I think what's so insane about the series is when you look at the layout, you're looking at Toronto Ultra and you're like, okay, you have to take all the respawns, right? With the win streak that Atlanta FaZe was on, it's just more viable to say you have to win those game modes 1, 3, and 4. But Toronto Ultra, they go down 0-1, they lose that hotel 250 to 197, and you start getting worried. You're like, now we're heading to search and destroy. You're heading to LSELO, their second best SND in map number 2. You lost it 6-1 last time. Like, if you're a Toronto Ultra fan, you're freaking worried. We get in there, what is it? It's a 6-3 dominant showing by Toronto Ultra. They look comfortable all the way through. I mean, just like Ann said, CleanX just kept getting aggressive, just kept stopping Atlanta FaZe in their tracks, and I mean, just a beautiful map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, the playmaking is on point, right? I think there was like a few rounds where like Toronto Ultra playing a little bit slow and letting guys like Sim make moves, and then Sim's picking up 3 pieces in the feed, but then also you have Scrap being hyper aggressive with the TAC 56 in hand, actually trying to jump on Atlanta FaZe and their setups, and once you start making those plays, once CleanX starts taking those dead silence routes, they can make the magic happen, and obviously, still a nail biter, still a 10-point game in the hard point. It is not easy to take them down, but I mean, hey, Ultra came out, take care of business. That is the best series they've had all year.
And then also, like, just once again, a solid control performance. I think that's 7 in a row now for the Toronto Ultra, the best control team in the game. Coming into this one, it's like, all right, we're going to have to steal some respawns. Well, they did too. 10-point hard point, like you said, but a relatively comfortable hotel control.
I mean, you got to give it to Toronto Ultra. They're that much closer to securing a victory. Hixie's got to be ecstatic. When I saw him walk out with that Conor McGregor walk, I was like, okay, I think he's feeling all right. He's feeling confident, feeling good. Scrap is always, I mean, it seems like he's always pumped up and ready to go. Even seeing him backstage when they were, you know, potentially behind in a series, he still was like, dude, we got it. We're focused. We're ready to gun it up. So good on him for doing so. This team is looking amazing. Atlanta FaZe, their job just got a little bit harder. Let's go to our scup play of the game. And, well, it's going to be Toronto Ultra breaking FaZe's S&D streak. That was the biggest storyline about FaZe coming in to this major, and well, that S&D streak doesn't exist anymore, Chance.
I mean, it's just on point as well, especially to do it on LSELO, right? Because I think you always get to choose which one you want to ban against Atlanta FaZe. So getting a win, getting the confidence, and just proving, not just to yourselves, but maybe even the rest of the league of like, hey, it is actually possible to take this team down. And now you can actually put a seed of doubt in Atlanta FaZe's mind. They're going to have to start second-guessing themselves.
Yeah, and just so well played as well. Like, there were a couple rounds where they tried to like ISO slasher. We saw Scrappy take out the sniper, look left side towards tower, and then we see CleanX close in on him from top balk, right? So clearly have the research. There's so many Acelos we've seen from FaZe, and they're prepared.
And obviously not giving them the opportunity either as well. Atlanta FaZe are some of the most iciest, clutchest players on their team. That's why they were so undefeated in Search and Destroy. There's so many opportunities. I'm sitting there and like Toronto's 4 players up, but 2 by Atlanta FaZe, and it's like, okay, just you don't have to die. Like, you just stay where you are. You have the numbers. I feel like that's where a lot of teams misstep against Atlanta FaZe. They just try to end the round as fast as possible, hunt out the Atlanta FaZe players, and that's a situation that Atlanta FaZe thrives in. So Toronto Ultra keeping the composure.
Keep it simple, stay put, and just hold your ground 10 toes down. I like that. Let's take a look at our bracket because things are starting to get spicy. We're moving along. Toronto Ultra, the first team in grand finals. Atlanta FaZe dropped down. Boston Breach to OpTic Texas, right? That's our next matchup. There's a chance we get OpTic Texas versus FaZe. That could be crazy, but Boston Breach just the same.
Listen, as crazy as that would be, they have to focus at the task at hand, get their revenge on Boston Breach. That is no easy feat. It's going to get interesting. I think Boston might have just started setting up on stage. The crowd's going nuts.
I think we're to the point anytime we even just say Boston Breach or Beans, the crowd is just like, hold up a second, slow down, right? We're still here in the home ground of OpTic Texas. Hey, let's go ahead and look, we got a lot of great sponsors, and let's talk about Upper Deck because I want to get you all involved specifically when it comes to your digital collection. You can start it today. It's that 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck. They're the official trading card partner of the CDL. Collect your favorite teams and players on UpperDeckEPack.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Plus, we've got that Shinobi bundle. I still have to pick it up once I get back home ASAP. You can channel your inner ninja with the Shinobi Tracer Pack. You'll get 2 Tracer blueprints, tuned for speed and stealth, and the Shadowy Operator's skin, which you'll be blended in without question. We have another series to get through, and now we're dropping down to the elimination bracket. I'm talking about OpTic Texas. I'm talking about Boston Breach. A rematch from day number 1. Who's going to end up ahead? We'll find out after the break. welcome back everybody to the Call of Duty League Major 3, the OpTic Texas Major here at the Esports Stadium, Arlington. We're about to head into an amazing series in the elimination bracket. We have OpTic Texas versus Boston Breach, looking to earn that wonderful trophy you just saw on your screen. The crowd's pumped up, they're ready, it's a full house. Everybody waited in line this morning, and well, this is what they were waiting in line for. Let's see what this crowd is going to bring, because Green Wall has not let down, and I got to say, OpTic, since the Green Wall has really lit up, Merc, has just been unstoppable, it seems.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, it started off a little bit rocky, or very rocky, and it was against this Boston Breach team. I think the first couple of days were rough, even that London series, but I think yesterday, yeah, changed kind of my opinion of them. They looked a lot better. Hook was frying, so we'll see, though, you know, the consistency of it. Was it a one-day thing? Can they bring it here today?
Let's see if they can. I mean, hey, we've got to start the discussion. Boston Breach, OpTic Texas, you said it best. They faced off against each other on Thursday. Let's recap that. That was a 3-0, and not a beatdown in my opinion, right? It was very close, 252-12, 6-5-3-2. I thought OpTic Texas put a tremendous fight. Boston Breach was just a little bit too much.
You can kind of take it either way when it comes to the series. You can say the Boston, you know, they won 3-0, so they should feel comfortable in this matchup, but you can look at it from the other angle. The fact that Beans and Awakening both respectively dropped to 1.32, a 3.4 in Surge for Beans, and a 1.41 in Control, and it was still this close. You can look at it from that angle. I mean, that's a 40-point hard point. That's a one-round Search and Destroy where Beans had to drop 17. That's a one-round Fortress Control that won't be in this series coming up, so
sure.
You can look at it either way.
100%. It won't be in this series, but actually what will be in this series? Because I know, Nameless, you've kind of been wanting to hit on the maps and modes, specifically to relate it to those 3 maps that were played on Thursday. So I want to go ahead and bring those up just so we can kind of take a peek.
Sure.
That tells the story to me.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at these maps and modes, we're not going to have Fortress. You know, you guys can clap for that, but we do have El Asilo this time around. OpTic they had to pick the Control. Obviously, they don't want to go back to that one. And then also looking at this, that Bagra hardpoint is going to be huge. When we look at that map, OpTic looked great at it versus Seattle. Boston, traditionally, that's been one of their lockup maps, right? So OpTic have an opportunity there. I think this is all about just winning your map picks, man. Because when we get to that Mercado hardpoint, OpTic, they definitely have the advantage with how Hook has been looking. He's been the playmaker on the map, hitting those rotations. If you're OpTic, I think you want to avoid that game 5. You really do not want to go to Fortress S&D.
I mean, sort of to that point, I definitely agree with that map number 1. I think it's going to be up to the SMGs and see who kind of comes out with the fire right off the bat. But that map number 2, number 5, I mean, Texas is number 1 defensive team on both of those Search and Destroys. They're number 1 offensive on that hotel. So they're getting some of their best maps here throughout this entire series. So I really don't hate this lineup for them.
Let's talk about our rookies, though. That's kind of been the highlight of this tournament. The rookies making deep runs. We've had, all of our rookies, literally all of our rookies, top 4. That's a special thing for me, Merc. Let's talk Beans, though, because he's on Boston Breach. And, you know, despite the Green Wall, you know, they're definitely being loud in the opposite way, unsupportive for Beans, which makes sense. He's taken that, and he's used that energy for the best.
No, he definitely has. I mean, especially in that series. But I will tell you what, in the series that they lost versus Toronto Ultra, he got fried, right? It was kind of the opposite. He was plus 26 versus OpTic, and then minus 28 versus Ultra, right? Where they just did not look that great. You know, so maybe Beans is trying to bounce back here, trying to, you know, he knows he had a bit of an off day. They bounced back last night versus the Vegas Legion. He has a much better series. But yeah, this could rely a lot on the ARs of the Boston Breach.
So we look at the entire roster, right? At least KD's 4 major number 3 Nameless. What stands out to you? Nero's been prime, right? I mean, the entire, it seems like Awakening too.
So Nero's stats are always going to stand out to me if he has above a 1, like 1.08, 1.1, just because the way that he plays, he's so aggressive and in your face. Like Nero and Vivid, they've always been known for that, putting up those high engagements, and that's kind of what you need, like relentless challenging when you go up against players like Luke and Shotzi. When we talk about Luke and Shotzi and what they were able to do, like sometimes they can drop strategy and just pummel you, right? So Nero and Vivid can do the same thing, right? So we got to start showing them their respect as well.
If they both start doing that, like, yo, this is going to be an explosive match, but they're literally just flying at each other. We very well could have that, but things do need to change from the last time they played. And actually, I'll pass it to you, Mark. The last time Boston Breach, OpTic Texas met up, like we said, at 3-0, we've kind of covered that, but what needs to change this time around for OpTic Texas?
Well, I think they need to be a little bit more disciplined. I feel like you saw that yesterday. The maps, they were trying to figure the maps out big time, got rid of that control. You know, the Asilo control will be interesting because in the qualifiers, Boston Breach were perfect on it, but then they showed a big weakness versus Ultra, losing that 3-0. So I think figuring out the maps was one thing, but it feels like day by day, this roster is getting more comfortable, especially especially, Ghosty. It feels like he looked, better and better every single match.
Ghosty, great talking point. The rookie on the opposite side for OpTic. A lot of pressure on this man, Ali, and I think he's rising up to the occasion. Seems like OpTic's getting better and better. This is a big event for Ghosty to prove himself.
It's been a slow burn. It's been a slow ride for OpTic Texas right now. Each series is looking a little bit cleaner as the step up the stairs goes. I mean, versus Boston Breach, that was where I had my biggest criticism for this team. I was like, it feels like the basics of fundamentals was lost. It felt like, we weren't getting that straight control on FSC. They weren't trying to early rotate. They weren't prioritizing money hills. You move into the search and destroy. It didn't feel like there was a whole lot of calm to the chaos. There wasn't a whole lot of strategy. It was just a lot of running. So it seems they've learned from that series, and since then, just slowly been getting better. And Dan has to be that player to watch because he's going against a very explosive Boston Breach team. They need to expect the Boston that they got day one. They cannot expect the Boston that went against Toronto Ultra. They need to expect the Boston that put them down in the first place and come out here firing.
I agree with that. OpTic Texas, we take a look at their major 3 KDs. Obviously, we've been telling the story of Hook, Shotzi, Nameless. They've been stepping it up.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is, you look at Ghosty's KDs, like, that stuff doesn't matter for him because it's not his job to get kills.
That's right.
They get so many kills. It's just his job on the team is to be a leader in those comms, calm them down, make sure they're making disciplined plays. And it seems like that has gotten better, at least from the qualifying stage yesterday. Like I said, if they finished the tournament yesterday, OpTic would have ran through everybody. Can they find consistency today? Can they fix their mistakes from when they played Boston? These are things that we've questioned at times with this OpTic team. With no coaching staff, with younger players and no veteran leadership, how do you bounce back from tough spots? This will answer a lot of those questions versus Boston.
Well, let's go back to our rookie discussion. Let's compare Beans versus Ghosty in terms of our stats that we're looking at. And I love, Nameless, that you said it's not up to Ghosty to pick up those kills, right? And same thing for Beans potentially, but he can slay out as well. Ali, what do you think?
I think the great conversation when it comes down to this is that Dan is slowly learning his role when it comes to OpTic Texas, because his role is not to be the Beans, is not to be the huge slayer in the search and destroy. You have Hook and Dashy for that. Hook and Dashy right now respectively 1.62, 1.58 so far during this major in search and destroy. What Ghosty needs to do is rear them back in the fundamentals. I need Ghosty to be calling out at 30 seconds. Screw this time, let's go new. I need Ghosty to be in a power position. I need him to be calling plays. And for being a rookie, being put on this team in that position, it's difficult. It's a lot to ask right off the bat. And I think he's slowly finding his place in that team.
Because you think about how insane it is, Ghosty, coming up from the challengers scene, looking to make a name for himself. All of a sudden, he's put on one of the biggest teams with one of the biggest fan bases in Call of Duty history. And now you got to perform well. You start off being beat 3-0 by Boston Breach. Things are looking, dim, and then all of a sudden now you find yourself top 4. Talk about a turnaround. But let's move into our predictions, all right? This is where things start to get a little bit spicy when it comes to these two. Boston Breach, OpTic Texas. You got to pick one of them, and I'm going to start off the day. Boston Breach was my team day number 1. I thought they were the better team going against OpTic Texas, and I can't go against Beantown again. I'm going Boston Breach once again. I think they're going to beat OpTic Texas. However, the green wall's looking scary, all right? But Boston Breach, I'm going to stay true. I think they got it, Burke.
I think if you would have asked me this Thursday, Friday with what we saw, I would have absolutely gone Boston. Yeah. But with what I saw yesterday with OpTic, I'm going with OpTic Texas. You have that whole crowd buff, but they really did look good. One of the big questions was can they beat one of the top teams? And I mean, they kind of fried Seattle on their map, Fortress Hardpoint. Right. This map number 1 is going to be huge for me.
Can't deny they're looking amazing. Ali, it's always interesting. Who are you going for?
I always have something fun for you, right? You know what? I made the mistake of picking OpTic Texas the first time they went against Boston Breach, so I'm going to go with Boston Breach in this series.
Boston Breach for Ali. I like it.
They're picking up on it.
They're picking up. They really are. Social media's going crazy with it. Nameless, I never know where you're going, baby, so you got the floor. Who you going for?
Listen, man, they've been so
I can't wait for this.
Sometimes these guys wake up and they decide to fry. Just challenging everything. As much as it pains me to say it, I'm going OpTic Texas in the series against the Boston Breach. They fried Seattle. Hook is sitting up there cool as a cucumber, just smiling, bobbing his head. Like, they're coming in, and if they're playing like they did yesterday, they should win this.
I agree with that. I cannot deny the power of the green wall. And let's see what they can bring to the table. Let's get loud, OpTic Texas. Come on. I know you're supporting the Boston Breach fans if you're out there.
Let's wake up
they
here.
They need your energy, too. Let's get up. Maven, let's bring in the teams.
How we doing? Now listen, don't hate me, but day 1, it wasn't good. There wasn't a whole lot of brick by brick. It was bean by bean. He was inside you, just dominating. But hey, it's a different day. It is a rematch now. Can OpTic get it done? Can they make this run on Championship Sunday here in front of the home crowd? But let's get it going. Let's meet our teams. First and foremost, the villains, Boston Breach. Vivid, Beats, Awakening, and Nero.
Listen, Beans absolutely fried the Green Wall last time he went up against him, but also there's another demon on that stage, and that is Big Wake. If you look at his stats, he has been frying, and he wants to make a statement here. The Boston Breach are ready to go. Now it's time for the Green Wall. Maven, bring him out.
And now what you've all been waiting for, the team trying to make the run. OpTic Texas. Ghosty, Shotzi, Dashy, and Hoop.
Dashy and Shotzi have been in this position before in front of their home crowd, and last time they took home the trophy. There's 2 new bricks in that wall though, and it's going to be up to Hook and Dan Ghosty. I'm ready to get this match started.
It is time. The rematch is on. It is Championship Sunday as they push for all the marbles to our casters. Brycey and Todd.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, we are here in the arena. It is all green all the way down. Both sides of the stage, the fans, myself, everything is green today. Was it green wall or bean wall? That is the only question that remains.
I missed the memo clearly on the green front, but we're very excited to get into this one. It is a difficult one to call, both these two teams. At different fortunes, I want to say a slow start for the side of OpTic Texas, but Boston Breach steady away, then losing a game, a very close one against Ultra, bounced back last night, both of them coming off comfortable wins. I feel like this is going to be a different story to what we've seen in the first game when these guys played up against each other. Of course, on Thursday, Boston came out and pretty much dominated OpTic. Will that be on their mind, or OpTic forgetting about that and considered their wins back to back to back? The losers run has been solid.
It certainly has. There have been questions asked of can OpTic rise to the occasion. It didn't look good first day. There are a couple of shaky maps along this journey, but yesterday against Seattle Surge, OpTic changed people's minds, mine included, to look like one of the titans in this tournament. Top 4 so far. How much further can these two teams go? We're going to find out.
Yes, let's
Fortress,
go.
Fortress, Fortress. OpTic Texas, according to Beans, are being lured into this one. Seattle did not turn up against OpTic last night. Boston say, yeah, thank you very much. Their 6-2 record will give them utter confidence heading into this one. This should be a banger. Crowd, get me into this one. Here we go.
Oh, I've so done that.
First off, we'll start, but it doesn't matter. P1 is where we begin our battle. The heavyweights are going to be throwing haymakers. And the green wall will be looking to lock down P1. Keep an eye on that mini-map, though. The P2 is what both teams will be keeping that positioning for.
Keep an eye on that P2 especially. We've seen the rotation from 2 to 3 yesterday from OpTic. One Sublime, it's not a bad start from Hook with 2 kills underneath his belt, keeping the spawns to P2. Potentially lock Boston in here.
We saw them against Surge yesterday. OpTic really put the hammer down. This time, though, they are fighting back. You can see Boston getting a little bit of time, but they're going to be wiped out of this one. The most important thing here for OpTic is going to be that P2 rotation.
We're in a really good spot here. OpTic are able to lock down the areas of the map they need to, and now Boston Breach are going to spawn in an awkward little position. Beans is able to find one, but he's the only one who can get to spawn over towards open. So Boston Breach are a lot closer than OpTic may consider.
They're looking for it. Duke trying to hold the door. He knows the challenge coming in as well. Beans will find the first. The trades are coming through, and Shotzi will find it with Dashy. And that is just enough to hold on to it. You can see the rest of Boston now looking to try and wrap this P2.
They're going to have one wrap around the back, and I'd imagine they'll start to try and contest in the middle of the map. Kills starting to fall away. It's a 2-for-2 so far. Shotzi trying to stay alive, but good spawns here still for OpTic when you consider P3. They're in a good spot. 44 points to their name. Dashy.
Let's go. Let's go.
Bruce lighting up the main stage to kick off.
Let's fucking go, Bruce.
And yesterday, they did this versus Surge. It is not a fluke. It is just the way things are as Dashi continues to go to work with a bullet missed. Eventually shut down to Awakening, but it doesn't matter. The rotation is in. OpTic are in P3. They have control. It is a hard break for Boston.
And this is what worked out so well for them yesterday. The P2, they flip Boston towards the back. They've got perfect row. Over towards 3. Shotzi locking down gate. We'll find one potential break here for the side of Boston.
Big Wake only finds 2, and it's a big fight up top. Duke staying alive, but Beans will eventually go down. There's a little bit of a spawn out for both sides. It's parallel spawns. They're going to know this, but OpTic fill the kill feed. Only Beans remains against Shotzi, but he is surrounded and down he goes. No time for Boston.
Really good rotational play outside of OpTic Texas once more. It's what worked out for them against Seattle. It's working out brilliantly to kick off their Sunday here at the Major. Looking down some more time, 15 seconds remaining here. Boston Bridge neatly now gets a good time over towards Cannons in a good spot to start to lock OpTic in if they can do. Will be a very big moment for Boston if they can find some good time here.
All right, 100-point game, boys. Don't choke.
In the last couple of games, this might become a veto for the rest of the teams. They were
We have
not
a
expecting
tendency
it.
of doing that.
The Boston Breach, a way back into this potentially. A full 60 here will do them justice. But they still have to hold off the green wall. Beans desperate trying to get out of it. Dashi will take him down. They are forced to back up. Nero looking for him.
Yes.
Dashi doesn't miss.
14 and 7 from Bruce so far. The crowd showing their appreciation in every given moment. Ghosty with
Boys are cooking.
Well. This is getting a little bit out of hand as Vivid will find 2 to maybe slow things down. But it's another break. It's 120 and rising for OpTic Texas. The lead is above 100 already. Boston Bridge are here and heading over towards the Blacksmith. They're trying to lock some good time in, but they haven't been able to deal with the slaying levels of
Dashi is 15 and 8, and Ghosty is 13 and 6,
and that's exactly what's
7.
happening to Boston right now.
Those boys are cooking.
Get up against either Ghosty or Dashi. They fall like weed. Let's find out though how the green wall is feeling. This is a listening with OpTic Texas.
I'm playing for nerd. Where are you guys spawn? I'm playing a nerd. Watch it, big nerd. Get time if you can. Somebody get time.
What's gate? He's getting up benches.
Hold your pick or drive your phone.
Let's go. Oh, yes.
Yo, one guy's spawn trapping, going for maps. Going for maps. Yo, open it up. Where's he going? He's behind the box and on time. There's 2 on time. 2 on time right now. Nice. Nice hit. Let's fucking go, man.
Okay, one's going top stone, one's going bottom darkness.
One guy's white. No. He's white truck. He's white truck coming. I'm top single, brother. Heard you.
Yo, one guy's nerd steps on noon. Nerd on noon.
Top single. I'm looking top single. He's stepped up. Just hurry.
Watching this cross.
And the comms are precise. We go into the second set of rotations, and Boston have only found 35 points. This is no longer looking like a game, it is looking like a mismatch. 21 and 12 for Dashi as he opens up the heavens and delivers divine judgment to Boston.
It's looking so good for OpTic Texas. Boston, as you said, have hardly even had a chance to lock down some good time. They've been broken over and over again. One of the big catalysts for the side of Boston and why they're finding so many wins in this season in general has been Awakening. He's really struggled so far. Dashi just absolutely destroying Boston right now alongside the rest of his teammates. It's looking so good now for OpTic Texas. P1 control is there. They're doing the same thing as they did last time. P2 looking good, although a slip through for Boston. This could be their moment of respite to try and get back into this game. You chain P2 to P3, you're back in it.
Now they are looking. Boston back against the wall. We've seen it come back before, but I don't know if we'll see it again at this major. Right now, OpTic have all the time in the world to try to lock this down. Dashi looking just to thread the needle, finding the player, doesn't need to. His teammate will rock in already, and he's done Vivid out of his socks. Nothing.
Oh my
there
God.
for Boston.
Oh my goodness.
They have to fight for scrap time. It's getting out of control.
This is a grade A bang out.
P3 spawns if you're Boston, but this 25 seconds over towards the side of OpTic is disastrous. Kill starting to flow through now for Shotzi. Does he fight?
Oh my goodness.
Makes the weak, comes back from after dealing with Awakening 2. Rotation starting to come through. Vivid, the only one, the only bastion for this side of Boston Breach left in this point. If this rotation goes to OpTic, it might as well be game.
P1, P2, P3, OpTic have found everything. Boston May has just slowed this down for a second, but
oh my goodness.
He's still alive on a 6 streak, still playing his life, eventually will fall. Shotzi will take up the slack though.
It's bang out.
And there's nothing
oh my
Boston
goodness.
can find. Every single time in the kill feed, it's all OpTic as they fight desperately just to get this scrap time.
It's a good amount of scrap time though. 35 seconds still remaining on this hill. Slight spawn out for Vivid there as well. Over towards the double doors. That's one kill. You'll probably find the second. Can he lock this down? Some decent time for Boston Breach. The first time that we've really seen it. But the problem being OpTic Texas. Yeah,
they just gotta lock down new. Give him this time.
Seconds away from closing out.
There we go.
Dominant performance in map number 1. And has to be past perfect for the side of Boston. They have to ascend into something ridiculous here if they want to try and find the win, but it's looking like all OpTic, the kill feed, lighting up green, but not the green of Boston. OpTic Texas are so deep entrenched. Boston are so far away, and OpTic need 10 points for the win.
10 seconds to destiny. You can run from it, you can hide from it, but it still arrives. The green wall continues to put the hurt onto Boston, and now it's done. Dustin, Championship Sunday. Welcome to the 100 Point Club, Boston Breach.
What a game. That was a bang out.
Domination from the word go. Since you've seen the P2 to P3 that they perfected yesterday, we see a carbon copy from OpTic Texas, but it doesn't extend from 2 to 3, it's 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. Simply outrageous from OpTic. A 1-0 lead, Boston Breach are reeling already.
The question was asked yesterday, what happened to Surge on Fortress Hardpoint? Well, it turns out that OpTic have found a new level on that map. They have found something different. And that may just be Dashi. 31 and 16, 27 non-traded kills, 3,287 damage. I don't know what tag class he's running, but if you are running it in rank, get it now.
We talk about the 4
God damn, Dashi. 31 and 16.
Absurd from Dashi, and when he puts up these level of performances, it's just so hard for any AR duo on the planet to deal with. Awakening and Beans are top tier players. They've been phenomenal for the Boston side ever since their inception into this roster. But they just had no answer whatsoever for Dashi. And this is it. There's 1 and 2. Piece them up. We'll have the third as well. I'll tell you what, Nero, have this as well. Number 4 for Bruce. That is absurd.
It was not close. It was not pretty. It was dominant. Disgusted. Unbelievable.
That's all you can say about it. Boston Breach were very, very flat from the word-go as well. Couldn't find the kills. Rotations went out the window. I think if we went for a listen in, the comms were probably not even brilliant at that stage. You're floundering, you're thinking about map number 2. That's all you can do. OpTic Texas. I don't think we see a lot more Fortress, to be honest with you. That's 2 games in a row. They've blown 2 very good teams out of the water.
Maybe with a good luck charm. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just when we cast Fortress Hardpoint for OpTic, they just absolutely dump the teams. It could be what it is. You know, things happen in Call of Duty. The statistics, by the way, 1.94. It's Championship Sunday. These teams are the top 4 remaining. The disparity in that game was shocking to everybody. No matter how big of a fan you are of OpTic Texas, you did not expect that coming out of the gate. And I'm ready to see what the rest of this series delivers.
And after that as well for Boston, you're heading onto a hotel search and destroy that your record doesn't say a lot about. And we're heading into it with an OpTic Texas perfect record. The crowd enjoying this one, rightfully so. But my goodness me, how on earth do Boston come back from this one? We have OpTic, as mentioned, going on to Hotel. Their record is perfect. Their record in terms of rounds is phenomenal. They'll be feeling super confident on this one, but I will say since the inception of this Boston roster, yes, okay, they've looked okay on Hotel Search and Destroy, but Beans has been a big factor for them with that sniper. But Dashi's also looked very, very good, and in that map number 1, Dashi was above and beyond what Beans was able to bring to the table. Awakening, a really slow game from him in map number 1 as well, not something we come to expect. Backs against the wall here for Boston, but it's a good way to come back if you can find a Search and Destroy and just calm the crowd down. You have to calm them down, or this will get out of hand.
I will just say this for the benefit of the wonderful Texas audience in attendance. Please do not ruin the S&D. Please allow the players to play it out. We do not need cheering or shouting in close situations. Celebrate after and enjoy the competitive integrity with us. This is a beautiful show and we want nothing to tarnish it, because here it comes. It's time for the S&D. We go on to Greenberg Hotel. Currently, OpTic making a big statement in that first map. His S&D is beautiful as well. Do Boston recover? Do OpTic take it to town?
Big thing here for OpTic, as we said, a 2-0 record. To kick off a late start on Hotel Search and Destroy, was one they got rid of from the beginning. But a 12-4 round camp will surely buoy them heading into this game. Onto the defensive side for Boston Breach. OpTic on the attack and starting fast.
Big push for mid-control. Ghosty. Maybe the first line of defense. Everybody's gone a little bit still. Everybody's waiting. There is some information now. They know he's here. On the other side of it.
Let's go.
Against Nero. Gets away with his life. 8 health. And first blood to OpTic. They have the momentum.
63% of the time they are finding these first bloods. And they are converting them 90% of the time. It's a wonderful, wonderful rate. If you're an OpTic fan, Hook will find Awakening as well. The 2v4 scenario now for the side of Boston Breach are surely unattainable. That bomb now goes down over towards A. It is the bait coming out for OpTic. And now Boston Breach have got a lot of work to do.
They have to check so many corners, so many positions. They do not have any information on this side of the map. All they know is there are 3 OpTic players looking for them, and Ghosty already finds Vivid Beans alone in a 1 versus 3.
Nice.
And down he falls.
Good round.
Only 1 kill on the side of Boston. On the side of OpTic, every single player found something.
Teammates for OpTic Texas, everyone doing their part. Shotzi opening up the gates as he often so does. And again, those first blood statistics are going to be something scary for Boston, because on the other side,
Man, it's got to be tough to play against a green wall crowd.
50% of the time are they finding them, and they are not converting them nearly as much. Put it in that perspective, OpTic are converting it 90% of the time, Boston only 60. It's a huge, huge difference. Of course, small sample size for OpTic with the 2 games that we've seen them, but the 2 games we've seen them in have been blowouts so far.
Well, already again, the man they rely upon, Shotzi, comes flying out of the gate, down to Vivid. First blood this time for Boston. Hugh goes for the trade. Somehow still finds it, will eventually fall to Awakening. And
let's go. Good trades.
2. The opening engagements have been thrown down. And Dashi, they know where he is.
Ghosty's on the way. The bomb goes down.
You know what I don't get is why do some of their tac camos, like on Breach, why are they like almost all green and then other players they aren't? But it's the same gun.
Do something here. Dashi good shots, but not good enough. Nero will clean that up. 1v2 for Ghosty.
And he's hoping that they move before him, hoping that they try and figure this one out as well. He sees Beans. 20 seconds left, already taking a few shots in the heels. It's going to take a miracle. It's going to take more than he can possibly do, because that time is going away from him, and they're going to throw shoulders. They will not give him the opportunity.
Yeah, that's a
and
tough
Beans
one.
will take him down. 1-1 now.
As soon as Nero finds that first kill onto Dashi, that makes the difference.
Also, audience, good job not ruining it.
That's not very nice. Round over to the side of Boston Breach.
All right, here we go into the next round. This time on the attack, OpTic Texas. They'll be looking to try and get it again. But it is going to be chess, not checkers between them already.
Oh, I see.
From them as well, and Vivid not able to get it. Dashy fighting for his life. There are nades ricocheting off the walls.
Spread out from both these two teams. Not a lot of information. Awakening will gain some with that though. Grenade to slow them down, but they haven't quite made this push yet if you're side of OpTic. Boston ready for this over towards B, but they seem to have left a lot of resources over towards this side. So OpTic, what is the play here now?
Patience. They are waiting. And so are we with bated breath. Who moves first already?
Yeah, I think the camo looks a lot cooler, like the solid green, to be honest.
Advantage to Boston Breach.
Looks pretty clean.
And again, it's quiet.
Heads over the catwalk, just maybe trying to get over the bedroom to find some information, but Boston Breach sat well far back. Hook not able to find anything with that 3v4 for the side of OpTic. Time very much running out.
Here we go. They got to move, they got to find it, but unfortunately they lose another player. Dashy and Hugh. We've seen Magic before. Can we see Magic again as Hugh falls? It's only going to be Dashy left. But there is no time to get this bomb to a bomb site, so he's looking for kills, and down he goes.
Dang, boys.
Interesting strategy there from OpTic. We've seen it before. You play patient, you wait for a pick. But when you run out of time, you run out of options.
And Boston just didn't give them an inch. You sit in that scenario, you're waiting for a mistake to happen. Boston just hold tight. Well played from them. Not being lured into anything. Didn't work out for OpTic Texas, and typically where OpTic have had a lot of their luck is where they get aggressive, they find that first blood, and work from there, use the numbers. Not able to get it done this time. The first time in this series, though, Boston Breach have some sort of a lead.
And now, Boston, can they make it 3-1, or will OpTic get back? We see the sniper in the hands of the man, and dashing with 5 beans. Holds it perfectly while taking a nade to the face. And Nero gets away with his life as well, but they are down a man here, Boston.
He wants to try and get across, but the move around the outside is going to hurt him, but he's going to have to make the move through couches. Has the bomb here as well. Can he find somebody over towards the A side? Did he chase Shotzi? Yes, he did. 3v3.
And it's passive from OpTic. Very, very passive. They are relying on a push through the mid here. Dashy has control with that sniper. They've a little bit of ships in the night. Vivid and Hugh are on opposite sides.
This is a big fight.
Hugh's going to see him as well, and he does. He gets him back. Advantage to OpTic. Bomb down for Boston, a 2 versus 3.
And all of a sudden, Awakening has to put his attention over towards this flank. You have to trust in Nero to try to lock down bedroom as Awakening. Still holding this down. OpTic starting to move into position. At 3v2 in their scenario, retakes have been on their side, but time is not
I agree, they clearly don't need Illy. And then Karmo's talking about wanting to coach. That would be disgusting.
Trying to get in position as well. Ghosty will take down Nero. It's the Giga Wake for the 1 versus 3. He has to check the time, and he's done just enough. He'll find 2, surely. He has to go for the diffusion. It's actually on it. Oh!
So I hope after this major, some team buys Illy off OpTic.
And OpTic are not beaten by the players. They are beaten by the clock.
And that, from Awakening, to be honest, after he finds the first kill and goes for the second, I was wondering why he's not just getting down, but he puts the bullets into hooks so the grenade is good enough.
I am kind of curious whether or not Hugh was actually on it on time.
It was very close.
close.
It would have been very close had he managed to pull it off, so we never know if it would have went his way. But big plays from Awakening, and he wrapped all the way through middle, so caught OpTic off guard in certain sense. And he would have been expecting him towards the bar side. You have to spin around it. Don't spin around in time. Boston Breach, this is important for them to find themselves in it. Good start in the search and destroy was crucial after that beating. Beans now with a sniper. Dashi shows just a little bit at the top of the head.
That's a good play.
Beans now going to be under
Use a
pressure
flash to blow that door open for the snipe.
Beans has to
Never thought of that.
OpTic have taken complete control away. And that
Maybe I'm just dumb, but these guys are also
going down as
crazy.
well, and down it goes. They get out scot-free. 3 versus 4. This is better for OpTic. It is a nightmare to retake this bomb site with this many players up. There are too many corners. There are too many shoulders to be thrown. Beans is going to find the forehead of Dashi, but 27 seconds remain. It is not a lot of time.
That's a big win from Ghosty. 3v3. It was potentially doable, but now Beans in Awakening. Very little to be done here. As soon as OpTic Texas find that first blood, force Beans away. This one was done.
Nice.
back into the game. 3-2 now. Important for OpTic to get that one themselves. A 4-1 scoreline, very different than 3-2.
Yeah, I got to say, Shotzi's first blood in that bedroom basically changed it. All of Boston lost position.
I also hate that Boston Breach and OpTic Texas look so similar, like their skins.
So a little win there for OpTic. They get another round on the board. We'll go back onto the attack.
Like there were so many color combinations Boston could have picked when they made their team, but no, they picked green and white. Like those were already taken, man.
Curious if we'll see it again.
Boston already doing better than the majority of teams, or the two teams who have come up against OpTic Texas on this map. Shotzi getting aggressive already. Beans will find one, but Shotzi looks to punish. Nero turns round at the wrong time. Can he find the second?
Nice.
Well, the dagger through the heart of Boston is Shotzi. The tip of the spear of OpTic flew true and fast in that scenario. 2 kills for him. 3v2 now for Boston to try and come back from. Perfect from Shotzi to kick off the round.
They just weren't expecting this man to come up with full force. And there's a third for Shotzi.
Let's go.
Only Vivid for the ace, and he's looking. He's trying to find it, but Vivid will take him down.
I know where he is now, though.
1 versus 3. His dead silence has popped as well. I think he's going to see just the
Careful.
tiniest hint of a player there as well, but he's
Nice, he
been
knows,
spotted in return.
he knows.
Going to go for the wide chow, looking for Q. Guns him at the
Doesn't
same
matter,
time.
he
Trying to
can't
stay
do
alive.
anything.
Vivid looking every single
Oh,
direction
come on,
he can
Rook.
as it comes down to a 1v1.
No.
And Vivid makes the 1 versus 3. Boston, they were broken by Shotzi, but they regained.
I have to ask, I don't know why Hook's challenging it. I know he's in a bad spot, but Ghosty, he's on the way. Stay behind the pillar, don't challenge the gunfight. And you have some help, it's a 2v1, but he goes for the child. Ghosty not close enough to clean things up. That is a huge round. 4-2 now to Boston. Vivid goes huge when he needs to.
And they thought it was all over. Vivid thought otherwise. 1v1, v1, v1. Has put Texas behind.
Passive approach now from Boston, as it so often is on the defensive side. OpTic Texas trying to feel out once again. Shotzi is the one sent away on his own. He'll be dealt with this time around. Nero will find the kill. And now a difficult situation for OpTic. Hook puts the issue onto Beans though. The aggression comes through. Is Vivid able to answer? Is Hook going to go for it? He's going to go for it, and Vivid will deal with him again.
I don't think his health was fully back at that point. Hugh may have gone 1 step too fast. Bomb left out here. Dashy though, we've seen him perform magic before. Dead silence in hand. It's like superpowers every time it gets popped. And maybe, and he is going to get the first there. Back down to a 2 versus 2. Boston
Oh,
trying to play the clock maybe.
Nice. What?
And back going down quickly. Dead silence still there.
Nice.
Falls into
Let's
the
go,
clutches
Bruce.
of Dashy again. And now Vivid on a 4 spree. Needs to do it all over again. Here for the side of Boston Breach as this bomb.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be nice.
Where he is very much not. I think it's time to plant that.
Oh, I think they just got it. Holy shit.
The call was made. And Dashy answered. Vivid for the clutch again here against OpTic. Slightly more difficult with bomb down. Slightly more difficult when you run into the kitchen snakes. And there are players against him and gunned instantly. Dashy to get everything they needed in that round and put it to rest. I said that Dead Silence is like superpowers. And they may call him Batman, but this time, everything in his hands delivered.
3 kills for
There's OpTic Gaming bobbleheads available right now, and for some reason they have an Illy one, but they don't even have Dashy.
At the wrong time. OpTic closed the gap to 1. Not much Vivid could do in that situation. Crowd still.
And of course the Scump ones are already
Not to
sold
be
out,
deterred
so
at all. Boston
Sorry.
trying to tie this series up. Look at this aggression coming in from Boston, and OpTic not ready for this one.
And now Boston have prime position.
Got so much info here. And yeah, not really doing a great deal with it.
Well, if you think realistically, Shotzi has been causing serious issues with his aggressive play style against them. Boston probably too nervous to overextend. It is a patient waiting game. They've still got plenty of time, but they must not lose first blood in this scenario.
And I think the big reason as to why this bomb didn't go down earlier, Awakening not seeing anything over towards the dual side. But the first kill will be crucial.
Wow.
He's got a couple of hit markers there. Shotzi now going to go through. Big kill coming in from Awakening. Who can now try and search for something in the mid-map as well. But a 4 versus 3 for the side of Boston. They've got players in prime position. This should be 5-3, but Hook will find one. Crossy will find
Let's
another.
go.
And they're going. The time is ticking. And OpTic are looking to get in position right now. They have to. Awakening is going to hold off too, though. And only Ghosty going to remain. It's a 1 versus 1. He has to fly towards Awakening. He knows the time is against him. And Awakening, discretion is the better part of valor, because you cannot defuse while he's alive. And while he wins the gunfight, he does not get to defuse. 5-3 to Boston.
Big wake with big plays. The 2 that he finds changes that round very, very quickly. Bottom in a perfect scenario there. OpTic go for the mid to B hit to try and control that area of the map, trying to match a potential aggressive push from Boston, which does not come. 5-3 to Boston now, looking to tie this series up. OpTic, honestly, I mean, the first bloods have mostly been over towards the side of Boston. That's what's helping them out right now. Currently sitting at 5-3 in favor of rounds. It's 5-3 in the first bloods as well.
Door open. Beans with a sniper. Awakening on the cross in the corridor. But OpTic with a bold play call in this round.
They heard the stun, so the information is there.
And Awakening
get out.
Sea of green.
I mean, this is a big stack from OpTic. They have to make sure that this is tight. If you are Boston Breach, you're trying to pick in from the outside. Fish in a barrel springs to mind. But can you find that first fish? As Shotzi now waiting, ready and waiting for the side of Boston to start to make their move. 30 seconds to go. First kill to Nero. Is it all going to fall apart as Boston find a way through? Vivid with 1. And it's now a 2v4. Nero with another hook.
They're getting cut down.
Find everything here, and it kicks it in. He's not going to find it. Boston surrounds. And they take down OpTic. The stack was too big. They couldn't contain the players. And Boston Breach bring it back in this series. 1-1 against OpTic Texas. We have a series on our hands. And thank you for behaving impeccably, crowd. That was fantastic. You can make the noise now, it's okay. But wow, Boston took it to OpTic on that map ton.
Just first blood after first blood, we said a conversion has been really, really the biggest problem for Boston Breach. But look at those first bloods. They set up quite nicely in line with the round count as well. The 6-3 in first bloods, the 6-3 in rounds conversion. From both two teams, wonderful, but the first bloods found more often for Boston Breach finding those situations. But you've got to talk about the Vivid 1v3. Felt like a moment in the game that changed it. If OpTic find that, it's a very different scoreline. We're still ongoing in this search and destroy. But a 6-3 victory, a big performance from Vivid, and a must-needed bounce back from Breach. If they have to go 2-0 down to Syracuse curtains, they will draw it up. And OpTic have still got work to do. You may well blow them away in map number 1. Boston strongly back into this game. And an LSCLO control coming up next is a favorable one for the side of the Breach. Got to be feeling good about their position now in this series.
They certainly do. The one thing I did want from this series, regardless of who wins, is a close game. And as we head into map 3, everything's tied up, so I'm happy.
Yeah, we're very happy. We're very happy. These guys, maybe not so much after that one, but we're going to be heading into map number 3 after this quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. More CD action on the other side.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Major here in Arlington, Texas. We are live, we are ready. And during the break, we had a proposal. There's our happy couple. Texas, make some noise. It was beautiful, it was brilliant. It was bathed in green.
The guy in the background just going, oh, shit. Wonderful stuff. We do it all in Call of Duty, don't we? My goodness. Congrats to the happy couple, front row and center for what has been a banger of a series so far. Boston Breach, though, are they going to ruin their day right now? Search and destroy to go to the side of Boston. One apiece now in this series. I don't know now, because we're heading into a control that does look good for the side of Boston. That search and destroy was needed. I thought map number 1 would go Boston's way. OpTic blew them out of the water. We're kind of trading map picks here at this stage, though. It's all up in the air still, Bryce.
It certainly is. The thrills and spills do not stop. We head into El Asilo control. Who gets to take the lead in this series? At the moment, the statistics are ready for Boston. But maybe the heart in the crowd is ready for OpTic.
This is typically the reason as to why you've seen a lot of Fortress. I know, crowd, you hate it, but OpTic have been banning this time and time and time again. This time around, though, it will slip through. Control El Asilo is not one of their favorites. Boston at 6-2 is a phenomenal record. Big Wake and Nero, big numbers on this map typically. If OpTic can shut them down, they've got a good chance.
Shotzi already moving. As we pretty much expect him to do at all times here. He has slipped the net, he has found his way into the spawn. He's currently setting platform and he's done the first kill. And that is a very aggressive start already. They're going to be looking to get points onto it as Dash will find one. Vivid trying to slow them down to spawn for the reinforcements of Boston start to appear.
Good pressure here from the side of OpTic immediately. Beanzo will find one, possibly shut down Duke here as well, but he's the only one who can answer for OpTic Texas. But we'll keep that pressure on. Importantly there for Hook. He could have been just there to soak up more time. Nero will eventually deal with him, but that forces Boston back, allows Shotzi to find himself in this position.
And this is where they're going to excel. Puke and Shotzi will just run rampant. On the other side of it, you can see Viv and Nero try to shut them down, and then the big fights. Ghosty, Beans, Awakening, and Dashi will throw those long-range haymakers across the map. And Puke, well, that's about the easiest kill you're ever going to find. He continues to move, trying to be a problem for Boston.
Not a great start for OpTic, but it takes one wave of kills for this to work out in your favor. They know where Beans is. Does he find anything? Well, no, it's his teammate, and then 2 more kills, Dashi and Ghosty. Something for the crowd to get loud about. Progress at A is going very quickly. I think Boston Breach may well have to give this one up. That time will be extended. B now the objective for the side of OpTic Texas to try and get a hold of. The first attack around will be good, and 2 kills falling their way.
You are right, it takes one break, one opportunity. Get everything you ever wanted.
Oh, yes,
but for
nice.
OpTic, they find A, but it is a long road to B. Ghosty's going to be here first, trying to make sure he can get those reinforcements off the map. Boston Breach looking for him, trying to find him. Eventually he'll take him down, but OpTic still have the momentum. They are taking map control and trying to keep Boston on the back foot.
And that's the important thing. Boston Breach are not even past the 30-yard line, never mind the 50. It's a slow and steady race down the side of the field. Dashi will find a big gunfight onto Beans. Boston Breach have been on the back heels ever since OpTic found a way into A. Shuts it out, putting the pressure on towards the spawn. This is dangerous now for Boston.
Boys cooking with an AR.
They push down the right-hand side of the map, force Boston to spawn where they're spawning now. They can get rid of Beans. This is looking good.
Shotzi staying alive, looking for them coming off the respawn as well. He's been stunned, he's been naded, he's still alive, he's still running away. They're getting on the point, the first pick is in. Shotzi playing this like a man meant to, born to play Call of Duty. As that second pick rockets through.
Nice.
Shotzi, a 5-3.
Let's go, boys. Hold him back. Oh, yeah.
He will get it, he'll get the cruise, they'll get the point. And OpTic draw first blood in the control.
Massively important that they managed to find that one. OpTic have really been struggling, really on the slaying side of things when it's come down to control. No problem there. 9-3 from Shotzi to kick off the round. It's a 6-3. We'll get to see the latter stages of it. The shots through the tarpaulin here, and Beans was dead to rights as he finds a way through. There's the round, OpTic advantage.
And it was beautiful. We said it. Puke and Shotzi will try to be pains. Setting it up, keeping them disjointed, not allowing Boston to really set up for it. They never got green control, they could never get through field. They were just digging Shotzi out like he is unbelievable. An 8, and will eventually fall to Nero. But they are going to have to watch him every single step of the way as Boston now try to strike their own blow.
A step back. It's Boston, as you said. Oh my goodness. That got scary for a little second. Nero puts the bullets into Dashi. Vivid will eventually finish that one up. For OpTic now, it's about making sure you have that mid-map control. That's something Boston never had in that previous round. Yet to get it now if you're OpTic, of course, as well. Those couple of kills from Vivid have helped Boston get themselves into that position. They just continue for Vivid here. Force spree now, and the transition over towards B is happening very, very quickly too. Nero may well be getting time for Boston. They've got their eyes on the bigger prize. Not going to happen this time around. They may well have to settle for A. They can even get that.
Yes.
Nero just alone, surrounded.
Oh, fuck. Nice, you got him off.
Kill. The most unfortunate of the timing. Vivid should be able to clean this one up though as they try to get the pressure back on the way. Get this clock stopped, get those ticks in. But OpTic have the upper hand. Right now, Boston are back in spawn.
OpTic yet to win a control here at the major. Sitting at 0-4, 2-7 in rounds. It has been their least favorite mode, but right now they're looking to go 2-0 up. 20 seconds now for Boston to find a break. Who gets the bar? We'll find one into Nero. Now he's potentially going to be on the fly.
I'm so glad that they banned flashbangs. Those are so annoying. I would much rather be stunned than flash.
But Beans and Nero are here to still keep this pressure on. 9 seconds. Boston have got to go.
They do not have the bodies. One push from OpTic could break them. Hugh staying alive, ready for it. Awaken, find it, but it doesn't matter. Still here. Beans on Overwatch, the rest of OpTic will pile through the bottom. Hugh flying again, Vivid will fall. The time will tick, Boston comes down from on high.
Let's go, boys.
Good. One tick, that's all Boston found.
Damn.
Look to continue.
That's a fan.
I'm fairly certain, you said if they're going to win this, maybe you'd get that OpTic KO, right?
That was not what I said.
I think you said it.
You said something about me shaving my eyebrows if London won it. Well, OpTic made sure that that didn't happen, so maybe. So maybe. 2-0 now for OpTic, and I think importantly what you mentioned towards the end of that round. One tick for the side of Boston Breach, who just not being able to keep up. 3-9 Awakening, 6-9 Beans. The ARs are being dealt with by Shotzi, who is 17-7 right now. Here we go. OpTic Texas now on the route over towards A. This could potentially be something. They get under their belt, they get it done and dusted nice and quickly. Boston have not really had a lot of pressure going forward. Nero in those sort of positions, though, is something they need to find consistently if they want to find something here in this control.
Yeah, both teams actually throwing their fast SMGs the other side of the map. Ready for it, but here he is, the smooth criminal himself. Looking to keep on moving, find another one. 18-7, never stop, never rest. And he's waiting for the reinforcements to come. Hugh on the other side of the map. They are just being problems for Boston, who cannot keep a lid on these players, eventually shutting them down. But Shotzi's still alive, still running around, still finding more kills. Does not stop. Taped that sprint button forward. And now it slows down.
And it's a wonder as to know why Shotzi and OpTic Texas are not great at this map. You think of players like Hydra, you think of players like Pred. They absolutely thrive in these situations. You get him into the middle of El Asilo and you get him frying A. Now over towards the side of OpTic Texas. It's pretty much a guaranteed defensive round.
Do it again.
For the side of OpTic, if we do go to a fifth, they want to close it in 3. Shotzi, 4 in a row. Make it.
Oh!
My goodness, Nero. Gets good by Ghosty, yes. But
1 HP, holy
really
shit.
Here on El Asilo so far. They need to start extending out. They need a good wipe of kills. They haven't been able to find everyone of OpTic Texas. This time around, they will. A good opportunity for Boston to set themselves up.
Best thing here for OpTic at the moment is whatever happens, if it goes to a round 5, they have the ticks. Still a long way to go to that point, though.
Nice.
OpTic will continue to put the pressure on here, trying to find a way forward. We've said it a million times. They just need a break in the defense. They need a wipe, and this could be over. Vivid fighting for his life as nades explode around him.
Yes.
2 kills, and OpTic are here. Boston are falling back. They are relying now just on Beans, the only player in position, but he is taking bullets from everywhere.
Let's go get him. Get him, Hook. Yes.
OpTic are on the point. That first tick is ricocheting through. Like a freight train, they fear the despair.
Oh, he's fucking alley. Get him.
Maybe, just maybe, Boston
just kidding, he's mid.
on the back of
Nero the hero.
Wow, Nero in the middle, and that was just went absolutely massive for Boston. And because OpTic found those kills in a staggered sort of manner, Boston were able to get there in good numbers. Big kill coming in from Dashi as Boston tried to force their way out. Looking towards the lives, remind you of that one. They're pretty much tied up. We're very, very even.
Damn, like how does he hit those shots jumping? These guys are disgusting.
A little bit of respite for Boston now. But can they find a way to keep this OpTic Texas wave at bay now? Beans will find one on the shots. 18 seconds to go. It's looking like they're going to close this one out as Hook will get dealt with. Ghosty's the only one to answer. And with 12 seconds, this would take something monumental from OpTic to close this out in 3.
They're sending in the rookie. Ghosty is the furthest forward. 4 seconds left. They are going to have to shut this one down. Shots are going to go there as well. Ghosty will be on the point. Dashi will find a kill. Vivid will answer back, and he finds 2. And that will stop this round in its tracks. A little ray of sunlight there for Boston. A little bit of sprinkling on the cake, but it is not the full meal. It is just a round. They now have to do the difficult job of finding the attack twice. They do not have the ticks to get defense. They have to find 2 attacks. OpTic just have to stop one of them.
And that is the problem. That last attack from Boston left a lot to be desired. They now need to find 2 of them in a row. Nero really is arriving here, though, sitting at 14-9, but finding some good kills. Awakening has not had a good series. 7-13, you expect much better numbers out of him, but just cannot deal with the pressure that OpTic are putting on him. Vivid and Nero, though, finding a couple of kills. Good start here for Boston in round number 4.
Vivid trying to get position to see if he can take any of these reinforcements down, but there are players from OpTic moving into a better position as the seconds tick by. They're looking for it. Shotzi will get gunned. Vivid trying to stay alive. He's got Ghosty looking for him as well. Nero putting the pressure on, and while Vivid's on 5, Boston haven't really got what they would want from this. And Shotzi runs into him again. The cruise missile, this time in his pocket.
Yeah, Vivid just playing his life here, playing the kills. Get a hold of that cruise missile and also just cut off the reinforcements. Look how many members of OpTic are actually having to concentrate on Vivid. Continuously frying. Now they can make their way over towards it. Nero and the rest of the gang ready and waiting. Awakening will take down Shotzi, who doesn't really have much help. Hook gets snapped onto by Nero, but stays alive as well, backs down. OpTic wanting to be full force to try and retake it here.
And all that time, Boston brought from Vivid has only got them a tick and a half. They will get their second tick in maybe as Vivid sprays down the doorway. But OpTic are here in numbers. They do not want to give this one away now. Vivid looking for Dashi. Ghosty backing up as well. Eventually the kills will come through. Shotzi and Beams trading. It is A to Boston. 1 minute 48 on the clock. Can they find B?
And Ghosty does the right thing there. As soon as they lose it, he stays alive, pushes forward. You can see Boston Breach how slow they're being because they know there will be somebody lingering on their flank. That right now is Ghosty. On the front foot, though, is Nero. Trying to find some kills towards a point. Awakening will find one, but keep an eye on Ghosty again. He's played his life so well. We'll find one into Awakening. He's the ace in the hole for OpTic now as the pressure comes in towards B.
Nero just stopping this for a few seconds. Vivid finding good towards the back. Long
good lord!
Shit.
And Hugh gets hit. Shotzi having to call in the missile. Having to make sure that they get enough breath into this one. All the tacticals will go through. The rest of Boston get a point. First tick
That
in.
pisses me off when that happens to
Beans
me.
will find a second, but nobody's on that point at the moment. They're just playing for life control.
But the important fact here for the side of Boston, they get rid of Ghosty behind them and he can't do much about it now. Boston just have every single direction covered but in front of them, which is where OpTic Texas are now going to start coming from. Nero trying to stay alive on the point. He's been absolutely frying. Force free for him. Pressure still in. Boston one took away from tying up the control. Nero in the point, who can answer back with one, can't find any more. OpTic are so staggered, and Boston are surely sending us to round number 5.
Nice.
Gets traded.
They're struggling though.
Yes!
Holy fuck.
That shouldn't have happened. They had it, but Boston let it go. A minute left. Advice and lives all in favor of Boston Breach. But it doesn't always come down to that.
A lot of map control was lost, but Nero's confidence has not wavered. Over towards his attacking side, he's just been killing everything he sees. More pressure in here now for OpTic to deal with. Dashi will be the only one to find one. Hook with another from the railings, and they just keep punching with Awakening. Finds the final kill. You gotta go if you're Dashi. Can you get in? No, you cannot. It's a round number 5 that we see.
And oh my goodness, Boston. They played the killing game. It forced OpTic to be a little bit more austere with their lives.
Austin's frying.
Vivid and Nero may be the difference.
Absolutely Vivid on that streak towards the beginning. 7 in a row, matching Shotzi as best as he can from those first 2 rounds. I want to say that, did Vivid even use that? I can't even remember. I know Shotzi used his, so bear that in mind as we head into this final round. It will, of course, be the attacking round for Boston Breach again. Both teams finding attacks and defenses on this El Asilo control.
Well, we said it. Boston will have to win 2 attacks. OpTic have to stop 1. They failed on the first. How they find it this time as well. Nero continuing to try and do something for them at the moment. Boston slow again. They know Dashi is up top. It is a power position. It is a nightmare to get them out of it. Beans and Awakening trying to do just that.
Oh, Dashi now being pressured. Awakening will find Ghosty and Dashi. And now there is
Honestly,
an opening
OpTic needs this game. If they don't win this game, it's downhill.
Control that perfectly and getting away with it. Nades being thrown through as well. Hugh will eventually find Beans. OpTic stop the bleed for a second. Nero knew. Nero was checking every single corner, ready for Hugh and Shotzi, but it's no good. He checked and it still didn't work out. Shotzi, superpowers activated, finds the flank, and that's all he does.
Get him, boy. Get him. Oh, fuck.
People.
Nero finding an important one under Shotzi there. Boston
He's coming. He's coming. Oh, my God. The X-ray stresses me out.
Throughout the majority of this, Ghosty find a kill and a Vivid over towards that side of the map as well. 8 attack
He knows.
has to be the role here for Boston Breach, but who can Ghosty shutting them down? 25 seconds. OpTic trying to take the lead in this series.
Oh, fuck.
And this is the problem. You've got to dig Hugh out. You've got to find Shotzi every time they keep flanking. They are putting Boston back. 18 seconds left to go. OpTic have done a marvelous job so far. They just have to hold. And Hugh on the flank once again. He should be able to find maybe one. And Beans, it's alive.
Oh, what?
That's on the other side. Hugh has to back off. He's waiting for this cruise missile. The second
The
tick is in
Vaznev is nastier than
Progress
that.
here for Boston, but it's do or die in this
Oh,
control.
that pisses that heady makes me so mad when I'm playing.
There's Beans answers back. Beans has got to get in the point. He's got to slow it down. He needs the rest of his team to be here for him.
Oh, and Dashi beams the
Let's
first.
go.
Dashi does
Fuck.
not beam the second though. Beans will get him, and they're trying
Let's
to get
go.
in. Hugh does not want to let this one go. He flies in.
Let's go, baby.
Doesn't find a second one. Awakening with 2 of his own. Shotzi gets one back, and they're not here. Boston are not on the point. They cannot show it down.
Let's go.
OpTic win the control. They get
We needed
back
that.
on the front. And the trades flowed like water at A. But the green walls a brilliant dam, and they walk away with the control.
Just consistent pressure from OpTic Texas. They just did not let up. The SMGs running amok inside the bar, consistently behind you, and Boston are trying to clear up their rear every single time. The flank has to be dealt with. The flank has to be dealt with. They can't find them at any given point. And all of a sudden you have to start panicking, you have to start moving, you have to just start hoping and praying you can lock something in. But OpTic Texas so resolute. They find themselves their first control of the major. Hardpoint Mikado coming up. Driving seat springs to mind here, Brycey.
It does. It's a big win. Crazy in the end. You've got to give full credit. Hugh and Shotzi just went to work. And if you enjoyed the end of that control, we are going to see it again. It is our scuffed play of the game. Here's how it went down. Trades everywhere. At this point, they should have had it, but Shotzi finds the double. Dashi will then hold his nerve against Awakening and trade both sides, and Boston falter.
And I like this from Dashi to go for the kill on the players coming in. Because Beans finding that kill, even if he doesn't, Nero is there to potentially do something about it. It's smart play once again from Dashi. Didn't have necessarily the best of games himself, but Shotzi was dominant throughout. Just not enough time for Boston to get themselves over towards B. And now, OpTic once again find themselves in the lead. with a hard point coming up, and I'm not being funny, but OpTic have been blowing people away in hard point this week. They have to be feeling confident about this one. Mikado coming up, they have been lights out on this map. Their pick, they've got to be feeling good, but this is how things worked out in the El Asilo. Slight outslay for the side of OpTic Texas, but the number that is important in this one is the one on the left-hand side.
And yeah, we identified it early on, right? We said Shotzi and Duke just causing havoc inside. They were pressure, they were flanks, they were let loose. There are 1,000 corners to hide in, 1,000 doors to open, and 1,000,000 routes to check. And they made sure that they were hiding in every single one of them. Are you afraid of the dark? Because you should be, because these two are lurking.
56 engagements from Shotzi. That's what you want to see. If you're an OpTic fan, you want him in their faces. He's going to cause issue at every given moment. Hook with a good game as well. 22 kills. Only the ones that could be found by Boston, but there we go. An OpTic lead again. Mikado hardpoint, and then a Fortress Search and Destroy if we get there. It's a one that they will not mind at all, and now Mikado coming up as well. We'll talk about the stats in just a second. But with the way that these guys have been playing Respawn, in general, they've got to be feeling so confident in this map number 4.
Yeah, that's the truth. There's nothing really much else to it. OpTic have been a little bit of different gravy here on the hard points. And confidence will be abound just from that control itself. On the side of Boston Breach. They beat them once, but that series looked a little bit different to this one. Looks like OpTic Gaming are ready for revenge. One more map will do it. And they probably don't mind which one.
They won't care. Boston Breach now needs to find something. Or will this crowd be welcoming Atlanta FaZe onto it? The stage will be awaiting them, as will OpTic Texas, if they can close it out here. I hate to belt things up and tell you that without a small crash, we'll not be loading in yet. But looking at the man on the left-hand side, that Ghosty, he's really been influential for this side. Hasn't necessarily been putting up a load of hill time, which is really something.
He's been having problems with his earbuds all tournament.
Of the roles that typically have happened.
Almost
in
forgot
Call
the
of
word.
Duty in years gone by. You think your ARs are outside, your SMGs in, but no, the ARs are the ones who lock it down. But typically that's not been the case with Ghosty on this map. Although the best KD for OpTic since he came onto this roster.
I think he's one of the big boys. He needs to get like those Sennheiser in-ear things designed specifically for his ears.
I want to see more from this guy. Awakening has not really arrived in this series in the level that we know he can.
Well, while we wait for this one, of course, it's a reminder of what awaits us in the rest of this tournament. Atlanta FaZe have gone to the lower bracket. Toronto Ultra have moved on to the grand final. It's been a wild, wild weekend here at Major 3. And here's a reminder of how it has gone down. As you can see, we started off beautifully on that first day with, I would say that was probably the tamest day of the Thursday, Ton.
Yeah, which is pretty crazy when you consider it. FaZe coming out with a statement, as did Breach. Ultra comfortable. Surge, not so much. Friday, honestly, was wild.
Yeah, we went for the elimination bracket and Legion's win versus Gorillas, but maybe their win against Thieves was even more remarkable. Thieves took down Rocker, that was expected. And now, Biter, for OpTic versus the Royal Ravens, and the Mutineers took down the Major 1 champions in the Subliners. And as we continued on, it only got better from there. I've been told all the players are in the lobby. Everybody's loading through. We can see the loading screen. Texas, let's make some noise. Let's see whether or not this game gets underway. OpTic need one more map. Boston need 2. And everything looks good from my end. So here's some stats from Dashi.
Just a monumental figure for the Green Wall. There's so often the guy that can get the job done on every single occasion. Put up a hell of a game in map number 1 on the hard point when we were over in Fortress. We're heading into Mikado. Boston this season have not won this map. OpTic Texas is in your hands. Can you close out this game and set up a date with Atlanta FaZe in the losers bracket final?
That is going to be an exciting game if we make it, but at the moment both teams playing for positioning. For OpTic, it's all about seeing if you can get in this flip or bleed points off of P1. For Boston, spread wide and hold the angles.
Rotations have been a big issue for the side of Boston. They're going to want to make sure they're locking in these P2 ones if they can, but the flip immediately. Bad news for Boston. Straight from the rim. Dashi with 2 now, over towards the dark side, just trying to lock down the lanes as best he can. Boston reaches nowhere near it. And they're having to get through Bruce, which is just such a hard task. Make it 3. 5 in a row for Dashi to kick off the game.
He's doing it again. Dashi, the man who will not be moved, the man who doesn't miss. A streak off the rip, the cruise missile in the back pocket. And now Shotzi waiting. Patient like a hunter, will find the first, not the second though, will get taken down. Pressure now down the back alley. Hugh waiting for them to come out of the barbers. Haircuts for all involved. And Hugh waiting for this last one. We'll have to get out of there because of that grenade, but OpTic Texas again.
Locking it down. They just haven't gotten anywhere near this. Your Boston in the first 30 seconds. They all find one on a Shotzi. Try and get something going. We'll find a second on the Dashi. He's done so well to find all of these. My goodness, Nero breaks it open all on his own. He was the guy to try and bring them back into the control. Make it 4. Nero going lights out over towards P2, but P3 is what we're talking about now. That is a little bit of a light at the end of a very dark tunnel for Boston Breach. It was not a good start, but Nero drags them back into it.
They have the control. OpTic have numbers here. Dashi already going to commit this. Probably just information. Throws it through the building, and he will find Vivid as well. Awakening Beans now have to hold off the onslaught. Hugh finds himself in diving around. Beans will get him eventually.
Yes.
Will get the trade for him. OpTic are here in more numbers than Boston. They now have control of 10.
Nero just trying to play his life a little bit now. 5 spree for him. Vivid will get dealt with his Ghosty and Co. Will find this break seamlessly. Shotzi shuts down Nero before that streak can continue. Beans, though, doesn't catch the grenade, will catch the kill. Ghosty will take him down. It's a brilliant hold unless Vivid can do something about it. Shotzi shuts him down. P3 time. OpTic Texas rotation is there for Boston. That is a lot of time over towards OpTic once more.
And while Boston thought they probably had that P3, they're going to be a bit more confident about P4. Can they find the position before OpTic descends upon them?
Let's go, OpTic.
And he's going to go for it. Beans gets gunned. No, he doesn't. He gets grenaded before he can do anything. Vivid now knows pressure's coming towards him at all points. Hugh will find his second. Barbers is wide open. Awakening desperately trying to hold this off. He knows players are coming through. That grenade is not good. It's actually stopped Boston from getting in the point.
Yes.
It's all going wrong.
It's not going right.
Yes.
Unless you're an OpTic Texas fan. Nero and Vivid combining well. Vivid finds a second.
Nice.
But is that going to be enough? Now it's going to be Beans left all alone. It feels like every single second is so important for Boston now. They need to steady this ship immediately. But the kills still flowing through. Make it 3. Number 4. Here it comes. Shotzi shuts him down. These breaks have just been so well orchestrated from OpTic Texas. Nameless said it best. Sometimes you're just getting fried. It is a 50-point lead anchoring. Beans will find 2, but the rotational kills going over towards Hook, but he's the only one here.
Beans will find it. Perfect nade through the top. And they need this rotation here. Boston know the pressure is upon them once again. Another kill. Ghosty finds Nero. Reinforcements. Faltering. He's looking for it, trying to find Dash. He can't get it. There's players all around.
Yes.
He finds 2. Surrounded and outnumbered. Boston do not hold again.
Just 0 holding power from the side of Boston Breach has really been the issue
bad
all the way
chow.
through. Awakening will find 1, but it is a steady 60 points and rising for OpTic Texas so far. Awakening challenge things solo. It's not looking good for Boston. Beans will find 1 to try and break things open. Cannot find the second. And it's now getting to the stage where Boston look uncoordinated. They look shook on the main stage. Shotzi 12 and 6 looking to add to the slaughter.
Nice.
Awakening
what a laser.
just too easy for OpTic right now.
This is a different level.
Oh,
I said before,
guy beams.
Further than we expected from their offset, but they have improved with every single game. Today is another point proven. They are running over Boston like they did in the first hard point. Boston will have the controller to the cantina. Ghosty is going to be here. He eventually falls. But it is almost a 100-point difference now as we hit the rotation.
And Boston, if you are them, you must get a full, decent hold here. Cantina control looking good. Vivid will find 1, Vivid will find 2. 4 spree for him at this moment in time. As
Yes.
Find a breakthrough.
That was a bad Semtex for him.
Type 4-13 has not had a good series.
Awakening. And when they need to enlarge inside, they talk about big
Nice.
big mistake at the moment. And there's nothing they can find. It is another break for OpTic. And things are beginning to look a little bit dire. As OpTic continue to go to work, Nero has done everything he can so far, but it may not be enough.
Rotation here for OpTic over towards the P7. Looking so good right now. Every single bit of scrap. Boston need a beg, borrow, and steal right now for anything they can find on the map. But the kill feed lighting up the wrong shade of green. If you're Boston, the right shade. If you're OpTic Texas, P7 control. Just about there. Beans looking to spoil the party here with a kill on the Ghosty. We'll find it. Needs the rest of Boston to get near him. He needs to stay alive as well. But Dashi and Shotzi combining well. OpTic Texas will surely break 200 here.
The trades are never there for Boston. They are always there for OpTic. They're trying to get the pinch going through him as well, and he does get it down. A respite for Boston. They managed to clear the field for just a few seconds. We'll get back into it and look for a setup. Nero only finds one. And OpTic ready to strike.
Dashi with an unbelievable kill onto Awakening. Boston have brought this into the realms of possibility. Shotzi cannot find the kill. Beans trying to lock it down here as Ghosty will find two though. He's having a good game at 18 and 12. Dashi will be there again. The ARs of OpTic Texas have been dominant.
And in another game, it's been the SMGs. It has really been quite one-sided. We are about to enter our next set of rotations. OpTic in a commanding position within lethal range on any one hill. And Boston breach. They need a miracle. They need prayers. They need sacrifices.
Dang it.
Because if they don't find something now, this game is over.
Beans trying to find something over towards the tunnel side. Good kills coming in here for the side of Boston. Hook with the big one though. To lock down P2.
I gotta kill number 5.
14 out of him. As Cantina will be on the line very, very shortly.
Fuck.
Vivid and Beans finding the kills in the middle of the map. Hook's still here on his own.
There's 3. Dashi still going to be fighting for it. 21 and 9. Oh.
Come on, Ghosty. Come on. Fuck.
A lot of kill feed here for Boston.
Oh my god.
Ghosty slips the net. It causes problems in the rank of Boston. 15 seconds to go here. This is good time over towards P1. You've got OpTic spawning way out as well. It's a nice setup from Boston, but we've seen a couple of them already. A couple of kills coming in for OpTic, but can Boston hold on to this? They're spawning out. They're dying at the wrong time.
There we go. There we go.
And he's got
there we go.
Dashi has not been missing this entire hard point. OpTic, they break the P2. Pressure coming from back alley from Boston. They have to go. They cannot afford to lose these trades. They don't have to do much. Nero finds one as well. They get themselves back into Cantina. It was almost disaster.
Staying alive is Nero now. Just about the 220 point mark if you're OpTic Texas. It's a confident lead, but one that could get nervy. If Boston can find anything with this kill feed. Looking green.
That's a good one.
Shotzi, Hook, Dashi combining together. They can just about win it here
Come
in
on,
OpTic
Hook.
Texas.
Yep.
20 seconds to go. Boston have stopped that side for just a little bit, but Hook will find 5. They'll need to see the next hill, but they may well be heading there with only needing 5 or so points.
Boston have not held tin any time they've tried. And OpTic are close. So close they can taste it. But are they lost in the sauce? Let's find out.
Oh boy, Boston, you gotta...
Until they get revenge at the major and go top 3.
You gotta hold this shit down. Oh my god, there's Shotzi with the wild ass
But
moves.
it's only Shotzi. The reinforcements aren't here, but it doesn't matter.
He will wait.
Yeah. Oh my god, I can't believe they didn't have a trophy.
Here comes the break. OpTic through the front door. It's
Oh, they
Shotzi
did, just at the other door.
Hold on tight though. That's the only one who can find anything. Good hold from Boston so far.
Duke finding one, looking for the second, will eventually fall. Just a breather here for Boston, but Shotzi's not slowing down. He's going straight for it, looking for the
Oh my goodness. Oh shit. Yes. Let's go, boys. We're moving on.
The order is in. It's beans on toast for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for OpTic. Phenomenal performance to kick
moving
off
on.
their championship Sunday. They deal with Boston in the best way possible. That now care the S&D was shaky, they will care not. and it is a date on the main stage in Dallas with Atlanta FaZe. That's coming up next.
And I don't know if you've seen what I've seen, but Dashi is different. Dashi is delightful. Dashi is divine. He is the dagger. He is the righteous retribution in hard points so far this tournament. 30 and 13 on Mikado. He did it in the Fortress hardpoint against Boston. He did it in the Fortress hardpoint against Surge. It is not realistic. You should not be able to do this consistently against the best teams in the world. But when they summoned him, and they called him with the light in the sky, he answered that call and brought a beautiful game to the major.
How wrong we all were. Hey, look, Davis catches a lot of flack for this, but we had all the same feelings. OpTic Texas, the roster change, the thoughts around it. We queried it, the questions, Twitter, Reddit, everywhere, across the scene. But every single question that has been asked of OpTic Texas since Friday has been answered with, screw you. We are sensational.
So now we got OpTic versus FaZe.
Brilliant performance again, soaking up that hill time. Dashi at 30 and 13. A monumental performance from Bruce once again. Everybody from OpTic Texas firing on all cylinders. Boston Breach, they will bow out in fourth, which I believe, you know what, is a pretty good placement for them, but they will be disappointed in the manner that it did come through. They were no match for OpTic today. A 3-1 decimation of Boston.
Well, I'll tell you something, Dashi is shooting so well recently. There's probably 30 moronic YouTubers making a video about him and how he's probably cheating, but what do I know? Ridiculous from OpTic here, and they will continue on, and an awful good game coming up next. But before we get that, I'm going to throw it over to our desk to break this one down.
Well, there it is, the green wall, they get it done. Massive victory over Boston Breach. They righted the ship, right? Go back Thursday, they lose 3-0. This time they win 3-1. I honestly cannot believe the performance we are seeing out of OpTic. It's incredible. Merc, these guys are so lights out. This tournament could be theirs.
Oh, it definitely could be, right? Next, you're going to play a FaZe team who they beat online just a week or so ago. Right. But, yeah, I mean, they're frying. I think the big thing here is their hardpoint has really come, into fruition. Like, they are playing top-level hardpoint right now, and that was that game mode that was kind of 50-50. But they, found their map pool. Right now, it's sort of Fortress and Hydro. Those are their go-tos. Which one do you want to play them on? That's going to be the question for Atlanta FaZe. But, yeah, I got to give props to the ARs. Dashi and Ghosty both really fried that series.
Yeah, got to go to Hardpoint because Hardpoint really standout team. For me, at least, was Boston Breach. Their Hardpoint was out of this world. Their control was looking great. And then all of a sudden now OpTic Texas taking Hardpoints, taking control.
That's what's so insane about this series is that Boston Breach is typically one of our stronger respawn teams. When they're winning these series, it's off of all the respawns and stealing search to destroy if they get lucky. I think Dashi's performances in map number 1 and 4 is really what impressed me throughout this series. I mean, in Fortress, the 250-91, he goes 31 and 16. Ghosty close behind, 23 and 18. I didn't think Dashi could top that performance. And then we go into Mercado Hardpoint, 30 and 13.
I need this guy built. I don't know what he's rocking. That's what I'm saying.
We need that set up YouTube video. ASAP Rocky Dashi.
Man, listen, Dashi is him. Like, I'm going to just say it. Like, he did this at Major 2, absolutely frying. People starting to question whether or not he had the ability to do it with the new roster, me included. And now he is just going off in the hard points, and he's doing it in such a great way. Like, he started off that game 6-0, and then he backed up, didn't keep on playing for those spawn kills, backed up to P2 with the setup with this squad. The discipline is there. They're learning from their mistakes they made early on. This is a Boston team that was undefeated in hardpoint throughout the tournament. Now what you turn around and you look at the stats, whereas OpTic had 7 straight hardpoint wins since that game 4 against the London Royal Ravens. You talked about, Joe touched on it, like with their map pool. It's like, okay, nobody really wants to play Mount Hydro. You tried that. Hell no. Right? And now I'm looking at Albagro. You look at Seattle and you look at Boston. Those are 2 good respawn teams. I don't want to take them to Fortress. You could just run around, gun me, Dash, you can sit top dub, and then Mercado as well, where the SMGs really get going. Their hardpoint map pool has suddenly become unbelievable, and it is a problem, as we've been seeing, for every team in the league.
Dashu was unreal. Look at that hardpoint KD, 2.1. He stepped up to the plate. Every time I'm looking at Shotzi as well, even though he doesn't have the best stats across the board, I mean, he's beaming players left and right.
I mean, listen, just sort of the chemistry between sort of, who can Shotzi, even going back to the Dallas Empire team when they were world champions. This isn't like your typical Abizi and Simp sort of entry and kind of roaming Slayer. I don't really know how they both they must have something like telepathically. They just understand each other's roles very, very well. Like, it is a really untraditional sub duo, but they make it work. They both take turns frying on the map. And yeah, those two, depending on how well they are playing, that's how far they're going to go.
Well, we talked about the hard point. I want to go back to that control because that's actually our scuff play of the game. Let's talk about that clutch play, that round number 5 on control. Allie, what did we see?
I mean, honestly, when it comes to LSULO, it's typically a defensive heavy map. It's one of those ones where you're going to want that round 5 defense, but both these teams stole an offense in this series. So for it to get pushed to a round number 5, I mean, the cards were in the hand for OpTic Texas. It almost slipped out of their fingertips with 8 seconds to go, but it's the big plays out of the SMGs, right? They get up, they get that spawn trap going, they find a couple of kills, they start trading each other out, and they don't even let that A zone get capped. So just a really dominant defense out of them, especially when it was down to the wire.
I also think, just being honest, control changes a little bit on land, right? Like, obviously you can hear a lot better online. It's easier to clear out your base. The comms probably aren't as hectic, right? And on land, you got a guy like Shotzi and Hoop making plays in your base. Like, it's going to be harder to find them. And naturally, like, Hoop was alive for a good minute in that last round, just behind them, making plays. So OpTic just put him in the blender there at the end. And also in this series, like, if you can't slay, you can't win. And Boston's last couple of games, and the respawns in general, they weren't able to slay.
That's right. And you got to question control. If it goes the way of Boston Breach, how does this series go? Because, they won the Search and Destroy 6-3. They were looking very strong there. It could have been a very different series. But the point is, OpTic Texas did exactly what they needed to do to get the victory. And that means they move forward. And that means on land here, we are going to have OpTic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe.
Yo, whoever wrote this script, you're crazy, bro.
Good as gold, baby. That's going to be coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major number 3, coming to you live from Arlington. It's the OpTic Texas Major at the Esports Stadium Arlington, and it has absolutely been a banger of a weekend. We're on day 4, Championship Sunday, and we are about to have OpTic Texas face off against Atlanta FaZe, a match as old as Call of Duty history. Time right, it's just such a good matchup. They faced off during the qualifiers. We saw OpTic get the win. A lot to break down there. But this entire tournament has been nutty, and I'm loving each and every one of it. By the way, good cast on the last series.
Thanks, man. It was a pretty good game. These guys behind me helped out a lot as well. But hey, look, OpTic Texas looking good right now.
They are definitely looking good. And speaking of looking good, let's take a look at our bracket. And I want to just dissect it because we've had so many great matches. Where do you want to start, Nameless?
I mean, it's looking like LA Thieves V2. OpTic in this loser bracket run. I mean, we showed LA so much love. And this run is absolutely insane when you really think about how OpTic started, right? You think about their online qualifying stage, how they had to win a game versus Atlanta FaZe, the champions, to even get themselves a winner's bracket spot. And then they get into winners, they lose 3-0, right? Losing all their confidence seemingly. And then a game 5 versus our worst team we have in the league. And now they have a matchup after smoking our number 1 and number 2 seeds in the tournament.
Right.
Now they're playing Atlanta FaZe. This is a crazy.
You know, I'm starting to think they just wanted to play as many matches as possible for the Green Wall. You know, I think maybe it was all just planned so that we could see them every single day and get the crowd lit.
Could be. And another team I want to highlight, though, that I don't think a lot of people saw, maybe an inkling of, maybe they'll be there, but Toronto Ultra, right? They're in grand finals.
Yeah, true that.
I mean, that's wild to me. Great team, by the way. But beating Atlanta FaZe, I didn't expect that.
I think for all of us, we've kind of been waiting for Ultra to catch fire and find that extra stage. We all know they're a very good team. They're in our top 3-4 conversation every single event. But we've been waiting for them to find that extra level. We got a glimpse of that against FaZe today. They're a scary opponent in that grand final, whoever gets them.
100% Toronto Ultra looking to take it all and doing it with Hixie, which is a great thing. So this is going to be a wild, wild grand finals and an even wilder, I think, losers finals without question. We only have 2 more series left for the OpTic Texas Major. Let's start taking a trip down memory lane and compiling the stats. At least our stats crew has done. So let's start taking a look at Hardpoint. Now, Celium is absolutely out of this world. His stats are incredible. 1.52, but the guy who really stole the show for me, Nameless, is Tim. 1.50 this weekend.
Yeah, he's a main slayer for Vegas Legion. They find themselves now with 2 top 6 placings. Not easy to do when you're the team that sort of has to be the ragtag group at the end of roster mania. So Temp, he's really just been consistent, especially as a slayer. But there's some other heavy hitters on this list as well, man. Fred doing everything he can when it comes to Seattle. And then Dashy, I guarantee his stats have gone up after that last series.
Oh, it has to, man. Dashy was popping off, and his stats are looking great. It's interesting that OpTic has done so well, and Dashy's still down there at number 7. But he's going to...
yeah, that's super low, Taylor.
Look, man, I'm just saying on the list, okay? But he's going to continue to go up. And but Tim, man, good on him for taking over that top spot anyways. I mean, Hardpoint, you know, it's one of those games played twice. You got to win them. And Dashy, man, we'll see how well he's going to do. But a great run from Vegas Legion, though. You know, a team that needed to win, especially when it came down to CDL points. And I think they now made themselves a little bit more comfortable in the CDL points race for champs.
And I think a real big factor in this, Temp, you know, he's able to go off in these moments, but the plays are constantly being made by 2Real, Clayster, and TJ behind them. This teamwork in this squad is really solid. But Temp is the player who can go off. He is their Dashy, so to speak. Good numbers out of Donnie Temp.
Yeah, 5 maps from him, at least played overall, 1.50 KD, and one of the guys that was definitely scary. Vegas Legion, there was a point in time, Nameless, I thought maybe they could go the distance.
Wait, I saw Allie's eyes light up when he started talking about Temp. What was it you wanted to say right there?
No, I was just thinking about the LAD series, and I was just thinking about the hotel map number 1 when Legion were down 206 to 63 and pull off that win. If you talk about Vegas Legion, I mean, yeah, you got a slayer like Temp, but the fact that this roster has found any success this year, you know, it's been a bumpy ride for them thus far. You know, obviously it sucks to lose. It sucks to get bumped out of the major number 3, but they did what they really needed to do, right? Regarding points, regarding confidence, regarding like just the team as a whole with chemistry.
That's right.
I think it was a great run from them.
Beating LA Thieves, like you can't complain with that, especially after the loser bracket run they had in our last major.
Yeah, I think one big thing for them that will be disappointing though is the fact that you go out in such a way to Boston. I think that's the only thing that will really sting them. A good placement overall, but Boston absolutely smoked them last
Also,
night.
when it comes to Vegas, they keep getting like the last match situation, and it absolutely mentally checks them. So just do better online. Get yourself a winner's bracket slot, right? Because like they look pretty decent. The online performance. They did have a very tough schedule, so I expect them to go into this, work on their control. If control comes to fruition, this is a team that can make a deeper run.
Well, it's been said Search and Destroy wins championships, so let's hone in on our search stats throughout Major 3. And what are we looking at? Havoc there. Havoc tearing it up, and Envoy at the top.
Kills per round, so you guys know this is not KD. Havoc is always in the other team's face, making plays, and also Envoy. I mean, LA Thieves really fixed their S&D coming into this. Obviously, at the Major, they had some struggles, but Envoy was a shining light, at least for me, throughout this stage.
Definitely.
I mean, well, you got to look at Havoc and his performance. Florida Mutineers beating New York Subliners. Ali, that was a win that was huge for them. Again, just like Las Vegas Legion, we talk about Florida Mutineers in terms of their points. We're at the halfway point, right? Major 3. They need to rack up as many points as they can so they can qualify for champs, and winning this matchup might have done it.
Yeah, I mean, Florida was kind of like the trap team. I felt like in this tournament, it was one of those teams where like they weren't really strong across the board, but we hadn't seen this full roster on land yet, so there was always that possibility. They caused that upset against the New York Subliners. The problem for them, though, is they thought they had the edge going up against OpTic Texas and fall short.
Yeah, and then also just to chime in, everybody's been getting slammed by OpTic now, so it's like I don't really exactly know where to put Florida, but at least beating New York is no easy feat, right? So Florida might be on the up and up. We'll see.
Well, you said it even at the beginning. Florida hasn't done a lot for us to talk about them. Now we're talking about them. So like you said, maybe on the up and up, Nameless. Well, let's move over towards Control for Major 3. A lot on this list. I see Kleenex over there. I see Scrap as well. Inside, in fact, nearly the entire team. But I see you, Ton. Who you pointing out?
I mean, there's a lot of purple going on.
Yeah,
right. Full of literally LAG, Toronto, and
where's Marky B?
Yeah, where's Marky B?
Marky B should be up there.
SC has been the shining light for the Royal Ravens throughout the entire season, and a 1.85 in Control. They're looking better. They are looking better.
Yes.
You know, it's a tough matchup for them on the first game in the losers bracket. They're going up against OpTic Texas, home crowd against you. I think if they play up pretty much anybody else in that losers bracket, they have a good chance of advancing forward.
I mean, I think they really beat themselves here in that first matchup that they got in the elimination bracket. You know, I felt like London Royal Ravens was the one team that maybe didn't deserve to be down there in that kind of one and done situation. But I mean, we've been calling for this player to quote unquote get help at the beginning of this season. I feel like now the team chemistry is slowly starting to build. They're right there, and I really hope for the London Royal Ravens they take this major and let it be like, all right, well, we're still bad.
Yeah.
Like, I want them to take this and be like, you guys, you're right there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've looked at ASIM all season as like the Lambo trapped in the garage, like just let me out, let me out of here. But I think with the role swap, like they've looked so much better. And in that OpTic game, like they just choked, and it's not easy to play in front of the green wall. So ASIM, hopefully him in the London Royal Ravens can pick it up.
That's right. And you got to question how far would they have gone. OpTic Texas beat them. Now look at where they're at. Now top 3, looking to take over the entire thing. Could London Royal Ravens have done the same thing? Potentially, but we'll never know. But this isn't the only tournament happening this week, and we also have our challengers open. They're a passionate group over there, $75,000 they're playing for. I believe they're right now currently live in the grand finals. And from what I've heard, Rocker Academy going against Notorious.
Got our X.
Love the
Go,
passion
baby.
over there, Nameless.
Yeah, you know, I was going to the bathroom, and as I'm walking out, I see Doug Spencer Martin, man. I'm like, what's up, man? What's up, old friend? He's talking to me. He's like, man, listen, I'm top 4 right now. I'm about to dominate these kids. I'm going to get back in the league, and I'm going to get my ring. So let's hear Doug's reaction.
Yeah, Doug had an awesome reaction, dude, after taking the win. Yo, he's going off.
Oh, my gosh.
God damn. Poor Beast Boy Josh.
So to add context to this, he told me, because there's another clip where they start screaming at him. He told me what happened here. He hit a crazy shot, like absolutely gunned somebody off the heady. So he got, obviously, extremely hyped. And then he told them, good game, guys. That was a lot of fun.
That's exactly what he said. Good game, all PG. Right? I caught a glimpse of the score just above him. It was like 252-49. So very, very justified in getting hyped up in that moment. Here is our bracket, though. As I said, we are currently in grand finals. And Ali, I want to ask you for challengers. Are there any teams that stood out to you? Because look, there's a lot of them.
I mean, obviously a lot of them, but I just think it's so funny that consistently when we check in on challengers, it's the Rocker Academy team that is making their way to these grand finals, and there's some old men on those teams. We got Panda and got our X, we got some dads on the squad, and they're still out there sending you guys home. I made you guys locking in the challengers pit over there.
And I've got to shout out my EU boys and Notorious as well, Weeman and Co. I think, you know, Weeman got himself, what was it, a 1v3 in round 11, game 5 at one stage as well during that chance. So it's a hell of a spectacle over the challenger side.
And that is going on right now. Like I said, grand finals. You can check that out on COD. Bravo. Go check it out and look at it because grand finals is going to be wonderful.
beautiful, and I'm even going to have to check it out as well whenever I can. Anyways, we're currently live up here, but I definitely want to see how that one's going to be unfolding. Rank play, it's out now, and hey, if you want to make yourself up to the top 250, give it a shot. Hey, it's not going to hurt. It's free 99 to play after all. Anyways, you might run into some pros after all. We got Dream Crazy up there. This is my girl, and she spitted a clip, popping off ton.
No surprise to see Ellen doing the business. I mean, she has got such a history in Call of Duty, and of course, it's great to see, you know, people like Ellen, people like Nate, all the community members who have, you know, been in the past in terms of their playing ability, still showing us what they got. I mean, you didn't even look good in rank play, bro. Yeah.
Listen,
hold up.
Wait,
stop.
Ton, what rank are you?
We don't need to talk about me, bro. You're the player.
Yo, but listen, shout out to Dream Crazy. Way back in the day, she's been gaming forever. She's a beast in Black Ops 2. Used to attend events and smoke some kids. So let's talk some more rank play.
And she was the first female pro as well. So
yeah,
let's take that into note. She's a beast. We got Paradox, our lead observer for the league. Always holding
Big dog,
giving us the best angles out there from the Hot Hands Lounge. Let's check him out. What has he got?
Oh, he reads his spawns. He knows where they go all the time. He's on the camera on the map. He knows these things.
Oh,
my God.
Wait, this is OP.
Is that you in the kill cam sound? Is that why you're so passionate right now?
If it was me in the kill cam, it would have been me on about 180 ping, so it would be more than excusable. Thank you very much.
Of course, we also have our watch parties as well in conjunction with the main broadcast. We've got a lot of talented folks. Of course, the flank, we have Scump doing his thing with OpTic Methods, been holding it down. And for you at home, you also can earn your drops, and I hope you have been. I'm kind of lacking and slacking, all right? I need someone to send me the codes or some way so I can get my drops.
You got a tablet right there.
Well, yeah, I know, but I didn't want to have it up, and then someone go, yo, you got the stream up. What you watching? Twitch chat? No, I'm trying to earn my drop. These are the watch and earns. I hope you're getting them out there. If you haven't already, go ahead and link your Activision and Twitch account to earn rewards all weekend long, and even throughout the qualifiers, get those double XP. I know I got each and every single one of them. Not that it helps me rank up because, well, I'm trash, but it is what it is. I'm going to continue to get better, maybe even check out some ranked mode for myself. A lot going on this week, and the tournament continues to go forward. And coming up next, one matchup I think everybody was wanting secretly, and now they're going to get it. It's OpTic Texas going against Atlanta FaZe. Who's going to be in grand finals? We'll find out after the break.
Racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking notice from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major 3 OpTic Texas Major here at the Esports Stadium, Arlington. Losers finals about to go down, and it's green and red. OpTic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe. Done giving me a wink. He's pumped up, too. Hey, don't do that. You're going to make me act up. Hey, Nameless, check it out. Let's talk about it. OpTic versus FaZe. A lot of history here. Let's walk through it.
This is a tale as old as time when you look at these two organizations starting out as clans, gaming crews making YouTube videos, getting into the competitive side of things. FaZe tried to venture in and be competitive, but didn't have too much success versus OpTic early on. And then later in the years of Call of Duty, they find these players, they find these teams that can win championships. And, you know, in the CDL era now, in this franchise league, the last 2 years, OpTic has been smoking Atlanta FaZe. It's 8-1 in their last 9 matchups, and on LAN, it is 3-0 since the last title. So OpTic coming in fully confident. The Green Wall knows what it's like to go up against Atlanta FaZe.
My bad, Atlanta. You go on a 15 S&D streak, but you still can't get through the wall of OpTic Texas, apparently. I mean, the KDs across the board speak for themselves. Stellium's been a beast throughout this entire event, but are any of us actually shocked? No, because it's just what he always does every single year. Atlanta FaZe right now, they had their search and destroy. That was their game mode. They were undefeated. They finally lose 1-2 Toronto, and they lose the series. So that's my biggest worry right now is kind of the compromise of that situation of having that kind of game mode under your net. Now it's like, okay, maybe we're not as dominant as we thought we were. Just kidding, you are. I mean, a 15-win streak, you're still looking good, but it's a tale as old as time.
You know, Atlanta FaZe is a team that is to beat. I mean, they are, in fact, our returning champions. Look to go back-to-back. Can they do it? Well, they got to get through the green wall first. And let's hone in on our player to watch. It's got to be a BZ Ton. Walk me through.
Best S&D player in the game. Look, they may well have lost to Toronto, but this guy is just let off the leash every single search and so smart with being able to find these first bloods. Again, we could go through the stats of this. There's a lot of numbers, but the numbers tell us that this guy is so far above everybody else.
Absolutely, Ton. I totally agree with you. And don't get it twisted. OpTic beat them online, right? But BZ Tyler was frying 41 on that first map for the loss. And then in that game 4, when they were trying to mount that epic comeback, everybody remembers the clip of what a BZ was doing at bottom 10. Just for a moment, there was some belief. When a BZ's on the map, he can wreak absolute havoc, and he's been doing it for the last 3 months straight, for the last couple of years straight. So, you know, it's going to be a tall task for them. This is truly, you know, an SMG duo that has been going up against Hook and Shotzi for quite some time. It's going to be wild up there on that stage.
And even though Atlanta FaZe dropped down to the elimination bracket, they're a team that is ironclad. They're not going to get in their heads. They're going to recover quite well. The composure is going to be real. So they're absolutely going to give it their all against OpTic Texas. But let's dive a little bit deeper into this series. Let's look at our maps and modes. And, well, Ton, you seem like you're animated about it.
Fortress Hardpoint getting through again. I know OpTic Texas haven't necessarily had a sensational record overall, but I mean,
you have to.
I mean, what else would they want to play?
They can't play Hydro, right? When you think about it, Ton, that's what we were talking about, Ali. Like, it's super hard now with OpTic's map pool.
I'm right there with you. I'm surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised with this map series layout, but I know I saw some cheers in the chat a little bit because there's no Fortress in that map number 3. Trust me, we're all excited up here as well. This should be a banger, to be honest. I'm surprised LSU got through with that most recent loss on Atlanta FaZe from Toronto, but it's also opportunity for Texas.
Opportunity for Texas and an opportunity for us to do our predictions. Let's go ahead and head into it. We're going to make it a bit quick because the teams are ready to go. I have bet against them. I bet for them. I've kind of went both ways. But now I am a firm believer in the green wall. I'm going OpTic Texas to take this over Atlanta FaZe. The energy has truly transformed me. I'm a believer. What about you, Tom?
I would typically always go FaZe. I am kind of with Andy. You really pick against them, but the way that OpTic have been getting things done, I like the map set for them as well. I'm going OpTic Texas.
All right, OpTic Texas 2 for 2. Allie, what about you?
I don't really have much of a choice, do I? Atlanta FaZe.
Oh, Atlanta FaZe she is, but we know what she's up to. Crowd's out, Allie. They love you. Nameless.
Listen, I picked OpTic in the last series. As much as I believe in this little magic story, everything. Peace up, A-Town down. I got Atlanta FaZe in this series. I think they're coming in and they're taking it. That guy in the front of the crowd, he's ready.
Okay, so we got technically 2 for 2 Atlanta FaZe, OpTic Texas. It's time to get the losers finals going. Bryce, let's bring them out.
Here we go. Texas, you've been loud, you've been beautiful, but most importantly, you've been patient. Because there is a rivalry brewing on this stage. These two teams have battled through COD Esports history. And now, an elimination match for the loser, home, where there'll be no comfort. For the winner, glory into a grand final. Let's find out though. Introducing the team that might get booed. Please welcome to the stage, Atlanta FaZe!
Those boos always just fuel FaZe. They're gonna come out frying.
And Miscellaneous, Atlanta FaZe.
Like they love
Listen,
that.
you can see why they're smiling. They're ready to eat some dinner. These are your major 2 champs. They just faced defeat, but they're ready to go. That search and destroy streak has been broken, but their mental has not. Time to go up against the green wall.
It's also such a boring trophy.
All right, well, I think I know what you're waiting for. I think I know what you're ready for. And I'm expecting bleeding eardrums. So once again, please welcome to the stage, OpTic Texas! Ghosty, Shotzi, Dashy, you, OpTic Texas!
One of the craziest runs we have seen, maybe the second one this year, as they drop down elimination round number 1 and pushed their way to Sunday purely on the passion of the green wall, and now they're looking to make it to the grand final. They have the talent, they have the fundamentals, and they have the team. It's time to get this started, Rice.
Certainly is, Ali. Thank you very much. Glory isn't given, it is earned on blood on the main stage. Let's find out what happens. Over to our casters, Lando and Study.
Thank you so much, Bryce. Yes, indeed, Texas. You've been waiting for this moment. Could your boys get at least to this moment? And they absolutely have. But Jay, they've got a very formidable opponent on the other side of the stage. Quite a bit of history between these two, buddy.
Oh yeah, if you think about we ended Major 3 qualifiers, it was this match that OpTic needed to win to make it into winner's bracket at this tournament. And they got it done by winning all 3 respawns. The way that OpTic Texas have been playing ever since they find that victory against London, they have been absolutely lights out. The SMGs are playing well, but the ARs, at least in that Boston series, they took over.
And it's got to feel great, right? If you are this OpTic Texas team, right? The roster that really spoiled the party at the start of this tournament was Boston Breach, right? You get 3-0'd by them, then you come into that last match, you get your revenge. And historically, this has been a matchup, Jay, that OpTic Texas have loved, right? They have beaten Atlanta FaZe so often lately. They have an 8-1 series record versus this team going back to last year. And speaking of last year, man, we were in this building, we were at this venue when Texas shocked the world and beat Atlanta FaZe to claim their Major 1 championship. It's one of the greatest rivalries that we've seen in Call of Duty history. And now it is time for them to duel again. Here we go, Texas. OpTic versus FaZe. Game 1, Fortress HP.
Everything is underway. Atlanta FaZe spawning on the better side, so they're trying to set up that early trap for Shotzi. He's trying to make his way through. He's able to stay alive, but all of his teammates now trying to fight out of that spawn. Atlanta FaZe are finding all the kills in the feed. And OpTic, no one needs to panic because they're just waiting for Shotzi to make his play.
Yeah, absolutely. Shotzi
nice
as ever. He'll be awarded with that kill, and from there, we'll see what the rest of those green arrows can elect to do for FaZe. I mean, you're trying to be aware of the front side. You're trying to make sure that you got P1 locked down, but also not trying to give up those spawns. And I'll say, Jake,
nice.
Very well off the rip here for Texas. They sit in a great spot already for those P2 spawns.
Yeah, that's good work right there from OpTic to find the kills when they need to. A great play from Shotzi.
Oh my God, the boys are cooking.
To find all 4 kills. Now you just want to back up. Make sure you block
cooking with gas.
Set up properly for this P2 because they're going to be the team off the early rotation.
Oh man, it just feels like Jay, this team
nice.
Absolutely firing a beat.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
A beat down as well. The
boys 5-0.
Foiled here from Shotzi.
5-1.
A bit of a heat check, but understandably so. Texas reached 40 points, and now it's time for Atlanta to make their attack. To the gates they go. It's the AR coming out strong, but Texas reply back with 2 of their own.
Yeah, if you're OpTic Texas, though, you just want to fight this to the very
nice.
end. Right now, Atlanta FaZe, they're going to set up off that rotation. Slash is trying to go on the flank, but he immediately gets cut down. So OpTic Texas with a stellar start to this hard point. A lot of time off of that P1, basically a full 60 over towards P2. But now you have to find a break in one of the money hills in P3.
Yeah, a great opportunity for FaZe to get right back in this game. It's going to be at P3. Slasher hitting some nice long-range shots, and the same thing can be said now for Cellium. Crossfire established there for Atlanta. One player from the front, though, is able to sneak through. Eventually thwarted as Shotzi back to the respawn screen, and Atlanta finally able to take the moment to breathe, but it's a team nade.
That's a team nade, but at least you are getting those close spawns. If you are Atlanta, one player is going to spawn out, but it's all a lot of pressure from OpTic from the front. And they all just get cut down. Atlanta FaZe, we're ready for that push. And they're rallying up that time. Only 35 seconds left. Sip on the pit. Sip on the pit.
Oh my goodness.
All 4 dead. Atlanta FaZe hold.
That is 5 in a row now for Chris Lair. Atlanta FaZe, as we said, that hard point can get them right back in this game. And take a look at that score. A few shaky moments that kicked off this hard point. A team nade indeed, but they're able to lock it down. They're able to remain strong. Simp does eventually fall off the spree, but now we head in toward cannons. Can Texas lock it down? And so far, they're doing a great job of trying to keep Atlanta FaZe at bay, really across the map. Bit of a spawn trap set in. How long can Hook remain? Eventually drops, and now here come FaZe.
FaZe all out through bottom maps, trying to find a couple kills to make their way out. That's 3 in the feed. So now the last 2 players from OpTic Texas have to try to make
I
a
love
play
that
happen.
spot
Ghosty with a great
on the
spot,
doors.
cuts down the
That's
first,
so
but
smart.
he's stalling time for his teammates to get
I'm
back
gonna
into
use
the
that.
play. Atlanta FaZe trying to find an opening through that stage side.
Yep, they've got a few members. Player 5, player 6. That's going to be Slasher and Abizi making their way toward the flank. And Ghosty, the new addition, lock this one down. That's going to be 2. Cellium, at least able to cause a bit of pressure. Really, for FaZe, you were just happy to keep Texas off of this time. You did not have that rotation. Any time that is not really going to either party is a positive in the end. MC continuing to be a thorn in the side, as that's 4 in a row for him. Regardless of it, OpTic deal with it, and now they've reached 100.
Yeah, this has been a very scrappy hill between both of these squads, but OpTic do a great job just not allowing Atlanta FaZe to get themselves back into this game. But off the rotation, Atlanta going to be fully set up for the Blacksmith. Shotzi finds himself in towards top maps. He can cause them some problems. Just has to locate where these players are.
I mean, how many times has Shotzi been in a spot like this? It just totally causes a bit of havoc, causes a bit of chaos. Now it could be Hook's chance. As we said for FaZe, a bit on the back foot, but in that Cannon's hardpoint, they started to wake up, specifically Cellium, who has had an unbelievable performance in hardpoint. Lately, Jay, the stats are off the charts, as per usual with this guy, but already off to a great beginning. Here in the first set of rotations, 15 and 10, as we've got a 20-point game.
With only 25 seconds left, OpTic are doing a great job of just keeping
Yes.
it alive. And Ghosty, the rookie, he's able to find 3. The break is in now for OpTic Texas. And now it gets a little scary if you are Atlanta FaZe. Now you have to fight out of that double doors push. You have to take control of maps. They're doing a great job of just trading a couple kills around. But OpTic, with the preferred side, should be able to set up for that P1.
Yep, see what they can do with it. If you are new to Hardpoint, this is your first time watching some good old COD. First of all, welcome, but you're gonna look at the bottom left side of your screen. Both teams are trying to hold on to the left side of the map, as they want the hardpoint that's gonna be coming up in the next 50 seconds most of all. But the battle still will take place at P1. It feels like, Jay, for the last few hardpoint FaZe, well, they've had their moments. It's really just been about break out of that backside spawn, then you get some time. You have to break out continually, it feels like, as Texas take down 3 again. Spawn trap in play, it does not get much better than this.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe just can't chain a couple kills together to break out of this setup. Right now, OpTic Texas holding every single angle that they need to. As Shotzi does get cut down into maps, but with only 20 seconds left, you see Atlanta FaZe, they're not going to put the pressure on to P1. They're trying to flip those spawns. They're trying to make their way over towards that stage side. These are some big gunfights. If you allow OpTic to take these wins, they can get out of hand.
It's a big moment.
Yes.
Big moment, and Bruce there to put the 4th man down. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding. A check.
Let's go, baby.
Back up. I can take this.
Front cannon, absolute. Front cannon, absolute. Easy. He ran bottom art. He ran bottom art. I bottom art. Look the deep. Look the deep. Look the deep.
You can one steep on us, steep on us.
I spawn out. Yo, I can pick up your clothes. Over there.
I got needed.
I have your clothes. Back door.
Oh, man.
Left side, back steps. They're spawning spawner gate. Spawner gate.
I have a bench, Say no. We're 2 back door. Last 2 back. I got one. Look at your side play. You play ahead. Leave him. You might have to back up there. I'm out of time. Throw a gate back. You sit on the Rose box. I spawn out. I'm out front, guys. I'm out front. I have the box. I'm out front. Already maps.
I got 3 locked down already. Damn, bro. Don't let him break it.
Absolutely clinical. OpTic Texas, perfect control.
Don't let him break it.
They escape.
Nice.
Time now to hold on to Fountain. We've seen it multiple times so far since this roster has come together. They can just power in hardpoint, and we are seeing that on full display. Texas can win it here, and it very well is about to be a 100-point club. Cellium trying to see a bit of light, but right when he does, Ghosty's there to beam him.
And it's only 10 seconds. Atlanta need to find a break.
Oh my goodness. FaZe is getting cut down bad. That was... That was insane. Just mowed him down. Drink your water, boy. Hydrate.
Make it
Stay hydrated.
hard points in a row. And another 100-point club on top of it. My God, Jay. You and I, as one of the first casts ever with this new OpTic Texas team, when they faced off against, I think it was LAG.
Yeah.
And from that moment, we saw the potential. We saw the prowess that this roster can have in a mode such as this one. But their ability to just come out and just be in perfect form, whether it's the slang, if it's the map positioning, I mean, it's almost second to none.
Oh yeah, OpTic are playing perfect hardpoint right now. That's the biggest difference when you watch their game probably a couple weeks ago to now is the fundamentals. You even heard in the communication, the small talk was on point. Shotzi was like, Ghosty, you probably have to back up in this situation. Let's make sure we're watching across over towards B1. They were just winning all the rotations that they needed to. And when you're finding the easy kills on the map, the scoreline is gonna look like that. But what a statement from OpTic Texas in this map, number one. They decide to not play that hotel, because every time they play Atlanta FaZe on hotel, the game ended 250 to 240 something. But since they've gotten a lot more confident on Fortress HP, they come out, they choose map number one, and they dominate it, and now have a 1-0 in the series.
For good reason, man. And how about that three-piece there from Ghosty? Just, I mean, Jay, you've been in the spot, right? Where you were a rookie, a young player, jumping into your first tournament. The stage is bright, the lights are reflecting off of you. How does it gotta feel if you're Dan Ghosty and you're making three pieces like that versus FaZe?
Oh, it's gotta feel fantastic, man. You think about this young man and his confidence. You had to start developing it in that London series. When you're getting all the way a victory in a game number 5. But when your teammates are starting to chain it together, you're starting to get a lot more comfortable, starting to know everyone's tendencies. That's when this young man is starting to strike. Just playing with a lot of confidence in that map, number 1. Now you have to train it going into this map number 2. We did just see Atlanta FaZe's S&D record just get broken in that last series. OpTic have to try to take this search and destroy, because this is a map that they did lose to Atlanta FaZe in their previous matchup.
Yep, that's exactly right, my friend. OpTic Texas go up 1-0 in such commanding fashion, and we highlight, understandably so, Shotzi, 25-15, started off this game on a lovely spree of 5-0. But just total dominance across the board. You see the team KDs, you see the outplaying performance that Texas just put up. But like we said, man, you're moving into this search and destroy. We know the stats, we know the run that Atlanta FaZe has been on, but there has to be a little element to this where if you're Texas, it's like, you know, Toronto was just able to beat them on this, why can't we?
And the reason why Toronto were able to beat him on it is in that first blood. It was 7-9 in favor of Toronto Ultra. They were just doing a great job of shutting down the SMG presence on the side of Atlanta FaZe. You know, if you do that, if you take down a tiny terrorist, you are most likely going to find some success. So that has to be the way that OpTic are going to try to take this search and destroy. Play it patient. Don't go for any ego, Charles. And just play for that first blood, keep the numbers on your side.
Yeah, I know Ali on the desk was touching on it, you know, a little surprised to maybe see LSC Search Destroy come through in this map set. But if you are Atlanta FaZe, right, you got to try your best to block out the noise. It's definitely not going to be perfect, but you got to block it out and prepare for this next Search Destroy. And honestly, man, just reflect on the record. You know what? Are we off of a loss? Yes. However, can we just recognize the performance that we have put on LAN so far throughout this season, Jay? 17-2 in S&D on LAN or Atlanta FaZe. I mean, like I said, you're off the loss, but the confidence is still, it has to be there.
Oh yeah, without question, man. This is the bread and butter for Atlanta FaZe. Every team that Slasher is on, they're always one of the best search and destroy teams that we have in the game. And with his teammates around him, man, just have to fix the mistakes that you just had versus Toronto Ultra. Don't be over-aggressive. Don't get a little bit overzealous. Just play your numbers, play your trades. But with all that momentum that OpTic gained in map number 1, can it continue here?
All right, Jay, give me the matchup. We'll take a look at our top 5 search destroy KDs coming into Major 3. And you see, really, 2 members from Atlanta FaZe, with Dashi in between. We'll see if his presence can be enough, but we know it, right? Easy, absolute menace, a 1.37. But give me the matchup. A player to look out for Texas, a player to look out for FaZe.
Oh yeah,
here in this S&D.
I'm definitely looking at on the side of FaZe, it has to be a Beezy. That's the guy who's leading in S&D when you talk about the KDs. And then the opposite side, Hook. Hook's the guy that can shut down that aggression. on the side of Abizi, but early into this round, it's going to be OpTic on the attack. Abizi with no dead silence earned. No hesitation already on his flank.
Yeah, and if you're Texas, I mean, you don't expect for someone to go for a flank off the rip. Understandably so. No dead silence, but it doesn't matter. Abizi, first blood master, already able to make that presence felt. In the meantime, Texas plants bomb, 3v4.
3v4 now. So now if you are OpTic Texas, just try to iron up and play for a kill. You still have to be aware of Abizi on that flank. It's causing him so many problems. Everyone just checking their back end. Right now, Dash is in the spot to at least watch over the bomb, but Sim finds one, 4v2.
Big gunfight victory there for Ghosty. As we said, time continues to tick away, and it's all going to be on to him. It's going to have to be a round clutch all by himself. That's going to be 2 time. Kasey is going to start to become a factor, but Slasher is able to wipe away the rookie, and from there, the retake is in. It starts with a first blood, and it ends with a defuse. FaZe go up 1-0.
Yeah, BC just set the tone right there. Once he finds that first kill on the flank, even though the bomb does get planted, you see all of OpTic Texas. Everyone was just trying to play for a corner. You don't want to get some bad timing, but eventually when they take care of him, the rest of Atlanta FaZe, they flood on in. They're able to find the final kill onto Ghosty and take round 1.
We talked so much about the history between these teams. The last time they faced off, it was an El Asilo search and destroy, and we've talked about it, right? The crowd is definitely aware of it. The streak that FaZe has win on, it was an El Asilo search destroy victory that they had over Texas. So we're talking about prior matchups. If we're talking about history, these two teams have it on this very map and mode. Stuns are out, and Dashi, the glint of the scope has definitely been revealed. So with that in mind, FaZe deciding to back on up. Shotzzy still eager for information as player 6 and Abizi looks to get aggressive again.
Abizi, he might have found the timing with Shotzzy. He's just going to get away with his life. Can't find the kill. Abizi with another first blood so far in this search and destroy. 3v4 situation. As the bomb is now going to get planted at B.
Abizi's still up. He did not spot him just toward his side. So with that, he definitely has heard him now. Pistol out.
Oh, he's one tap.
Surely would have done the
yes.
trick. Brings it now into the 2v3. Bomb has been planted. And FaZe, they've got the info.
And right now, Celium, he's the player all the way across the map, and he's watching that cross. He allows Slasher to go for that late flank as he takes down Ghosty. So now Dashi in the 1v3 with only 20 seconds left. It's not going to be an easy round. He gets snipped out by Slasher. Now that's 2 rounds in a row from Atlanta FaZe. Abizi once again with that first blood. You take down Shotzzy. Take all that map presence over towards that B site. You get it down.
Oh,
eventually you set up your players.
I gotta go
for a
switch over
couple
my
flanks to
laundry.
close out the round. Atlanta FaZe 2-0.
I tell you what, man. I mean, for FaZe, you're talking about trying to rebound in this search destroy. Who are you going to rely on? The guy that we talked about it, right? Abizi, such an unbelievable search and destroy player. They're relying on him to walk away with those first bloods. So moving forward throughout the remainder of this game, if you're Texas, you've got to be aware of those early situations. You have to be aware of Abizi. This FaZe, well, a little slow to arrive, but as we said, can it be Abizi again? 3 for 3.
Another first blood for Abizi. Now makes it another 3v4 situation. OpTic just going to try to get this bomb down again. Trying to clutch up this time around into 3v4. Abizi already working his way through courtyard.
He can just kind of hang out here. I mean, you're watching the primary lane. Yep, yes indeed. Shotzzy falls. Ook not able to finish off that kill. That very well could turn the tide of the round. As we said, bomb is planted. Atlanta FaZe, you definitely have to get a move on, but they're finding all the kills that they have to. Once more, it is left up to the Rook. Ghosty, 1v4, not able to hold it. Not able to lock it down. Abizi and Atlanta FaZe, a commanding start to this search destroy.
Yeah, Abizi's just taking over, man. Another first blood on the round. Once he finds that kill, he wraps all the way through the courtyard side. Takes down the second, and then you see in that 4v2 situation, Atlanta FaZe, they were playing for the information. One player shoots out towards white, then you have Poop towards the courtyard side, and we're just playing for the kills before anyone decides to hop on that bomb. They find it, they successfully get the defuse, and so far, flawless search and destroy from Atlanta, 3-0.
Yes, indeed. OpTic crowd trying to get behind their boys. It has not been a great performance so far from the SMG duo and Shotzzy and Hook. Still yet to get on the board as they will look to try to change that up. Bit of better movement there for Shotzzy, but can it actually equal out to a round? That will be the question as Texas desperately look to try and walk away with the first blood
And it very well could be Hook that's able to lead the charge. Dead Silence popped.
Dead Silence pop. Does he decide to push his way through these double doors? It's Atlanta FaZe, they're just playing a mid-map setup, just trying to cut off every single angle, making sure no players are going on that flank, but it's none other than a BZ.
There's no way, Jay.
Already finds himself in a great position.
There's no way. There is no way! 4 for 4 out of the BZ. Oh, Dashy goes low. At least evens things up. But for Texas, they have just had to work so hard. And being down in man count, Shotzzy now brings it into the 3 versus 2, 30 seconds on the clock. And now for FaZe, a pick would be huge. Slasher able to deliver as Hook does get found out, but started off as Atlanta FaZe success. Texas eventually turned the tie, but now it's going to fall onto Shotzzy again. Grabs the timing. Now into the 1v1. Slasher has yet to grab the bomb! Ant-Man to the rescue! Texas finally able to grab a round, but how much did it take?
Took Shotzzy to find a 3-piece and clutch up a 1v2. Right there, Atlanta FaZe. Once Shotzzy finds that first kill in towards bottom pool, that's the player with bomb. Slasher was all the way already at that B site. Sellium was sitting towards top money. They just didn't want to put themselves in that situation to fight Shotzzy in a close range engagement. Eventually don't work towards that bomb plan. Shotzzy with a much needed clutch. Finally get one on the board for OpTic.
See if Texas can start to build a little bit of something off of that as we head in and to round number 5. Shotzzy, understandably so, going to try to be the beacon for information. Meanwhile, you've got Ghosty toward the top side of your minimap. He's able to lay in a few shots. I believe that's towards Cellium. So shots exchanged, and now it's about time to get something going. Bomb in the back of Hook. The biggest thing for him, Jay, is a first pick would be huge, but if he dies, that bomb could be in a very awkward spot. As here comes the brigade.
Oh, that nade not hitting might give OpTic some false information that no player's gonna be in towards the side. Sip and a BZ. It's time to strike. They find the first blood onto Hook. Now already in the 3v4 with only 35 seconds left, OpTic have to make a move.
And for me, the biggest thing is that Shotzzy's able to pick up that bomb, and he will be able to get into this B site. Cellium ends up dropping Dashing. I believe he's got the info that Shotzzy has got to be on this bomb site. It ends up going down, but in a 2v4. Ghosty on one side of the map, and now it is all left up to Shotzzy to try to fend for himself. How long can he hang out? How long can he last? As it's all going to be up to him, and FaZe overwhelm once more. Add it to the tally of first blood, equaling out to a round victory, 4-1.
Stick right there in that round, OpTic Texas. Thought that they have all the information that they needed once they throw that nade in towards that site. No hit markers to show for it, though. That's another first blood in favor of Atlanta FaZe. They read the play beautifully, because you have both your SMGs sitting in towards that A site. Rotate back over towards B, cut them all down. Another flawless round from Atlanta FaZe, now up 4-1.
So this has just been, I mean, what we expect right out of the best Search Destroy team in the game. It is definitely up there with one of the best S&D teams of all time. Making it look clinical so far. 4-1. Can they make it 5? Can they remain perfect in the first bloods? We'll have to find out. And Jay, that's the reason why we see the score the way that it is. You're facing off against one of the best S&D teams in the game, and you've yet to get a first blood on the board. So now you have one hand behind your back. Now you've got both. Texas down in numbers. Can they rally?
So now in the 3v4, Cellium does find himself in a position up towards field side. So they can decide to wrap this bomb back over towards that B point. But with Hook sitting in this corner, he's the guy. He's gonna make sure nothing fishy happens over towards this A bomb. The time is starting to tick. Atlanta FaZe now have to make the play call.
He definitely hears it. He definitely hears it, but now at 0-6, at times, Hook has been the savior here on El Asilo Search Destroy, but now can it be Ghosty? Levels it into a 2v2, but bomb has gone down on the other side of the map. It could be a 1v1 that's about to take place. Dashy, he just ran past MC. Cellium from the top side, and it's Slasher on the other. Ghosty, he's got to do it by himself. So many spots.
So many occasions where he's been last man alive, gets the timing. 15 seconds to go. If you're MC, all you have to do is wait. Pressure is on to Ghosty, puts in some solid shots. But regardless of it, it was going to be an Atlanta FaZe round nonetheless. 5-1.
Atlanta FaZe found another first blood on the back of a BZ. That's now 5 first bloods in this search and destroy. But I also think if Ghosty, once he finds that second kill onto the player on site, if he kills him before that bomb goes down, probably a completely different round. But the repinch comes in from Sullium, puts himself in a great position, is able to find a final kill on the round. Atlanta FaZe at game point.
Well, there's much more to be said, man. I mean, what? First bloods, it comes down to that. Utility toss to BZ eventually does get stopped. Those nades gonna be exchanged. Texas look to brute force their way into the bomb site. And Simp, well, he's got a few players just around the corner. You can see Slasher trying to make some moves up toward the top side. Cleverly tries to make some presence felt around the doorway. Texas finally have gotten the first blood. Now what can they do with it? Bomb planted, but here comes the flanks.
Here comes the flanks, but at least you have the man advantage this time around. It's now with only 40 seconds left. Simps trying to find an opening through bottom pool. He lines up perfectly for Ghosty to take him down. So now in the 4v2, all left up to Slasher. He gets cut down. Now it's all on Miscellaneous. The trade is there. And OpTic Texas take the attacking round, find their very first blood of the map, and it eventually leads to some success. OpTic stay alive.
Stay alive for now. 5 rounds to 2, but like we said, it just feels like we're just regurgitating the same information that we always know when it comes to the search destroy. It is all about the first bloods. Texas finally are able to get their first one of the game, and what do you know? It leads into a round victory. We talk about comebacks. It is not going to be an easy one by any stretch, but you can imagine as well for Hook, if he's able to get on the board, maybe get some momentum flowing, there is a chance they could maybe string a round or 2 together. Quickly into the mattresses we go, and Shotzi able to add in another first blood, so his second one of the game. That now extends his streak to 3. Oh, he catches a nade. Nice toss coming in from Simp.
A minute left. Now into 3v3. Atlanta FaZe knew that there's a couple players from OpTic who are surrounding that A bomb, but now with Hook trying to get his first kill off the map. Dead Silence is no longer on his side, but he puts himself in a great position. I don't know if Atlanta are going to know he's here.
Say, if you're Texas as well, just try to stall out as much time as possible. Dashy dropped by the nade. And with that, the flank from Hook. Spot Slasher. Oh, one more bullet. One more bullet. Would have brought it into the 2v2, but gets the job done nonetheless. It is Simp who plants down the bomb and now will force Texas to come to them.
Who gets all the info right there, but he goes for the chow onto Slasher. Slasher's able to cut him down, so now left up to the rookie. Can he keep OpTic Texas alive with the 1v2 clutch? Time is ticking, but he gets the information at least onto one player.
Slasher, he just got to escape. Slasher just has to try and waste as much time as possible. Ghosty realizing such, now has to go for a sprint. Knife is out, and understandably so. This is a search and destroy that is gonna go the way of Atlanta FaZe. The knife is out, and it's a knife to the heart to Texas fans as they hope that they could make FaZe sweat again here on El Estilo. But that is the search and destroy roster, Jay, that we expected. That is a team that has now made it 18-2 on land. Impressive work from start to finish.
Without a doubt, my friend. Talk about this search and destroy. The thing that caused Atlanta FaZe to lose this match to Toronto Ultra was that first blood. They lost 7 of them in that series, but eventually now shuts down that SD streak, but they bounce back right off of that. They find 6, which eventually leads to 6-round wins. Just whenever you put yourself in a man disadvantage on a map like El Estilo, there's so many angles that you have to try to pay attention to. Atlanta FaZe did a great job of cutting off all the openings when they had that first blood on their side. That's basically a flawless search and destroy from Atlanta FaZe inside the series up at 1.
Yeah, and it's a big one considering that hotel control that we will have up next. Plenty to talk about when it comes down to that map and mode. We'll save it for once we come back from that commercial break. But a big one for FaZe, Jay, and I think confidence-wise, it's going to be huge for that team just to know that those search and destroys are guaranteed. And tell you what, man, I know I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but if we're talking about Game 5s, if we're talking about the future of this series, FaZe have set themselves up nicely.
Yeah, they definitely have, but now they have to win the control. Every time Atlanta FaZe loses a series, they lose the control. So they have to make sure they try to clutch up in this Game 3.
Indeed they do. But folks, we got ourselves a 1-1 series. We were curious how it was going to start. And I gotta say, kind of the way that we expected. But when we come back after this break, we are headed to Hotel Control. Make sure and stay with us.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hi, friends, and welcome back to the Texas Major. How about that view there of A&T Stadium? Oh, my goodness. Love to see that. But, folks, we've had a wonderful time so far here at Major 3. We're currently in our elimination final between OpTic Texas and Atlanta FaZe. OpTic crowd is still in it, Jay, but I'll tell you what, man, they're a little dazed, a little frustrated with how that last Search and Destroy win, a 6-2 win there for Atlanta, as it is all in or out to who can get to that final and contest for that very lovely trophy. Jay, we get ready to head into hotel control. What do we got, buddy?
Oh, man, this is a good one for OpTic Texas, especially up against Atlanta FaZe. The last two times they have played, they have won it. And the reason why they find a lot of success is simply because they're attacking rounds. They were one of the worst teams that we had on hotel when you talk about winning some attacks. But ever since they make that roster change, it's been completely different for this team. Last time they matched up, it was OpTic Texas walking away with a clean 3-0. Can they do it again?
That's exactly right. OpTic Texas 2-0, as you said, versus Atlanta FaZe on control, on hotel control. They've been flawless on attack versus FaZe all throughout this season, as that will be put to the test again. 2 maps in and 2 dominant victories. Can we have a close one, or will it be dominance displayed once more? We fly in for hotel control. OpTic Texas starting things off on the attacking side, and Shotzi does not worry at all. Watches that stun fling right past his head, and it is all gunning from there. Early time and early control. It's the name of the game over at that A zone.
Yeah, OpTic is trying to get the easy one out the way. Great start to find those initial 2 kills, and now Shotzi maintaining map control before he does get shut down. Now Atlanta FaZe is trying to set up the pinch. Ghosty with some great snakes is able to take down the first.
Oh,
snap on to the second, and A's already going to be done.
All right, get your snake on then. Over to the B zone we go, and Texas, well, they've been here for a little while also. Ghosty has not only been finding kills, but he's also been a distraction. In the meantime, though, a few quick kills go the way of FaZe, and now they look to try and establish a bit more of that map positioning, Jay, here on hotel control for both sides. It is all about that bedroom control, and currently it is FaZe who's got it.
Yeah, FaZe and the Tiny Terrors just combined for 3, so now OpTic Texas has to try to slow on down, as Atlanta are going to find all the kills in the feed. And now with them being pushed up towards flat, OpTic Texas is going to get those farther spawns all the way at kitchen. Just have to win a couple gunfights, but it's all the slaying in favor of Atlanta FaZe. Another 3, 1:30. OpTic down by 6 lives.
Oh, this is a wonderful flank. That's set up right now for Simp. It's a bit of a crossfire inside of the restaurant. 4 members here for Texas pretty much trapped in, but Shotzi is there to lead the troops forward. So now into the FaZe spawns they go, and this is where the fights can get interesting. Dashy wins another one on the way out, so now the pressure begins to get applied into Celium. Abizi finds one in the meantime, but Texas, they have stopped that time.
Yeah, OpTic Texas, they put themselves in a great position. K Dashy get a couple from middle desk. He finds at least one. But that first segment is already going to be complete. Abizi trying to do everything he can. He gets cut down. So now you know where Atlanta FaZe are coming from. Second tick is already in.
There's surely no way they do this again. Is history about to repeat itself? Is it going to be another attacking victory? Shotzi eventually drops. FaZe wiped the board, but my God.
Fuck, I thought they had it.
On the clock, and Texas has done so much damage, but the same thing can be said when it comes down to the life count. 14-9. These have got to be quick and efficient kills now for OpTic.
Oh, and Abizi on the flank. Abizi on the flank at least cuts down the first. He's going to set up to try to take down 2, but it's Ghosty. Ghosty finds 2. Hook just has to try to stay alive, but Slasher takes him down. So now, only 6 lives remaining for OpTic Texas. They cannot get bedroom control as Sim finds 2. Only 5 lives
good.
One last push. 35 seconds to go.
Not
Abizi
good.
Brings it into 4. Texas pretty much playing a search and destroy when you've got an objective on the line. Patience pays off there for Bruce. Time continues to tick, and Mook's found the second, but take a look at player 8, Celium. He's prepared himself for a flank. The same thing can be said for Simp, as they are able to win
both of those gunfights. And now it is all up to Dashi and Hook, and now the nuke ends up falling. FaZe. They got close, Jay. 2 different times Texas were just on the verge of capturing that zone over at B. But FaZe hold on, and they win their first defense versus Texas this season.
That's a big round right there out of Atlanta FaZe. Just maintaining bedroom control, influencing the spawns to go in your favor. And when they needed to clutch up, find a couple kills to get themselves out of their base, it was Miscellaneous and Simp, able to do it time and time again. As Atlanta FaZe take the very first round, but they allowed 5 seconds to go in favor of OpTic. Can they answer the call here?
See what they can do. In the meantime, Simp has found himself on a nice spree. One more, and he will have that cruise missile. Gets the assist for that one, stunned up. And really, for Texas, you've got everybody wiped off the board. In the meantime, Simp, he's also found that kill. So he will have that cruise missile. Eventually drops a team kill. In the meantime, for FaZe, means that they don't have as many members inside of Restaurant as they would like, but they get those close spawns, and this zone is about to move quick.
Yeah, all 4 players from Atlanta FaZe on this side of the map. Just gonna try to close out this 8-point. Force OpTic to play a couple exit kills. But Hook, he's actually going for a pinch. He does get cut down though by Slasher. So you relieve that pressure from that angle. Second ticket's about to come in unless Shotzi and Dashi have something to say about it. They find 3 kills. Now it's all on Slasher, but at least Atlanta FaZe get those close spawns.
Yeah, right now Ghosty anchoring those spawns, so it is gonna allow for FaZe to be very, very close inside a kitchen. And with that, Simp, he's found himself filleted. Does he go for the objective? No. Vince to go for the flank, and that does not pan out. As we said, right now for Atlanta, they have not fully captured A by any stretch. Only 1 tick, as a matter of fact. And with losing a few of those gunfights, they're saying, all right, well, let's at least try our efforts now at B. 30 seconds on the clock. Atlanta can make another minute added on if they can grab all of these segments. But they are having to work right now, Jay.
Yeah, OpTic Texas doing a great job of just keeping them off the time, finding the kills when they need to, as they wipe them off of that B point. Now someone's got to make their way over back towards A. 23 seconds, but Atlanta FaZe are going to get those kitchen spawns. They're able to stop that clock. It's all going to be on Hoop, but his teammates are here to help.
Oh, I was going to say, if easy. Great spot to be in. Slasher wipes away the 3rd. And from there, FaZe, you can see what they do. Those arrows, they put 1 person on the objective, and now it is time to allow for the boys to fly, maybe even to fry. But Dashi on the other side has also earned a cruise missile, eventually does hit the deck, and now for Shotzi, his life becomes that much more impactful, that much more important. As FaZe are here, but here comes the streak. Bruce is investing it now.
Yeah, we're investing it, trying to get the information to our teammates of where the rest of Atlanta FaZe are going to be located. But Shotzi unfortunately runs out of ammo in that gunfight. Doesn't drop, goes back for the chow, but eventually does get taken down by a BZ. So right now, Atlanta FaZe, they're just putting a lot of pressure on you. Have to try to clutch up, get a couple kills. Ghosty at least finds 1.
Oh, and Ghosty not able to stay up. And now once more, FaZe are on the point. Dashi's at least able to exchange for 1. Shotzi, long-range shots. He will drop. And now from there, FaZe continue to get picked apart. That's a massive gunfight there for Hook. Aggression being established again as Celium is able to punch in another segment. So we'll be tied in segments, 30 seconds to go. Can it be the round for Atlanta?
And it's 6-6 in lives remaining. So you basically want to slow down the game, try to play a little bit of TDM. Now Atlanta FaZe have 1 more good push. Try to close out this attacking round. It's going to be Slasher making his way all the way to the back end. The rest of his teammates trying to fight for that bedroom control. But OpTic, they aren't budging. They are holding strong in their setup.
See if FaZe can make a bit of a dent. Shout out to that free cam shot. You can see every single player from Atlanta as they start to force their way in. Shotzi able to save the day, and Ghosty will wipe away the last one. We head into round 3 completely even.
Same exact thing that Atlanta FaZe did on their very first defense. OpTic do exactly that. Maintaining bedroom control, having your SMGs pushed out in certain angles. Shotzi's a very difficult guy to try to take down. So every single time they needed a saving play, it was Shotzi finding 2 kills every single time. Already sitting at 18 and 14 with 2,200 damage on the map, leading his squad. All tied up in segments. OpTic Texas have to try to take this attacking round.
And last year, man, we were in this exact same position at Major 1. They faced off in, I think it was the winners finals as well as the grand final. Shotzzy was the guy who erupted right in that game 5. I think it was on Tuscan. Regardless of it, Shotzzy answering again, receives a beatdown, but survives on a fraction of health. We'll see if he can make the play again, goes for the crossover, and eventually falls. Early wave wiped away. There for FaZe. Solid hold on the defense, and now it could be a chance for Ghosty. Meanwhile, I think he's just trying to join alongside of the rest of his team. FaZe clear the bottom side of the map, and that now forces Texas to go into restaurant.
Yeah, you have to make your way over towards the diner. Shotzzy does a great job taking down Slasher. That clock is now going to stop. So they're trying to extend that time. Dashy finds a huge kill onto Sim on the flank. Snakes are in. Ghosty trying to take down his player towards mid-connector, but all of OpTic Texas, they are here. They're finding a couple kills, and now with Shotzzy in this position, you have to make sure you are ironed up if you are Atlanta FaZe, because he can cause you some issues.
Yeah, man. 21 and 15. Shotzzy having a ball. FaZe are going to try to go for the last second push at this. And if Shotzzy can get here in time, he very well could lighten the load just enough. Trades are in. Texas still with the favorable fights. Simp, give it one last good push, but Dashy wins that 1v1. And from there, Texas take the point. Another minute added on to the time, and here comes the play toward the back lines. A healthy push at that. Simp at least able to change things up a bit more. So map positioning, Texas, they've still got it, and Dashy going on a spree again, now on 4 in a row.
Yeah, but you see all of OpTic, they're trying to locate this player that's sitting in towards bedroom. Slasher, he's the guy that was sitting towards back flat. You cut him down, so now you have bedroom control. All of the Atlanta FaZe players are going to swan out towards back spa. Shotzzy at least finds the first. Shotzzy finds the second. The stack is going to be here. First segment about to be complete.
Take a look at player number 4. He's the one who's lightening the load. He's the one who's making things easier. Zip calls in the streak. Can it do any damage? Yes, it does. It cuts away Ghosty. Huku's trying to make some plays, eventually falls, and now it is all on to Shotzzy. Stays alive. Shotzzy giving it his all. Eventually does get dropped, and now a minute on the clock. 5 segments once again earned. Can Texas make it a full 6 and go up 2-1? We will have to find out as Hook making his way toward the back. It is he and Dashy who could be the ones to make the play.
Oh, Hook, he might have just got great timing because that stun did not connect. Should be able to find this kill onto Celium. Now you have all the information that you need. The last 2 players from Atlanta FaZe are going to be spawning all the way across the map. You don't have any bedroom control. You want to try to slow down and play TDM. 8 and 7. The lives remaining. OpTic Texas is trying to win this one.
Oh, they are indeed, but Simp, a great nade onto Dashy, so that will clear the B point for a moment. Hook, he's switching between weapons, going back and forth, dive onto the point. Can they cap it? Yes, they will! Texas had to be patient. They had to wait for their window of opportunity. But Hook makes the plays toward the stretch J, and we see he gets the call. Kyler jump from the point with me, goes for the dolphin dive, and they have just enough members to get that zone, to get that bar past the finish line. 2-1, go Texas.
OpTic just did a great job of just not wrapping back towards bedroom. You didn't want to waste any time in that final push. You take control of spot, you spawn them all the way across the map. Eventually you stack that point to secure the round, but now you have to clutch up on another defense. We feel 2-2 split between Atlanta FaZe, but Hook and Shotzzy, the SMG duo, they cut them down. Now Atlanta have to hit that rotation over towards B.
Well, that's a big 1v1. BC's able to take it. And with that, for Texas, trying to figure out which zone are they going to? And
yes.
Okay, doesn't matter. Map control game. Texas wipe away all. And from there, Hook ends up earning that cruise missile. You can tell, Jay, he is a man that feels confident often, and understandably so. The gunny is disgusting. A chow, say less!
Hook is just nuking right now. He finds himself on an A spree. OpTic currently have all map control. As Atlanta FaZe is just trying to find an opening, trying to find a way out of their spawn. Now he sets up Shotzzy on the pinch. Shotzzy finds 2. Can his SMG do on Hook do anything more? He finds another. Eventually does get cut down, but 20 seconds left. Atlanta has to get on a point.
Oh my God, Ghosty
nearly found 2. So we're talking so often about that timer, 17 and change. FaZe able to stop it for the moment. One more break for Texas, and this control, it ends. It comes to a finish, but take a look at Luke. Could he be the one to make the play again? He's found himself on the flank, but Slasher able to read him. Longtime teammates, and able to find the read, but it's Shotzi poking away at 2. Celium able to drop him, and from there, FaZe have numbers. This should be the point. This should be the capture.
And now this is where you make the decision to just chalk that one up, play for the exit kills, because right now it's 20-13 in lives remaining. All you want to do is try to play TDM. Ghosty, he's getting all this information. Great stun to at least find the first. Goes for the towel onto the second. Cuts down Celium. 19-11. 1 minute left. Atlanta has to try to find an opening.
How explosive has Texas been so far throughout this round? Hook goes for the chow, eventually falls, but now it could set up Shotzi. 36 and 23, making that score line look that much better. But there's still one player in the back lines that is going to be Slasher. Ends up cutting away one. Can he find the second? Yes, he does. Slasher on the 5 spree finds one more. That's a cruise missile and a chance. FaZe with numbers at that B point.
Dashy, he's just waiting for his teammates to try to get into the play before he goes for the chow on towards the point. Taking his sweet time in towards top Ever while his teammates are trying to get all these players in towards the back of the desk. Dashy finds the first, Hook eventually finds the second. Trying to go for the chow onto Slasher's Ghosty. But Slasher does a great job of staying alive. Only 25 seconds left. This is going to be the final push.
And Slasher has to go for the chow, so off of respawn, right? Slasher's going to have to make a call. Do we bring in the cruise
5
missile?
lives for FaZe.
Positioning. So here it comes. Can Texas weather the storm? Meanwhile, you have Sif, who's on the flank. This is the push that could break open the game. This is the push that can seal the deal. But Hook comes takes one down, but takes his teammates in the process. But it does not matter.
Let's go.
OpTic Texas. We talked about their attacking rounds on this map. They were flawless. Up against Atlanta FaZe, they lose the very first one, but this time around, they take 2 defensive rounds, which were nail-biters all the way to the very end, and clutch up and take the control. Now up 2-1 in the series. And remember, before we went to that commercial break, Lando, I said every time Atlanta FaZe have lost a series this year, it comes by dropping that map number 3. OpTic Texas with the perfect game plan, man. And when you have the SMGs playing like the way that they are, look at the stat line from Shotzi. 38 and 25, 27 non-traded kills, 4,400 damage. Almost has the same as 2 of his teammates combined. Shotzi just took over in that control. Puts now OpTic up 2-1 in the series.
Good God, nearly a 40 bomb drops here in the swing mode. 27 unanswered kills. He was a headache for Atlanta FaZe to deal with, but I tell you what, man, that was just unbelievable hotel control, really, from both teams. You could feel like the strategies, the wheels were turning for both rosters, the plays that were set up. But Shotzi off to a very hot start in this game, rode that momentum all the way through. But impressive work across the board. But I'll tell you what, man, I know Hook's stat line doesn't look unbelievable as the game comes to a close, but how impactful was he in those later rounds?
Oh, he went on a 9 streak in that later half of the game, and you all saw it. Shotzi was the guy that was doing it all, but when Hook stepped up alongside him, that SMG duo was just causing so many problems for Atlanta FaZe. They couldn't make their way out of the spawn, and even when they found a couple kills, it was both of those guys finding 2-piece to equalize that situation, which now sets up OpTic Texas the ability to close it out in a map number 4. We recently had this series, man. The only difference was that map number 1. That instead of Fortress, it was Hotel. Atlanta FaZe, they took the search and destroy during the Major 3 qualifiers. OpTic Texas, they take the control. This map number 4, OpTic were able to clutch up and win 250 to 207 to secure their winners bracket at their own major. So it couldn't be any better for OpTic Texas. You beat them on this map, you have to try to do it again to make it to a grand final.
Yeah, absolutely do. So far, it has been great work for Texas in the respawns. as they're able to walk away with another control. Their control coming into this major was questionable. They were 1-4, now make it 2-4. And if we're talking about, who's ever going to make it to the finals, you got to be solid across all modes. Texas trying to be as complete as possible. And the same thing can be said for Atlanta FaZe. We saw our map set there, Jay. We've got Mercado for Game 4, potentially for Game 5. What can the folks expect on a map like this?
On a map like this, OpTic Texas are the #1 rotation team all throughout this major. They have just been dominating the better side of the positioning every single time. And even if they don't win that rotation, in those final moments, they are finding the correct kills to flip those spawns. So that's one thing you have to make sure, because OpTic Texas in Hardpoint have just been taking over.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I mean, the team KD is at a 1.25. That is absurd. The hold percentages.
That's unreal.
That is, some of the highest I've seen probably throughout this season, undoubtedly. And then we're talking about how many points they're winning by, nearly by 100 every time. And the last times, right, that we saw both these teams face off was in that Game 1, a 100-point club. They're onto the Fortress. And then I tell you what, man, it was the SMGs who were frying. You saw a multitude of different players. Dashy's been an unreal beast when it comes down to Hardpoint lately, especially in that prior series that they had. But now the pressure gets put onto Atlanta. The pressure is now firmly on the shoulders of FaZe, as they are trying to go back-to-back for the first time since Major 3 and Major 4 back in Cold War. Do they have what it takes? Absolutely. But is this their chance? Is this their opportunity? As we see the records and we fly in, 5 seconds to go. Game 4, what could be the final map of this series.
It's going to be OpTic Texas starting off on the better side of the map. They're going to be able to take control of that P1 nice and early. The Atlanta FaZe, their biggest focus is finding a couple kills, trying to flip these spawns. As trades go back and forth, at least they relieve some of that pressure on towards the P1 hardpoint. But these kills are going to be so big. OpTic is trying to do a good job of maintaining green side. They want to make sure they have that P2.
Both teams actually end up playing Mercado hardpoint in their prior series. Texas took it, Atlanta did not.
Nice.
Kills, and those are some massive kills off the start of this game. We talk so often about P2, bottom side of the map, where Texas are focusing all of their attention. And Jay, they're also getting every single second at P1, 27 uncontested points.
They are cutting down all the Atlanta FaZe players, trying to go for a route while they're soaking up all this time. This has been a perfect start to this hard point for OpTic Texas, because now they are able to win that rotation over towards Cantinas. All lot pressure from Atlanta FaZe, though, coming from headshots. It's going to be on Shotzi. Can he cut them down?
They can expect this corner. The lead continues to grow. The pressure, as we said for FaZe, starts to get applied. Great bait and switch coming in from the Tiny Tears. But it's Hook over the top side. It's that aggressive. Spot is going to be revealed on the other side. Dashy and Ghosty trying to lock things up, but now it is all on to the Rook. Thankfully, Shotzi has arrived off of the respawn. Weathered, bruised, battered, but staying alive. Ghosty doing everything right now for Texas. Off to a hot start, eventually drops. FaZe make their presence felt and get on the board.
And you would take that if you are OpTic Texas. A good 30 to 35 seconds. It's now going to force them to hit that early rotation. There's only 2 players currently for Atlanta FaZe in this position towards 10. Shotzi puts himself in a nice little corner. BZ does take down Hook, though. They're just waiting for Shotzi. Shots is going to be the playmaker.
They have no idea that Shotzi's in this perspective. A few shots exchanged, and now Celium looks to go for the chow.
Oh, that was perfect timing.
Can he go for it? No, yes, he will! Eventually drops, and now it leads it into a 2v2. Dashy now versus Abizi for the time, and you've got player 8 trying to make a play on the backside. Celium able to arrive. FaZe currently with the pinch somewhat established off of the spawns. Dashy falls, and now here come FaZe. Here come FaZe, now with the seconds.
Now it's all on to Celium, the last player here, one-on-one versus Shotzi. He's able to win it. So the final 30 seconds should go in favor of Atlanta FaZe. You just have to cut your losses if you are OpTic Texas. Hit that early rotation over towards Barbershop. You do a great job of just trying to set up around that new hill. You pushed out towards green, but unfortunately Hoop does drop in that moment. Atlanta FaZe, they can apply the pressure through the back end.
They absolutely can. A massive spot right now for both rosters. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding right now with Atlanta FaZe.
He's on me, yeah, I'm probably dead. I got fucking baited and pushed. He's on the wall. He's on the top wall. He's on the wall. Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to cover you guys. I'm making shit. Who? Bottom right. I'm short another mid. Okay. Middle, one's mid pocket. Short him in. No, he's behind me, mid pocket, so he's still mid pocket. I see nothing pushing too long. I don't see mid pocket. I'm gonna get time. I was thinking before, guys. I'm all playing by side. I'm recording. Nice, look at me, Chris. I'm fucking stun by. I can look by. I haven't made. I can help you. Pinching long on me? One short. I got the guy on the pinch. That's kind of nice. I have time. Responding P2 on me. Champion. P2, that's nice. Am I boost side? Yeah, I'm trying to watch it. I'm on your P2 side. I'm loading. I thought 2. I'm trying to help you guys. Tunnel goes these stunts. Yeah, they're hitting fucking.
And the communication right there from Atlanta FaZe was basically flawless. Small talk was there. They had all the angles cut off, which eventually leads to a full 60 hold in towards the courtyard. It's not going to force OpTic Texas to cut their losses, set up again around that cantina area. Just don't want to drop in these initial gunfights. It's only 10 seconds remaining on hold, but these gunfights are so crucial for these spawns.
And you can see FaZe throwing the SMGs forward. These could be the men to make the play. Abizi firing forward. Great work to cut away Hoog. Simp still alive. He's able to drop a double kill, and from there, FaZe with the early time.
Oh, FaZe find all the kills at the right time to find the break on towards Canteen as they are able to take the lead in this hard point, and Simp is not slowing down. Already on a 4-3, battling everything that he possibly can see. As he takes down the 5th, he's trying to earn himself that cruise whistle, but OpTic, they're just trying to find a way in. Only 35 seconds left. At least they do a great job of flipping those spawns for that P7 hill, but great win from Hook. They can still put on some pressure.
Yeah, they definitely can. 25 seconds to go. A big gunfight to take, and Shotzi right at your face. Abizi on the other side. 15 seconds still to fight for, but this is a wonderful hard point from start to finish from FaZe. They get the early break, and now take a look at the lead that they hold. Texas, understandably so, go for the rotation, and now P7 belongs to them. Can they lock it down, or can MC with some wild long-range shots make another opening break?
Shotzi setting up a perfect play. Spawn all the way out towards 10, but setting up this repaint in towards Barber Alley is exactly what you want to do. The spawn Atlanta FaZe all the way across the map, but Slasher does a great job of taking care of him. With only 40 seconds on this hill, OpTic, they have been holding this one down.
They have indeed. 30 seconds still to go.
Oh, I thought he was going to get that double.
Within the back alley. Shotzi there for the trades.
Still got him though.
Going down
Still got him. Let's go.
Shotzi winning a few fights. Let's step aside now and see how the comms are sounding with Texas.
I'm all your P4 side, by the way. I'm all P4 side. They can only go up middle, guys. They go up middle. Alright, they go up middle, by the way. CT. Cell CT. Where are you spawning, guys? I spawned in. Okay, one got deep banana. You said banana? Yeah, I don't see him. No, he's deep. L and banana. I'm just pre-mid, B banana. I don't see him banana, by the way. Oh, that's banana. Cell, CT, banana.
Let's go, boys.
Back to bar 8. Yo, he's cross deep left. 2 of them. One got no banana. Banana, 2 of them. Go ahead. I'm helping you head.
Nice.
Guys, top RV. One's going got heady. Slash, go before.
I don't see him, by the way.
What's before?
They're playing to the soul. It looks like.
Before?
Get the first kill. Yo, one guy's like, nice. One guy's L, I think.
No, I
don't know. Look up.
Nice. Let's go.
Yo, someone keep shot Barbara.
No, he's on me. Right side head. Watch out. I got him. They're hitting middle. Multiple. Yo, he's nice. They're sunning. You look ahead.
I got you. He's on point. You could get a P7 spawn.
Yeah, I'm watching. Look ahead. My head. I know. Yeah, I could look my own hedge now. Shift. I have hedge. Okay. I have 4.
A great check-in there with OpTic Texas, but we gotta focus on this next hard point. This is the one that could break open the game, that could lead a charge. But Hook ends up dropping 2 in the meantime. Abizi ends up making his presence felt over at the Cantina. Open time right now in a 10-point game.
And it's all on Abizi. He's still the only player here for Atlanta FaZe. He's trying to stay alive for as long as he can for his teammates to get back into the play. There's a couple OpTic players that are in this situation are going to take them down. Neither squad is fighting for this time right now, but OpTic, they know how crucial this 30 seconds can be. They're finding the kills. Now when you push this and 3 dead in the feed, you keep on going. You want to get over towards the next hill. They're trying to chain these 2 hard points. They close it out now.
Oh, I was going to say, that could be the play. Shotzzy eventually falls, and from there, Atlanta FaZe now have got to lock this one up. The crowd starting to get behind the young gun. Ghosty, 21 and 12, currently on the 3 spree. Has got both that tack and Vaznev in hand, and now makes it 4 in a row. Could it be the break? Could it be the break? Flasher!
Ooh, let's go. Let's go.
It is all on to Celium. Abizi, though, ends up finding the 3rd.
Yep.
Shotzzy. It is now all on to him, trying to stay alive and
yep.
for as long as possible. Does he have the gunfight? The cavalry has arrived. Texas are here.
Let's
20 seconds to go.
Atlanta FaZe, they need to find an opening. They're running all the way across the map. OpTic are trying to close it out now.
Yeah.
Ghosty finds a big kill onto Abizi. Sip at least finds a trade.
Oh my goodness.
Here, but
boy was
Atlanta
cooking.
FaZe, they're able to find the break. OpTic is still trying to win it here, though.
And with that, let's find a few segments. I don't know if they got
the
tick.
They didn't, but
they did not get the tick. It's about this rotation, and FaZe are here.
Just a few seconds left.
They're going to be able to set up for this barbershop hill. Hoop knows that one player is going to spawn out. You take care of him, and now you're setting up that pinch. You have blue control. You have Barber Alley. Look at the spawn for Abizi. These gunfights are big.
These gunfights are massive. Simp ends up going low. Shot's the only man alive. All you need is 1 second. If you're Texas,
do not blow this.
FaZe right now have got one heck of a setup, and they're not losing their gunfights. Dashing, a bit of a slow performance, starts to make his presence felt.
Look at the spawns.
That makes the play. The spawns are close. This is your chance. This is your chance. And there it is.
Let's go! Woo!
History has repeated itself again. OpTic Texas have taken down the Atlanta FaZe once more here in their building, and now have got a date in the final versus Toronto Ultra. This is what makes COD great, Jay. An unbelievable story and a crazy run that is extended now here for OpTic.
OpTic Texas, man, from losers round 1, has fought in their way all the way back at their own major to make it to the grand finals. What a performance from them, man. Both of the hard points were stellar. They were in control every single time they needed to. Winning your rotation, setting up properly, playing a couple rat corners is what leads to a lot of success. You see the stat line from the rookie, 25 and 17, a minute and 50
yeah, that was stressful, but that was so good.
The MVP, without question, was Shotzzy. 32 and 26, 29 traded kills. Every time OpTic needed something to go their way, it was Shotzzy. Time and time again, finding clutch kill after clutch kill to close out this series in 4. We just had this one, man. We just had this one in the qualifiers. Wasn't the same map number 1, but this was the same series score. OpTic take it in 4. Now make it to that grand finals in a matchup versus that Toronto Ultra squad.
And these fans are going absolutely berserk. Make it now 9 hard points in a row for OpTic. The streak is extended and now make it 9-1 versus Atlanta FaZe since last season in Vanguard. We got people going crazy, understandably so, Jay. Wild stuff from OpTic. They get it done.
They get it done, man. Now they are at the grand finals at their own major. The crowd is obviously so into this one, man. They have the ability to win their home major 2 years in a row.
Incredible stuff, man. Absolutely wild stuff. This is the reason why we love this game. This is the reason why we love this esport. Grand finals now set up. OpTic versus Ultra. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. Desk, take it away, guys.
Well, there will be no back-to-back championships here from Atlanta FaZe. A good run nonetheless, but top 3 is where they're going to have to settle. OpTic Texas, however, find themselves in grand finals against Toronto Ultra, which means we are guaranteed a new victor in our 3rd major. There has not been a repeat since.
Not only that, we have a rookie whose first LAN, we're going to break that 2011 record. It's either going to be Dan Ghosty or Hixie.
Wow, isn't that a story, Nameless? Hey, look, we've been pumping that up too since the very beginning. Our rookies, all our rookies, right? Top 4 performance regardless, and now one is about to win a major.
Yeah, absolutely insane, and the energy in here is just ridiculous in the fashion that OpTic are winning these series. They are smoking some of the top teams that we have, and the turnaround from literally 6-7 days ago. I have never seen such a bigger turnaround. Like, a 100-point club to start the series? Are you kidding me?
It's
the way they close out that Mercado.
Against Atlanta FaZe, like Ali said, Nameless. Against Atlanta FaZe. Like, it's unreal. And you go back to last year. This is where OpTic won their last major. They're looking to do it again. This has been, as far as I'm concerned, a historic run. You get beat down 3-0 to Boston Breach day 1, and now you find yourselves in grand final.
It's pretty much a carbon copy of exactly what Thieves did when they went on that losers run in Boston. They stopped one shot, but this OpTic Texas lineup look unstoppable right now. And I mean, it's the hard points. Look, I think when it came down to that control, that was the real difference maker. Of course, we know FaZe and the Search and Destroys. Yes, okay, they lost Elasilo to Ultra, but you still would always favor them in any Search and Destroy they're in. The fact they lose that control, then this series is fully in OpTic's hands.
You know what? Like, I want to show some love to Shotzi. 11.4k damage. The guy is a monster. Like, if they win to have him as MVP, but you know what? In this series, there were some moments where Hoop slowed down, right? In that game 4, Dashy slowed down. Who picked him up? It was Ghosty. The man had 2 minutes in the hill, 25+ kills, making moves. We went to that listening. When we first saw this OpTic team, the first couple matches they had, hectic listening. You couldn't hear a damn word that they were saying. In that listening, cool as a cucumber, you heard every single call out. They closed it out, man. Unbelievable performance out of OpTic, and you can see here, like, the stats don't even show some of the stuff Shots is doing, bro. I'm telling you, on that last break, he jumps on top of the wall, flies around the right side to win that gunfight, and then finds Slasher, and then he jumps up on top of the light in the hill. Kid's unreal.
I can't believe it, and honestly, I got to say, I was on the edge of my seat, though, when it was 249, 200. I was thinking, oh, man, is Atlanta FaZe going to be able to do this? I got a little bit worried for the OpTic boys, yet they pulled through, and they made it happen. And speaking of making it happen, let's take a look at our scuff play of the game, and we got to go back to control that round 3. Hook, Ali, he was taking over.
Listen, you look at the scoring right now, 13-21. This guy goes on an 8 spree during this control at the final moments for the W in the game number 3. I'm not gonna lie, Hoop was in the blender maps 3 and 4, but when it mattered, when it came down to the wire, he made the heads-up play that ended up winning them the game. And that is what OpTic Texas needs, especially going up into this grand final against Toronto Ultra.
And we have our scuff team of the major. It's back again at Texas. The CDO experts will select the top 8 players. Then you, the fans, will vote for your favorites. The top 4 players with the most votes will become the scuff team of the major. Get your votes in because, well, we're reaching the end, right? We're about to reach into grand finals. I can't believe, and it's been an absolutely insane weekend. Let's take a look at the bracket, though. We know what grand finals are at the moment. Of course, it's going to be Toronto Ultra going against OpTic Texas, but I want to take a little bit of a jog into the past. Ton, what do you see?
I mean, one thing I want to talk about, just before we get onto the team in the major, kind of carry on. LA Gorillas going out, but the story of Marky B coming in for the squad and getting a map win underneath his belt kind of shows Vegas Legion's problems with control, of course. That's maybe a conversation point, but what an event this has been. and we have one more banging game to go on.
Yeah, I mean, every single event, there's just a crazy storyline, and now we're going to crown a new champion as well. And like Ali said, a rookie is going to win their first major. I mean, this is wild.
Yo, honestly, I'm so happy to be here. This is incredible, you know. But hey, if you want, go check out the merch because the CDL's got it all for you. And I think a lot of teams might have just earned a ton of new fans over the weekend. You can check out the CDL store for all the official CDL merch. They've got all the new hoodies and the full lineup of 2023 jerseys. You can check it out at shop.callofdutyleague.com. And also, if you want to look good in-game and play like the pros, hey, and look like the pros, we got your team packs on lock-in. Like I said, I think, honestly, across the board, so many probably new fans for the teams out there, and I'm sure OpTic just added a few new members to their green wall as well. Grand Finals! It's OpTic Texas against Toronto Ultra. It comes down to this, one best of 7 to decide it all. We're going to find out our winner after the break.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major 3, the OpTic Texas Major, here live at the Esports Stadium, Arlington. It all comes down to this: 4 wonderful days of Call of Duty, now to the grand finals. Toronto Ultra against OpTic Texas. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Study off an amazing cast, Alley Cat as well as Nameless, and Study, OpTic, they get it done.
Oh man, they get it done, and they dominate in the hard points, man. I think the MVP without question. The guy is playing absolutely lights out, at least in that last series. Shotzzy was doing whatever he wanted. Every time OpTic needed to have a clutch play, he would find a 2-piece around the map, wherever he was doing it at, man. So Shotzzy, he's a guy that I'm really looking at to just continue that form and try to take that chip.
Looking at like over 10K damage. Absolutely nutty. He brings that in grand finals. Toronto Ultra might be in trouble. But let's recap. This is day 4. We've had a ton of great moments. Let's go ahead and start going through our top memorable moments. And first, of course, we have to talk about OpTic, right? They're on a roll. OpTic has ran through the elimination bracket, and it's nothing less historic, Nameless.
I mean, if you think about how they started, got 3-0'd by Breach, right? And then they played the London Royal Ravens. A couple of small moments, they would have been out of the tournament, but they turned that win into a learning lesson, and they make a run all the way through the lower bracket, just destroying everyone in their path. We've seen them go up against Florida, who was looking new and improved. They hit them with a hot 3-1. Florida tried to test the map pool. And then we started to learn a little bit more about OpTic. And then their next match, they have Seattle. Allie, what happened?
I mean, it was a quick series, that's for sure. I mean, they lose that hotel control 3-1. But, I mean, they've been kind of struggling in that game mode as of late, so not that surprising. But, I mean, the hard points, I mean, a smackdown, and the S&D, a 6-1 just whooping on the side of OpTic Texas. That's where we really saw what truly they are capable of and what got them here today.
And again, just the fact that it starts beating London Royal Ravens. Had a lot of questions. Was it going to be enough? Oh, you beat one of the worst teams in the league, at least when it comes to CDL points, and yet here they are. How well would have London Royal Ravens done? Who knows? But let's talk about another exciting moment that took place. We had a coach come in to sub. Marky B representing LAG, winning a control study. This was crazy.
Oh yeah, this was definitely insane. But once again, I just want to give a big shout out to RCDs, man. I really hope that everything is going right with him. Yeah. And he's able to get back onto the battlefield. But yeah, when you talk about this map, like Marky B beating Placer in 2023 on a map like Force of Control, I could have never thought of that one.
And he went on a 5 spree, and you know what? The crowd showed him so much love through the series as well. And I'm mad that we subbed him out for that map number 4. I think we should have kept him in. He was just getting started, you know what I'm saying?
Right? Now we never know. We never know what would happen.
Well, we were thinking he was going to stay in. He didn't ultimately. We understand why, right? But Marky B, he definitely performed well. He got 13 kills, 13 deaths, so he didn't go positive or negative, went even. I think that's respectable.
Dude, he's living all our dreams, bro. This guy came in, right? With the ripped sweatpants off, put on his jeans, said, I'm ready to go. But the crowd was so lit, man. That might have been the second loudest it's been outside of an OpTic
It's so
game.
funny. I talked to him afterwards too, and he's like, "Man, I wish I would have got a haircut before going up on stage." He's like, normally I get a haircut, before every major. This time I skipped out on it, and I end up on stage playing. So, but I think he was looking fresh, and the crowd loved him either which way. Las Vegas Legion, though, they make a great run, one that I think a lot of people weren't expecting, especially the victory that they managed to get.
Yeah, I mean, they just seem to match up really well against the LA Thieves. This is now the second time they beat them in like a 30-day span. Also, winning 2 matches, starting loose bracket is already hard enough. Yeah. You win 2 matches and then beat a team that got top 2 at the last event. That is a world championship squad. No easy feat. So, shout out to the Vegas Legion. We've seen them on Twitter a little bit stressed about the time slots and stuff that they got. So they're going to go back, figure out their control, try to get a winner's bracket spot, and make some deeper runs that we have in our tournament. Either way, when you look at Legion and this team's history, it has been pretty terrible up until this year. So that man and Temp, who has weathered the storm on this organization, hopefully they can find some success going forward.
And Old Man Clay, right? Old Man Clay also carrying his weight too. Good to see him up there. And, we questioned Las Vegas Legion. They needed CDL points so they can qualify. I mean, Clay is him, and he's making the job done, or at least he's getting the job done, I should say. And not to mention, Legion is incredible in their own right. The run was great, that big win against LA Thieves, but Florida Mutineers too, right? A team that also needed to show up and show out because they needed CDL points to qualify for champs. They beat NYSL, a big upset.
Yeah, that was insane to me, man, because when you talk about the Florida Mutineers roster, they were one of the worst hardpoint teams that we had all season long. Versus that NYSL roster, they take both of them. So that's an insane thing to me. I'm wondering,
New York got to go back. Like, this is a team who won Major 1.
Yeah.
Ever since then, they've just been looking middle of the pack.
That's probably the biggest question mark to me at this event, because I really thought New York were going to be able to have a decent run in this tournament. They're looking pretty good headed into it, so they got to go back, figure out what's going wrong, fix their hard point.
And they were #1 in so many places on LAN as well. Like we talked about, yeah, their Major 3 qualifier online wasn't that great, but even when we were heading to the Major, they were the #1 hardpoint team on LAN, #1 control team on LAN. So the hopes were really high. Definitely the most traditional upset in the fact that Florida Mutineers were able to pull that one out. But the curse didn't go with them for too long because OpTic Texas shut that down quick.
They definitely did. OpTic Texas continue to go, and they're on a roll. And so are our rookies, right? They're on a rampage. All 4 of them getting top 4 in this major, and we have at least 3 of them still to play. I'm talking about Hixie, Scrap, Ghosty, 2 of those players going for their first ever major win, which making history, which hasn't been done since 2011.
Hey man, can I just give a big shout out to challengers as well? Because you think about Hixie and Scrap, these guys are teaming with each other, right? Having some success, and now they're sitting in a grand final through the winners bracket. Then also Ghosty, this guy's been turned up when they needed him most in that game 4. He just turned up. Also, if he doesn't get that 1v2 early in the tournament, OpTic might not even be in this position. So, you know, all these guys fighting for a championship, it's just crazy to see. And then Beans as well.
Beans,
quite a surprise.
That's right. Yeah, Beans as well. I love stories like this. You know, it's sensational to see a player come in and really live the dreams, I think, of a lot of Call of Duty players out there. And I love that you mentioned challengers, Nameless, because it's like they grind over there. It's not easy. It's the gauntlet. And then to make it up to the big stage and then to perform, Ali, that's not an easy task.
I completely agree. I mean, it's on the biggest stage against some of the biggest teams, right? And our rookies ended in the top 4 here. And like one of them's winning their first LAN since 2011 and their first inception of the CDL. I think this year has been such an impactful year when it comes to bringing up challengers players and seeing what they can do for rosters, because in previous years, you know, when we finally see a challengers player get pulled up, it's usually on a lower team like that isn't having a lot of success, you know, using when it wasn't Vegas Legion, it was Paris Legion as an example. And we see like Dan Ghosty get put into OpTic Texas, like one of the biggest rookie moves we've seen. Now he's in a grand final. We see Hixie put on Toronto Ultra when they weren't even technically struggling statistically. So I think this has been a huge year for putting eyes on challengers and the reason to bring up players onto your team.
A lot of pressure on the rookies, but they're all rising up to the occasion. Again, just to reiterate, top 4 for all 4 rookies. That is spectacular. But let's talk about winners finals. We had an upset, Toronto Ultra against Atlanta FaZe. Toronto Ultra ends up winning, securing their spot in grand finals. Study, I think it's fair to say this is one we didn't expect.
Oh yeah, we definitely didn't expect it, especially Toronto Ultra taking down Atlanta FaZe in search and
And they really
destroy.
take their sweet time between matches.
Obviously Atlanta FaZe, they're the best search and destroy team in the game, but when you take that mode away from them, you see what it was able to do in the rest of this series. They're great in search and destroy. They are the best team in control. You win those 2 maps, you set yourself up for a lot of success, man. Toronto Ultra, they just came out swinging versus Atlanta.
That's what I'm saying. Like, where do you take Toronto when it comes to control?
Yeah.
Like, everywhere. They're so good. You know, we get a hotel in that series where, you know, FaZe have looked pretty good at hotel at times. They just made it look pretty comfortable, right? Yeah. Toronto Ultra also in the search and destroy lately. Yeah. Look at the Boston series. What happens? Toronto wins 2 S&Ds, proving they don't need to win a hard point. And then they go into this series, they beat FaZe on El Asilo S&D, right? So it just it's seeming like Insight and Kleenex are starting to find their groove again in what was once one of the best search and destroy teams in the world.
And we got to talk about one thing that's been special all week, and obviously it's been OpTic, but it's also been you out there in the crowd showing the love and showing up 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., right, just to get a good seat. You know, the King represents. Scumps also had that watch party. It's really been an incredible weekend, I think, for OpTic as a whole.
That's crazy, showing up at 1 a.m. just to get a good seat. Oh.
Every single time that we're here in Texas, it's a testament to how much a home advantage and having your community and your team behind you can do. I mean, talk about some serious momentum. Again, OpTic Texas, I mean, wasn't looking like the best team coming out of Major 3 qualifiers. They were not looking like the best team day 1. And what happens? They get dropped down to that elimination bracket, and this crowd is still showing out day in and day out, packing this house, sitting here at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. to get that front seat to cheer them on, and they have pushed them with that momentum and that love all the way to the grand finals.
It's absolutely incredible. I call it a Cinderella story, maybe. I don't know if it's going to be classified as that, but it is on the realm of that, you know, to go in from maybe we're expecting top 6, then they reach top 4. Wow, that's good. Now they're in grand finals. It's incredible. Let's take a look at our bracket, though, once again, and kind of just catch everybody up. We've been talking about Toronto Ultra beating Atlanta FaZe. They did so in winners finals. Now, They are in grand finals. OpTic Texas, a huge victory over Atlanta FaZe. That puts them against Toronto Ultra in that best of 7 to win not only the trophy, but also the money. Let's take a look at that trophy, though. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. Someone's going to be lifting it up, nameless, and I don't know who just yet.
You know what, Taylor? I have no idea who's going to be lifted up just yet, but if it's anything like these,
honestly, that trophy's pretty mid.
has a hell of a chance, but Toronto has done it
That's
through the winners
boring
bracket.
as hell.
They've done exactly what they needed to do, and they look pretty sound. And right here, you can see already guaranteed 120.
OpTic needs to hire like a new promotions person or
65 points,
designer or something, whatever it is. No intro video, boring walkout. Like, they got the money to do cool shit, and they just don't. It's unbelievable.
So that's also
so much on the line.
It's a long list, man, and it's grown ever since we started from day 1 to now. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Our grand finals, it's about to get started, and I can't wait to do so. We're going to take one more final break. When we come back, grand finals, Toronto Ultra versus OpTic Texas will be underway.
Hi, I'm Miles Ross, and I'm here in windy Texas with this beautiful GMC Hummer EV to pick up Shotzi.
This is as good as it gets. Shotzi, the new face of OpTic Texas.
I feel like I have a really unique way of going about the game. I like trying to break it.
With Major 3 just around the corner, we're going to go get him, bring him back here, and make him touch some grass.
Even the world's greatest Call of Duty players have to get outdoors once in a while, so we're on a journey to reconnect them with nature in the revolutionary GMC Hummer EV.
Let's go touch some grass.
This is the Hummer EV. It's cool. We're having a lot of fun. See you, dude.
Every time. But we had kids in Boston, they pulled up and they were like, yo! It was 2 young dudes, and I was like, we wheeled in, like, what's up, boys? Me and Zimmer, what's up? And they were like, what is this? Like, hey, you boys play Call of Duty? They're like, yeah. We're like, peace. We rolled up. It's so funny.
All right, we're on the road. About to go into the Cedar Hill State Park. We're going to touch some grass. Oh, here we go.
Everyone's looking at us, by the way.
Welcome to the GMC Hummer EV. You ready for something cool?
Yeah.
Hands-free Super Cruise.
What? Dude.
Isn't that crazy?
That's insane. You're not even touching it.
No, I'm not even, like, eyes on the road, but hands are wherever they want to be.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Yo, I love this car.
Oh, yeah. Let's start things off. In between Major 1 and obviously Major 2, a lot happened.
Scumpy, shocking the world with his retirement. The community shocked by this announcement.
A new era of Call of Duty begins.
What was this whole period between Major 1 and Major 2 like for you?
Dude, if I had to explain it in one word, it felt like a movie.
Okay. Because everyone knows Scump's a legend. One of the most famous Call of Duty players of all time. He's the man.
Yeah.
What was it like getting a team with that guy?
There's nothing but good things to say about that guy. He taught me a lot of things, and people say that, like, you know, he transferred the torch over to me, and, you know, I'm trying to, I guess you could say, live up to his expectations in a way.
Is there a lot of pressure there? Like, do you feel like he's got big shoes to fill no matter what?
Yeah.
Do you feel that pressure?
No, the only reason I don't feel that pressure is just because I'm doing what I love doing.
Shotzi, an incredible round.
Just dancing around the map.
Well, you mess with people's aim, their centering, their auto aim. Like, you found a way to change the game and find advantages that not many other people can do mechanically, which is amazing.
Yeah.
You know, that's truly a you thing.
Yeah, no, 100%. As long as I know that I'm trying my best and I'm giving it my absolute all, then I'll always be proud of myself.
You've got the ice IRL. You're keeping it chill IRL. I love that. Let's talk Major 2.
This OpTic Texas lineup just made some serious moves.
Scump's not on the team anymore.
Dashy off the team, back on the team.
And they bring in who?
You had a decent run, cut a little short.
And OpTic are gone from Major number 2.
I can't complain, honestly. All you could really do is just take that one on the chin.
This OpTic team has not been together that long. This is a win in my book to get to the Final Four.
Then go back to going to practice every single day and try to improve.
You haven't had a normal team situation. We're coming up on Major 3. You're the host. What's the sort of thought so far?
go into the major, you want to feel as prepared as possible. Practice definitely gets more intense in terms of the minutes that we put in. After practice, ideally, I like to play 8s just to get those extra reps. It's all about sacrifices, and I understand what it takes to, to be at the top.
This is a lovely place. Look at that lake out there. It's beautiful.
Holy smokes. Didn't even know we had lakes over here like that.
Wait, you're too busy being one of the greatest gamers in the world. I don't blame you.
I'm too busy trying to win tournaments.
Too busy trying to win tournaments. We're gonna park, touch some grass.
Touch some grass.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 days, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta run up the next, point to the sky with the run up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major 3, the OpTic Texas Major at the Esports Stadium, Arlington. It is time for Grand Finals. We got OpTic Texas versus Toronto Ultra, best of 7. Big moment for both rosters. We've set the storyline up. You should be caught up either way. I'm excited for this to go down, and we'll get our predictions, I'm sure of it, but we got to start breaking down these teams, and let's start off with Toronto Ultra, a team that beat Atlanta FaZe in what we consider an upset. They made it here for a reason.
They did make it here for a reason, and to be honest, I think like the biggest edge Toronto Ultra might have in this series right now is in that search and destroy, right? They go up against our best search and destroy team in Atlanta FaZe, and they end that 15-win spree, where OpTic has been kind of back and forth when it comes to that game mode, and in the best of 7, you're gonna need those search and destroys.
Gonna need search and destroys. Search wins championships, right, Nameless? That's kind of one of those things back in the day that we used to say, and still holds true today. What area do you think they'll struggle at, though, if they do have a struggle?
When it comes to Toronto, it's got to be the hard point because they're solid at it. But when you look at OpTic, 9 straight hard point map wins. That is absolutely ridiculous. But to Allie's point, she talks about the search and destroy and how Toronto's been good there. 6 straight control wins. They have been absolutely obliterating everybody in control. Teams on their best map. When we look at Boston, cooked them on LSELO, compromised them. So Toronto, they do have some edges in this series, especially in particular to this map set.
Well, it's been best of 5s up until this point. This Grand Finals is going to be a best of 7, so it's going to be a bit grueling. I think let's pull them up. Let's pull up our maps and modes, see what we're rolling with. Allie, I want you to start off. What are we seeing?
I mean, I think this is a pretty big square up across the board. I think that hotel hardpoint is kind of going to set the pace for it. You're going to be looking at your SMGs to get hot and fired up really early in this series. Jay, I see it. What do you got for me?
I think the biggest thing that OpTic are going to be happy about is that Toronto Ultra, they vetoed Fortress Control. That's the biggest thing that has caused OpTic so many problems. So when you take a look at these maps and modes, man, I think every single map is a great one for both these teams. So it's going to be a square up.
Well, when you look at it, like maps 1 and 3, pretty good for Toronto. Like Hotel seems to be their bread and butter, and we look at both of those maps. This is the team OpTic played when they formed their roster, and Toronto hit them with the hot 3-0, so it's come around full circle. Toronto sitting in a good spot in terms of the early maps.
Well, our stage is almost ready. The teams are about to battle out for that trophy, for the championship. But for us, we have one more task ahead of us. We have our predictions, and I said it before when they were about to go against Atlanta FaZe. I'm going to say it again. I'm an absolute believer. OpTic Texas has won my heart. I'm going OpTic Texas. I think they win this entire thing. What do you think?
I've been choosing against this team all weekend long, and they are just consistently proving me wrong every single series. So this time around, I got to go OpTic Texas, man. They are playing lights out in hard point. They're winning some controls. I'm going out.
All right, Allie, what about you?
I feel like there's so much power in my hand right now.
That's right.
Let's go, Allie.
I can't end it here. I can't. I'm going with Toronto Ultra.
Going Toronto Ultra for Allie. That bumps the crowd right up. Nameless, it comes down to you. You've been going against OpTic for a while now. You went with Atlanta FaZe. Have they converted you?
You know, I had a lot of time to think while I was on my knees in Walmart. And while down there, I decided OpTic, they just look way too strong, so I'm going with OpTic Texas.
Going OpTic Texas! So it looks like it's OpTic across the board minus Allie, all right? We'll see what's going on with that one. But either way, Toronto Ultra fans, are you out there in the crowd? Toronto Ultra fans, get loud!
Wrong place. Wrong place.
I'm just asking. All right, OpTic Texas fans, get loud too. Landon, let's bring the teams on stage.
All righty, Texas! This is the moment that we have all been waiting for. The grand finals here at OpTic Texas's major. Wait! What just happened? What just happened? Wait a moment!
Get out of here. There's weak security here. Really weak security. Anyways, we have the grand final. Toronto Ultra, OpTic Gaming, another storyline, good versus evil. Because everyone versus OpTic is evil. Hey, no! That's not part of the plan. Hate these guys. Anyways.
I love this.
Toronto Ultra. We got... Don't stop it. Scrappy, Kleenex, Hixie, Insight. Guys,
this team has been so good. They've been playing great when it comes to control. Hixie has been the person they've needed. Scrappy is putting on an MVP performance, and they have an opportunity to win this championship. They have to go through the green wall in front of their home crowd. Can they do it? We'll find out. Bring out the green wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finals time. How are we feeling? Let's not waste any time. Introducing to the stage the home team, OpTic Texas. Ghosty, Big Brucey, and who?
I'm seeing some serious faces on the stage right now. Remember the last time that Kyler looked like The Undertaker, he took over the series, and he's going to need to here. OpTic Texas now face their final opponent to go back-to-back at their own home major, and they had the king to bring them out. I'm ready to get this grand final started!
Fucking go!
Bring them out, bring them out.
If you'd have told me OpTic would be in the final here on Sunday, I'd have told you to go flashbang yourself. This has been one of the most unbelievably ridiculous, memorable, unpredictable, and wild tournaments we have ever seen here in the Call of Duty world. And it's not even done yet. There's plenty of time to add a little bit more spice to that flair. Miles and Chance take to this grand final is going to be a true privilege and a pleasure. I'm actually lost for words.
And like the two teams that we have right now, OpTic are currently on a 9 hardpoint winning spree. They have achieved the flow state. They can see the future. Shotzi has turned into an absolute god on the map. Right back to that MVP form. On the flip side though, for Ultra, they are undefeated in Search and Destroy. Undefeated in Control. It is the square up battle. We have made it to the finals. And we are also guaranteed a rookie, and their debut LAN performance is going to get a win, whether it be Hixie on the side of Ultra, whether it be Ghosty on the side of OpTic. You're going to get the first one we have seen since 2012, and obviously in 2012, it was Scump and Bobby.
Oh my God. It was a wonderful moment backstage, walking the halls here of the House of OpTic, where Ghosty and Hixie passed each other, and they said, hey man, not everyone knows who we are. After this, the whole world will know who you are. What a finals this is about to be.
And I just cannot imagine the chaos that OpTic have dealt with the past few months. The roster changes, the retirements, the drama just with the staff involved with the team, and even for the first 2 days they had in this tournament alone, sheer insanity. They have made it here to Sunday. you have on the side of Toronto Ultra having to get past Atlanta FaZe, the thing that has been the team that has troubled them over the years. They've achieved it. It is rookies getting after it. We are kicking things off. Greenberg Hotel.
Here we go. Into the first, an entirely sold out week of Call of Duty, a packed house here at the Esports Arena Arlington. It has been standing room only for days in here as we have put on one of the most unbelievable contests. And here we go, straight into this grand finals. Can OpTic continue the run here in Hardpoint? We will find out. Greenberg Hotel, the stage is set. The curtain is rising. We're ready to roll.
And OpTic, the team that is best in rotating versus the team that is best in breaks. Well, here's your opening break.
How much life does OpTic have left in the tank? They have fought their way through incredibly tough opponents, and now the last one. Can Ultra do the unthinkable and pull away a major upset here against this home crowd? So far, so good. Chance, they haven't got a lot of time, but they got the kills.
As strong of a start as you could ask for, getting the clean forward down towards the end. Scrap already rotating over, trying to keep these players contained, but Shotzi so quick on the jump, making sure that if he wants to rotate towards New, he can do it. If you want to chow the time, go and get it.
It's a beautiful shades of green and purple. Of course, OpTic will be the green arrows on that minimap. Toronto Ultra, the purple. And as you can see, that hard point is going to move once every minute. Currently, no one in it. Over towards the right-hand side of the minimap we go.
Well, you've got the map manipulation coming through from OpTic. They got the right side spawns. Nade kill to boot, and Shotzi in prime position to get these cutoff kills. And Mr. Demon Time himself, who, hey, he's going to drop there, but should get a good spawn. Maybe not. OpTic actually spawn out. Oh, there's time to pounce, but Bruce there to shut him down.
A sweet 2 for Bruce there. Over towards the hard point we go. OpTic Texas there in it. His first 250 points. So far, a wonderful hold out of OpTic. Can they find any more here? Ghosty yet to get on the board. Shotzi holding those players at bay. That Vaznev, though, is not going to do too much damage. Just scrap there. Cleans him up. Forward to the point we go. Over to Dashi. Takes care of one. Hard point still open for a Mo. Toronto Ultra with the time, and now the lead.
And there it is, man. Your team that is best on rotating, but the team that is best at breaking, getting through, and clean shots from Scrap as well. Ripping players off the headies. They have the advantage with the trophies. Those final 20 seconds, OpTic, they're going to fight tooth and nail for them, but Ultra going to collect, and that buys them a good chunk of time to set themselves up on this rotation. OpTic will obviously be there first, and Shotzi going to cut them off as they try to make the move.
Go to our third hard point now here on Hotel. Over to the kitchen. Aprons on. Time to fry, boys. Great dodge. Nice work there from Scrap to stay alive. OpTic with the hard point and push that front line out.
And look how much Ghosty is slowing him down, though, right? Until you find this, man, you can't make that break to the hill, but Scrap reads it the whole way through, but Ghosty still buying time. Hixie tries to make a play as Ultra are trying to just find that avenue into the hill. Scrap finally gets the help to get those back spawns. Now you jump on time.
Here comes the hit from Ultra. 2 players through the side, 1 on the back door here inside, trying to get things going. Looking for the shots with the Vaznev. Here comes the OpTic reinforcements. It's a break now, the contest. Here comes Ghosty. Nice nade. Going to soften up Kleenex. Keeps the play alive. Oh, Hixie and Kleenex finds 2. That's going to be the hold for Ultra.
Chef's Kiss, absolutely wonderful on that rotation. They took their time. They played the kills in the back, and as soon as they had those spawns, they just overwhelming. So Ultra going to have a bit of an advantage going into this new hill, but here we go. The team best at rotating again versus the team best at breaks. We try for the 3rd time.
OpTic to the bar we now go. Big win out of Ghosty. That's going to be time going away to OpTic now right off the rip. They've got a bit of a setup to work with. 2 members of Ultra up for now. Watch for the counterattack. Dashy's job to watch out for those players. But Hixie in his first major grand finals, 10-7 already.
I mean, that's as clean as it gets. He is keeping up with Kleenex as well. Found his way into the point. Reads Ghosty as well, but it is trades abound. But again, the break from Ultra is there. Out-rotated every single time. Hasn't made a difference. They still have the lead, and now they're going to run it up as Scrap has that mid-map control.
It's a huge 30 seconds to get for Toronto Ultra, pushing the lead further forward. Covering fire from inside, trying to keep these players at bay. No more time, though, to be had. You managed to save the point up now as Texas, they're on it. And they're soaking it up for a Mo. Kleenex, though, 11-9. He has been an outstanding individual player all tournament long, and he's looking to get it done again. Ghosty, though, slows the spree, ends it, and that's Scrap to OpTic.
Look who wants to get ahead of the game, though, right? Hixie is on that very early rotation, so now Ultra, for the first time, are going to be set up towards New, and we get to test OpTic's ability to break. Looks like 3 players are going to work through the kitchen side, but we know what's going to happen. Snake's out and about, but Toronto for the moment only get 3 players.
Trophy system's down as well. That means anything thrown other than bullets are going to get eaten up for a moment. And Hixie, though, oh, he's eating these players up now. Kleenex, there's the reinforcements. Here come Ultra. Push these players back. Don't let OpTic get any close. That's the game plan right now. 12 and 8 out of Hixie as Dashi sits up. Oh, a close encounter of the Shotzzy kind. However, Dashi wins it. Pressure now off the hard point for a second. You're running out of lives in this position, OpTic. They need the reinforcements.
And you gotta love the gameplay from Ultra, right? They trust their breaks on so many hills, but they wanted to get here early, and they have taken full advantage. OpTic not able to touch this point, and they might have to chalk up all this time and try to save themselves on this rotation. Now, number 2 Shotzzy does spawn out, and 15 seconds is gonna be worth fighting for, but it gets red, and if Ultra breaks through kitchen, they're gonna pierce the next hill as well.
Kleenex pierces Dashi. Goes to the back line now. Big tags, then damage from the nade, not enough to get the job done. There's a final contest over the few moments there towards the end of that restaurant hill. Now we go out towards Glass. This is the parking lot area of the Greenberg Hotel. That top wide open hard point, very vulnerable to kill streaks.
And if Ultra can snap the S&D win streak that Atlanta FaZe had, they're going to do the same thing in the hard point. That was another beautiful rotation, breaking OpTic down. Back inside the hill, you get kitchen control as well. Hixie needs a little bit of that AR support, though, because Ghosty and Dashi waiting to make the jump.
Here comes the jump. Hoop from downstairs. Ghosty and Dashi waiting for it. They can't find Hixie. He's staying alive here. Kleenex is softening them up. Trade's now done. Open hard point. 25 remaining.
I mean, this is exquisite. This is exactly what you want to do on Hotel. Ultra have the one early rotation. Every other time they need to break, they are just walking through it. The team that had the Magic and OpTic are getting shut down. Triple neg for Ghosty, double neg for Shotzzy. All those early rotations did not matter. Ultra are picking them apart.
Oh, Dashi can't win a tight gunfight there. Now the final moments of our hard point comes to a close. We go right back to the middle. We do this all over again. Second set hard points now upon us, and we're looking at a 100-ish point lead right now for Ultra. They're starting to walk away with it just as Hook starts to heat up.
Well, hey, and 3 in the feed right there from OpTic, looking to fight back, and Ghosty back in his home, trying to collect his time. But you got the Bermuda Triangle spawned. Ultra are everywhere surrounding this hill, and they light OpTic off the map. Shotzzy, last man standing, can't do enough, anything but damage. And OpTic right now, wrong side of the map, and a long way to go.
Oh, it's good shots out of Dashi. That's a 3 spree. Big wins for him. 25 seconds remaining here on P1. You're looking towards the new hardpoint as well, and that's where Hook is over now. Big win from Hixie, stays alive, keeps that part of the map safe for the Toronto Ultra boys. As Ghosty, 7 and 17, a little slow from him, as was Shotzzy. OpTic, they have not come out swinging here in the finals.
Not at all, but they need to swing back on this hill immediately. Desperate for the break, desperate to get those kills flowing, but they're getting tagged up and tattered by stuns along the way. Shotzzy, though, finds the opening. The movement's on point. Don't read this in. All Shotzzy has found his way through.
That's the break, that's hard point now. OpTic, Texas. Can they survive and hold on? Soak up some of this sweet, sweet time. Hoop looking for anyone and anything right now. Well, he's going to find a teammate. Shotzzy from the inside of luggage finds one, the second as well. Time ticking. Inside the last man up there, but he's playing from the outside. Out of the play for now. Spawns. Oh, they're ugly.
Yeah, he got a couple right in the back though. So this is, you got to cover every single direction. Hoop, you know he's cracked, but how quick can you snap on all these players? Just gets taken down. Ultra. That's why you leave the man in the back for breaks like these. But Shotzzy with 2 HP, that's all he needs to make a little bit of magic.
That is not an easy thing to do, COD fans. Finds himself 3. Toronto, though, they find themselves over 200 points. We're in the business end now.
And you had OpTic, who needed the break on P2 in this moment to have a life in this game. The exact same situation, but now over towards Kitchen. Ultra had the 4-man stack, a very tight setup right around the point. And OpTic don't have a lot of time to waste. You need to break this quick.
Ultra have got a great setup now. 3 players the inside of Kitchen, 1 on the outside. That 1 player on the outside could go huge. It's Scrap. Here comes his first kill. There we go, number 1. The rest of the members of OpTic not that close, and the clock is ticking. You are running out of time. OpTic, Texas. Can Ghosty find any more? No. Scrap holds the line. He keeps them at bay. His teammates finding the time as well. Contest on the close side of the point. Can anyone get kills on the inside? Dashi 1. It may be done. Hard point still in the hands of Ultra.
Absolutely. Beeman is Scrapped. There's the 5 spree in the back, and Ultra have this in their grasp to snap the streak in the hard points from OpTic. Shotzzy, though, found his way inside. The trades are in. 15 seconds to go, and Ultra take game 1.
Oh, Kleenex, though, guns him to bed. 24 and 19. The final few now. 10 seconds for the win. Dashi gets 2. No more to be had. Hook wins 1. And with that, the hard point is safe. For now, rotation's done. Ghosty gotta go big.
Yeah, good luck with this one, Ghost. You're gonna have to fight off the entire team. Clean activity, the cutoff kills, and insight in the God spot. You have to flood into death. And Kleenex there to clean you up. Toronto Ultra. They got number 1.
Whoa, and Hixie's got a thing or two to say to this crowd. Tell you what, not a bad performance considering his first major grand finals in front of this crowd. Hixie, 26 and 18 out of him with a minute 41 in the hill.
And one of the coolest stats that I have seen, shout out I Hold Shift. Hixie and Scrap as a duo have only ever made it to a grand finals. It's been in challenges for the most part, but this is their home.
And that is the record broken there for OpTic Texas. Their hardpoint spree comes to an end. Don't worry though, there'll be more hardpoints here in this grand finals, but that is a very strong indicator of Ultra's prowess.
And keep in mind, on paper, that could be a devastating moment for OpTic. A 9-win spree in the game mode, and Ultra undefeated in Search and Destroy, undefeated in Control, their bread and butter, and that is a comfortable game that they just had. Insight, 19 and 10. He had 29 total engagement, sat in the hill for 2.5 minutes. He's trying to break the hill kitten record, doing that in a grand finals, and again, all the game plan for the Ultra. Happy to play the break game for the first few hills. As soon as you go over to Restaurant, Hixie has that early rotation, gets there 25 seconds in advance. They set up around that hill, and then the game blew out wide open, and Ultra never looked back.
Here we go. Highlights from that first map, Greenberg Hotel. One major note I think a lot of the analysts and folks at home noticed about that Atlanta FaZe series OpTic had. Of course, they did win that one. Hook slowed down quite a lot, Chance. That was a real worry for this players coming into this series. I think at this moment in time, looking at the stats purely, Hook was the guy putting up the most numbers. He was the guy with the most engagements. The rest of the OpTic squad falling behind. Ultra, they ran that show.
I mean, it was just genuinely like a kill struggle for a couple players on OpTic, right? You pointed out and you see it in the feed there. Hook was the guy that was prying on his team initially, but double and triple negative for guys like Shotzi and guys like Ghosty. And admittedly, started to turn things around a little bit towards the end, created those opportunities, but Ultra was just ahead of the game. Honestly, the deep left side of that mini-map, Ultra just ran the show. They're the positional team. They're the structured squad. They are always in the right spot at the right time. Their fundamentals are completely on point.
Fundamentals certainly win your tournaments right now. It's won that hard point. The boys are pumped. Hixie didn't leave Scrap hanging there. But what few Ultra fans we do have in the crowd, Chance, they are loving it right now.
I mean, they have to be ecstatic. And again, just to even further the point home for the fundamentals, when they played against Atlanta FaZe, they got outslayed by 31 kills and still walked away with a 3-1 victory. So it's about being in the right spot for the team. And when you got the kills flowing, when all 4 players are positive, it just turns into a dominant performance just to start their series right.
That's a great look. Well, we say goodbye to Greenberg Hotel for Hardpoint here in the series. We now play Search and Destroy. Over on Fortress, very, very different looks, Chance. This is going to be a fun one indeed. We come back to Hotel for Control a little bit later on, and we will see Search. And we see the full run of Hotel here. Hydro, smack bang in the middle of this series. That could well be the last map if Ultra can have their way. But OpTic, Chance, surely they got a lot left in the tank.
Well, it's going to be a fun dynamic as well to watch these two teams play, because I know, like, you have the typical setup, especially for teams on the attack. You leave your main AR on the right side to watch the flank. Dashi, no hesitation. He is willing to chow out towards P1 and look for those aggressive kills. And you have Ultra guys like Insight will mix things up and do the exact same. So you have aggression, you have playmakers, you obviously have the snipe potential on both sides as well. That Dashi versus Scrap battle. And obviously on a map, Shotzi loves to turn it into his playground. Smooth moves with all the jump ups you can do in the different windows. A lot to contain on this map, as small as it may be. Both of these teams have absolute fiends.
Fiends, demons, crackheads. We've got crazy names for them here in the COD world. Just very good players. That's what a lot of folks like to go by. Shotzi, indeed one of them. All right, guys, fist bumps are done. Game of Grip is on. It's time to party. We're going to Fortress, and we're playing Search and Destroy. OpTic Search and Destroy, Chance, has not been bad whatsoever. They managed to bring down FaZe, which was absolutely wild indeed. Of course, though, Toronto Ultra, they broke that FaZe record. It wasn't on Albagra Fortress, but we'll see how these two teams square up. It's time to dance.
And it's going to be an interesting battle as well because we were very quick to load up into map number 2. And you have Insight. I mean, his introduction to the scene back in Cold War was breaking records in this game mode. Can light things up. He is back in top-notch form. Both him and Scrap have 1.4 plus KDs in the game mode. And again, undefeated, 4-0 thus far throughout Major 3. Ultra haven't taken a loss, but OpTic will be on the attack, looking to shut him down.
There we go. A little bit of a nerdy nade spot interrupted there. Where's this going to land? Looks like it's going to land on the outside of the double doors. Just on the outskirts of the A-bomb site there. Kleenex has made it in towards the top side of the fortress. A good power position to be in here. He's going to cut anyone out. He wants to go, that's what we're worried about. He wants to get involved. Kleenex dips on out. Keeps the flow moving though.
Keep in mind in this round 1, no trophies. Stuns and nades, that much more impactful. Kleenex getting a little bit of use for the intel and it's going for the angle, but Scrap just finds it already. It's that first blood on Hook.
Mr. Julianson was the bait. He was not the target.
Jesus Christ.
Bomb does drop there for OpTic Texas.
How do they fucking find these?
That's huge. Oh, recovery. Oh, big win. Shotzi, like a thief in the night, steals it. Does get taken care of though. Hixie makes it a 2v2.
Everybody's stomping around as well, but Hixie up top. This is such a difficult situation to clear out. And you have to go and collect that bomb. In Ultra, they just watch Shotzi pick it up. They know exactly where it is.
Time's ticking. Oh, Ghosty wins the fight against his old friend Hixie. And now it's a 2v1 Insight. He's playing this tight corner.
All what he is doing here, he's playing off the clock. He's playing off the sound. He knows what it is, and he lines them up. Oh!
Nice.
Him down. There is perfect cerebral gameplay, and then there's the gunny.
Insight was the king of clutch throughout the Vanguard year, and he just got spooked by Ghosty.
And talk about a way to get some momentum back on your side. Think about the run from OpTic. If Ghosty didn't start off world-starring players on this map back when he was playing London, they would have not gotten this far. Hero plays once again.
Shotzi now silent. Bryce likes to put it superpowers engaged. He has put himself in an amazing position.
Yes. Yes.
And the Symphony, gets cut a little short by Insight. Ghosty though, right back at it.
Clean it up. Oh no.
Insight, the Guardian Angel now for his boys. Can Hook stop
nice.
He gets Kleenex. As Insight 1v2.
I mean, redemption for Insight, but don't give this one away. He does have dead silence, does not have the bomb. Would love to get this back, but look who's flying. Both these players have dead silence popped in.
Careful.
Dare I say it, lightning doesn't usually strike twice in these sort of series, but we're about to find out in a moment, ladies and gents. It's like one, he comes to second. 35 on the clock, big tags in. It's toe-to-toe with Hook the Nuke.
He's got time to work with. 30 seconds isn't a massive amount, but a little bit of time to go. And keep in mind, no dead silence for Hook. Insight playing the chase game, and look at that angle. Anything you can do.
Bad. Yes! Holy, I thought he was going to lose that. Woo.
That is another 2v1 situation.
It's stressful.
Insight has found him in very similar situations.
That Hook deja vu. I want a heart rate monitor on Hook, ice cold.
It could be dead, you never know, man. Wow. 2 rounds, back to back, OpTic Texas. Bomb in the hands of Hook himself. Round 3, here we go.
Nobody on the cross. Another tight setup for Ultra on defense. The same can be said for OpTic. You're checking all the jump up spots. Kleenex, he'll play with them. And Hixie can do the same. Nice and contained, playing for picks. OpTic are not in a hurry.
We saw the way Kleenex played this the first time round. Hook was the target, Scrap found, but I don't think that's going to happen this time whatsoever. Less than a minute to go. A-bomb site fully controlled right now from OpTic. That detonate's going to slow people down. Here comes Scrap. Big tags in. A lot of damage dealt. There's 60. The kill man dives on in. Finds himself at least one backs out.
Hixie gonna get away though. So that is gonna be a trace, and that bomb is gonna go down. No flanks coming through. Ultra, they're just gonna run straight through the front.
They go through the front. Here we go though. Ghosty gets himself into the fight. Doesn't get the second though. Kleenex stays alive. Hook on the flank finds himself one, and now it's a 2v1. Kleenex flying solo, and he does have dead silence.
Wow!
Yeah. Nice.
He might have thought about using it, but Hoop wins his ones, 4-1 overall.
And shutting down Insight, not allowing him to clutch. Honestly, how different this game potentially could have been if Ghosty doesn't hit the 180 Spinorama in round one. Because OpTic have taken that momentum, carried a long way. 3-0 lead.
Hook's a problem. No one there from Toronto Ultra has really been able to deal with him. Last man up for OpTic Texas in all three of these rounds, and he has been essential. Ghosty with that first, and here we go. Smooth moves, hops. Might be hitting that single window, but we'll see. Again, in Search and Destroy, it is first to 6. OpTic over the halfway mark.
Question is, he's trying to plant that bomb. That's a lot of damage done, and that's a first blood for Shotzi. Bomb not there yet, and a player up top, incredibly difficult to weed out. Shotzi, though, gives it away, does get traded. Bomb plant, 3v3.
All smooth and steady for Insight there. He's going to hold that one down. 5-3. Bomb planted now for Ultra. What are you going to do, OpTic? 35 seconds. You have to get onto that bomb and defuse it. Hook makes his way in. Goes
nice.
In, starts proceedings. Pixie finds one and dips out immediately. Can Hook find himself anything here? This is going to be his 5th kill in a row, and if he can get it, 20 seconds.
Oh, they're just chasing, but now Hook's flying with 2 HP, but Hixie trying to stay alive. What is the
yes,
going to be?
nice.
1v2 and Scrap. The question is, how many spots can you check? They got it in time.
Huge.
4-0 OpTic.
1 second to spare on the dot. It takes 7.5 as Dashi, the agility of a cat, leaps onto that gallows and saves the day. It's 4 straight rounds for OpTic Texas.
And that is great reach from Hook as well. Flying when he needs to, getting that kill in the nick of time. If he's a half-second slower, they do not get that round. Pushing the pace at the right moment. And for a team that's only gotten 2 first bloods, OpTic have been on point.
Don't let the scoreline fool you. This is an amazingly close game of Search and Destroy. Every round has come down to a matter of moments. Kleenex though, first blood, wonderful start. He finds himself 2. Any more to be had? No, maybe not. I'm gonna pump the brakes, just like that, it's a 2v2.
Yeah, again, the first bloods have only been halfway decent, but they have been able to even up the odds. And Scrap, on HP, crawling away for his life, and the bomb down, and Shotzi up pop. You see this at the start of the round, but this late, can you make this read? Question is for Scrap, he finds Shotzi, you got a 1v1. He knows where Hook was.
Can he do it again? Hook the nuke!
Yes.
The inimitable Hook, 8-2. There is simply no one like him. When he's hot, he is untouchable. Dead silence does not pay off for Hixie.
And if there's a gunfight on the map, he's taking it. Hook does not waste time. He is in a hurry to collect this trophy. Jumps on the kill instantly. If his teammate calls something out, whatever they called out, they're gonna die.
All right, so we came into this map. OpTic, they were the guys running the Search and Destroys. Toronto Ultra, OpTic were running the hard points. Toronto were running the Search and Destroys. Shoes on the other foot now, ladies and gents.
Look at Ghosty, by the way, with the attack 56, getting in the mix. Gets that first blood. Trying to suck that extra bit of life away from Ultra. An instant 3 versus 4. Hixie, though, evens up the odds. Opportunity to plant this bomb. Got a 3v3 and Ultra on the pick game. They've been on point. Trades Ghosty as well as Scrap gets his second. Dashi, last man standing for the 1v3.
It's a 1v2 now. Whoa, spots it. Reach out. My God, that is ballsy. Bomb down now, so Dashi, a lot of work to do. Has dead silence, so with that activated, he'll move around the map silently.
This is a waste of time, though. He still thinks Scrap's in the corner. He doesn't know he got out of dodge by the time he figures it out. And now we should have the information. Now you can start playing, but only 30 seconds left on the clock. He's gonna have to fly.
He's got to go. Bruce has got to do something special. Scrap's got the back stairs covered, and we'll find out in a moment what happens. There's the snakes. Big tag, finds one. Player playing deep. I don't think he heard the shot, and now things get real crazy. There's Hixie. Oh, and he knows to back on out. Will he hold it? Or will he check that bomb? And there is the fight. Big damage. Not enough time, though, for Dashi to get this outstanding round there from Toronto Ultra. The re-challenge. but 2 seconds too late. Great work from Ultra. They finally get on the board.
And Dashy is a terrifying man to
Damn.
go up against when he is beaming like
That was
that.
almost
Scrap
a perfect
over
game.
for a split
Fuck.
second, gets eviscerated, but Hixie a little
He gets
bit
that kill
quicker,
like
just on the peaks to make sure he's not hopping
like
that bomb and had the timing
second
down
quicker
perfect.
there.
So smart play for
Fuck.
Hixie, and obviously a big 2 from Kleenex just to open up that round. Ultra have avoided being 6-0.
Full sale in the House of OpTic. We'll find out. This crowd's not going to let it happen. It's not like that. I don't mean it that way. Scrap first blood.
First blood. Hey, another one in the books. This one a little bit cleaner. No trades. And you see Hoop wanted to go and take care of Kleenex, but already out of dodge. It gets baited into death. And his bomb down up top. That is a 2v4, and this is Ultra the opportunity.
Whoa!
From downtown, up high. Ghosty for 2.
Holy
Ghosty for 2 from the hip.
fuck.
Now he's got a Vaznev, and now he's looking dangerous.
Oh my goodness.
The rookies.
Toe to toe for Ghosty. This is the ace for Hixie. The round.
Well, fuck.
And Hixie secures it. He gets his buddy back.
If Ghosty had clutched that, they would have erected a statue in his honor right on the main stage of a 1v4 like that. Talk about Ghosty, the amount of pressure he has to feel coming into this tournament and how great it must be now. To have the crowd behind you. This man has been making plays all weekend long.
Ghosty and Hixie, long-time friends, former teammates. They know each other's tendencies, and a 1v1 like that, my God, it paid dividends to know. Hey, Ghosty loves to pump the brakes in that kind of 1v4 situation. Ha, ha, ha. 5-2. OpTic on defense.
And that battle for first blood as well. OpTic playing with the idea of flanking through P1, but I think Ultra a little bit privy to it. Insight's going to be locking this down. Window jump ups being covered by Kleenex. Ultra waiting for OpTic to make a mistake.
Uh-oh. Inside. Backs on up. Plays defensive now as Hook. Ooh, there he goes again.
Trying to keep track of Superman.
As far as Insight knows, Hook doesn't even use his legs. He just flies everywhere. Scrap those spots, at least one tags in. Shotzi eviscerated, taken care of. First blood again.
There's that first mistake. OpTic overcommit just a little bit. You back the player down behind gate. Kleenex still responsible for the jump ups, and here's the move to try to get this bomb down. Kleenex keeping him at bay. It is only Hoop behind enemy lines.
30 seconds, that bomb's going to get planted. Ghosty's making moves. No one using dead silence just yet, so it's quite a noisy introduction to the game here. Oh, and Hook, he finds one. Ooh, Kleenex wins the gunfight, though. 2v3, Ultra man advantage.
Yeah, Ghosty has a trophy as well, so he's going to be loud. Dashy, though, with an AR. He's been in the same spot before. You know what kind of gunfights are going to be taking. You have to beam.
Can he do it again?
Oh my goodness.
Nearly. Ultra, 3 rounds in a row.
Those tides are turning. And early on, the first bloods were a little bit back and forth. Ultra, as of recent, have been on point. Scrap has 3 in this game. Hixie and Kleenex have provided as well. Ultra taking their time on the attack. They've been very stagnant on defense as well. Maybe an opportunity for OpTic to make a move.
Still map point here for OpTic Texas. They're yet to crack the final code. They're so close to the finish line here on Albagra. Nades up. That's going to meet the trophy. OpTic looking to overwhelm the A-bomb site here on offense. Nobody quite there yet.
And there's no funny business. I think OpTic can feel it. Using attacks to back it down. No wasted time. Trying to go for the bomb play, but Ultra going to jump on it. Ghosty does get traded for the 3v3.
Shotzi flies.
Yep, nice.
One. And oh, look what he does. The unexpected 2v2 right now. As Dasher in the back stairs. Damage dealt. Will Shotzi spring? He knows those players are wounded. There goes one. Does he know that the bomb site has been abandoned? Because Ultra now, they're hunting down his teammate. Will Dashy's gun be at the ready? 25 on the clock.
Well, Shotzi had to cross back to the bomb. He knows both players weren't there, but OpTic lost the intel, so they're going to have to take the chow.
Take the challenge on the gallows. That is a powerful position to be in right now for Ultra. There's the gunfight. Perfect timing.
Yes.
In we go. And there we have the last member from Ultra diving onto it. Dashy now in the 1v1 against Hixie. And the tide has finally struck well.
Did it.
There's the win. That bomb goes boom. OpTic take the search and destroy. 6-3.
The heavyweight matchup in the grand finals, blow for blow early on. The 9 hardpoint spree win streak snapped. Ultra take it away. They were undefeated in Search and Destroy. OpTic did them right back.
And Hook, you have to give him his tremendous amount of kudos for those, first 3-4 rounds they helped win. Ghosty's incredible return there on Insight in the first round. Hook for the next 3, outstanding bounce back here in the grand finals. 1-1, we're all tied up here in this best of 7.
Yeah, that, give him his flowers for Ghosty, right? Not only that first round, dropped double digits towards the end. That is a moment where you see when he's in that 1v4, everybody falling like dominoes, just inject belief into the team. They got the momentum back in their favor, trying to re-achieve that flow state momentum. But either way, nice little bounce back and forth game.
I mean, look, it's still weird to me that like OpTic, they were the hardpoint players. Search and Destroy was definitely the favor of Ultra. Control in the favor of Ultra as well. We'll see if this script has been read back to front, upside down, turn inside out. We'll find out what happens. We go back to Hotel, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be an absolute banger of a grand final. We cannot wait to roll through it. For now, though, it's a very quick commercial break as we, here in the ESA, are going to get ourselves a little drink, a beverage, maybe even a tinkle. And when we come back, we're playing Control. After an explosive finish to the Search and Destroy, we're all tied up 1-1 here in our grand finals of Major 3 here in Arlington, Texas. The Esports Stadium Arlington has been jumping and jiggling. After that commercial break, we'll find out though who walks away with a control victory now. OpTic Texas, Toronto Ultra, as things are starting to get a little hot. Wonderful though to see a closely contested matchup between both teams so far. That first Hotel Hardpoint, a banger. Search and Destroy on Al Bagra, a banger. Hotel Control, dare I say it? A banger.
I mean, this is like one of the most interesting themes I think we've had through this entire tournament, especially so for OpTic Texas. They were just banging their head against Al Bagra, couldn't get it done. They're 2-4 in control overall. As soon as they started getting rid of Fortress, they've been on point on the other maps, Hotel included. That being said, this is Toronto Ultra's bread and butter. They are the best team in the game on this map. They have beaten OpTic twice. It was a 3-0 both times. Ultra, this is their happy place, but we already know OpTic, when they get the hot hand, they look unstoppable. But this is a back and forth battle on offense. It is the defense that has been the difference maker for Ultra. But we get there when we get there. They're on the attack first.
Here we go. Here in control. 2 zones. Capture both to win the round or kill your opponent 30 times. First to 3. Here we go. Straight into this one. Lovely trades. Both teams successful teamwork. However, first and foremost, insight for Toronto. He's got himself on the A zone. They've stopped the clock.
It's got to be said as well for Ghosty. He just does not miss with frag grenades. Granted, half of them land on top of Shotzi, but either way, it connects with something. But Ultra back towards the standard. Nice little square up over around the A zone. Ghosty on a 5 spree since the opening break. Wow. So in the background, there's already that streak potential. It's looking like this zone going to be captured very quickly. Ultra get it done. Add an extra minute to the clock. Going to have 2:16 to work with to try to capture B.
That's a lot of time. 23 lives for Toronto Ultra to throw at B. B's not an easy point to capture. However, if OpTic lose enough players in a single gunfight, you're going to see that point fill up with purple players real quick. Here we go.
In a good scenario right now for Ultra. Well, the first man is going to fall, but at least you have bedroom control. But it looks like OpTic might take it right back. The opportunity to jump on this play. Nixie, though, going to slow down the pace, and there's a big 2 for Toronto. The next 2 in line, they're sitting on the back line.
Oh, Nixie's waiting for it. Oh, I'm going to throw a shoulder or 2 and dive straight on the point. Starts to capture it very slowly now. He needs his teammates to stack as well. Team in a fight. Yeah, he does. Scraps there as well. Kleenex helps out. First time on B, and it's a 3-man stack for Ultra. 4-man stack for Ultra. This zone is gone.
It's beautiful. What are you going to do? You're going to get picked apart is what's going to happen. Shotzi's taking the deep route, but there is simply no time. Ultra with a perfect round number 1.
Literally perfect. 4 players on that point, captures it in approximately 11 seconds. There was a bit of a team kill in there. You'll take it, no problem. Ultra, extremely clean execution on the attacking round.
And we talk about how good Ultra is positionally when they're on defense. One of the main reasons for their success is a guy like Insight. He's going to get the bedroom. He is never going to look back, and he will manipulate the spawns from start to finish. OpTic never had the presence. It was all through the front line, and as soon as you lose the gunfights, the round collapses. We will get to see the different approach.
Attacking right now for OpTic Texas. Toronto will be on defense, and they have opted to put quite a few more bodies in towards that B side of the map. First fight, though, goes towards Dashi. Shotzi now starting to wind up, starting to roll. What can he find, though? We're looking towards that A zone. That's all OpTics for now. Stack it up, get it capped.
Yeah, I think they were debating for a second if maybe another kill came their way to jump across and go to the B zone, but we stick with the standard. The Snakes over towards A. And again, for Ultra, just players getting into position. Hixie setting up the flank, but you at least have 1 AR. This time it's Scrap. Not interested in defending the A zone, keeping the positional gameplay on point. OpTic get all of the kills, the A zone captured. And now you go back to the standard. It's trying to clear out your base, and there you go.
Nice.
You kill Scrap. Maybe an opportunity to pounce.
Super clean so far with just over 2 minutes to play. What will we see OpTic Texas do exactly what Toronto did a minute ago, which is capture B with the same lethality. Kleenex, though, that top catwalk position. Oh no, Shotzi expected to be couches. He wasn't. He was up high. 150 now on the clock. Life count in favor of OpTic.
Yeah, and you see Dashi, he's still looking for Kleenex, right? So Kleenex on a 3 spree once he gets in the bedroom. That's a difficult player to root out, but that's a great gunfight. But as long as Kleenex is behind you, that constant thorn in your side, it slows a player like Shotzi down. Too many directions to look. They're not able to stabilize in Ultra. So far, so good on D.
Got just 1 minute 30 to go. Kleenex is on a 4 spree. Streaks, as we know, can be very handy in control. We've seen plenty of team wipes with those cruise missiles. looks like that. He's got his head on a swivel. Here's trouble. Trying to hold this position down, can't get it done. Dashy and Ghosty, they find the kills forward in the scraps now. Ghosty finds another. Sadly takes care of Shotzzy as well. We'll take that for now, because you just want to get the pressure on the point. Kleenex is gone. This is a big moment for OpTic Texas.
Everybody's spawning out. Now Ultra have to take the route. How many bodies can you get on this point? Right now, OpTic have 2. Might not be enough. You gotta win some more gunfights.
Guns up, here they come. Ghosty gets one more out of his Shotzzy. Sweet nades. There's a crossfire though. Onto the point now we go. Shotzzy's got to stay alive. Wins a big
Nice.
fight. Second segment's done. They're holding it down, but
Let's
it's all
go.
on Shotzzy. He's doing this alone. He needs the boys to get here unless he can capture it alone. No pressure on. Stay alive. Shotzzy!
Yes!
Not over yet. Ghosty's got to win this fight, and he does.
I got it.
OpTic tied up 1-1.
Take a drink of water and get ready for the next round as close as it can get towards the end. OpTic had the extra bodies, and that is a cheeky little play from Shotzzy. Jumps off the point, pulls the Houdiniac. Ultra player said, where did he go? 2-piece, shoots him in the back and sets his teammates up for the trades. Had to work for it, got the job done. Tied up 1-1.
God's always been a game of milliseconds and pixels and crazy decision makings, and some brains they just flow different to others. Wow. 12-5 from Ghosty. He's turned up here in the control. OpTic defense.
And he had the perfect opening break last time. Ghosty started off on a 5 spree, so at least off the opener, OpTic have been clean, got the hallways under control. You know their challenge, they're gonna get 2, and you try to put the pressure over towards the B zone. Dashy's over here, Big Bruce locking it down.
Different kind of green wall over there by the A zone as they win it. OpTic's line does not break. Dashy now over here, we call this the Godhead. Very difficult position to kill him from. He's gonna deal with everyone from Toronto Ultra in a minute. Here's his first fight. Oh, no, maybe a second. He gets the trade through. There's only 2 members of Ultra on the point, but they're stacking B.
And they're also ready for the flanks. It's 2 players, but they're trying to look the right direction. Insight wins the first. Shotzzy though down low.
Oh!
And Ghosty from out of nowhere. You need a trophy if you want to cap that point.
Another from downtown from Dan Ghosty. Gets him off the point. 45 seconds to go.
Standoff.
Shotzzy clean this up.
Oh,
get it done. Scrap using the body of a fallen comrade for cover as Insight manages to get at least 1. Space to play with here on A. It's all on a Dashy to keep him off it.
That's like the ultimate old school COD strat, just laying in a body, using it for a little bit of defense. And obviously it's just that setup back towards the A zone. OpTic go, they want to take the fight. But if Link got through, Ghosty found an opening. He might get traded, but everyone else wins the gunfight. Insight though picks up the big 2-piece to keep Ultra in the mix. And
They
they
need
get
a
that
big
final
break
kill
on
as
one of
well.
them.
Nice little stack over towards A with 22 seconds on the clock. I might try to get more bodies to make sure you keep it secure.
Control though here in the CDL, it is never over until it's over. That's 2 segments
All
on
right,
A.
there's
You're
their
close
extra
to
time.
finishing the third, and just like that, bang, 1 minute 20 on the clock. Ultra is still in this.
You're gonna have Ghosty in position, top bed, Dashy's down low, couches with them. They got options. Working the flank though, Fuka's gotten traded. And I think Ultra maybe deciding, trying to cut back towards the middle of the map. Kleenex is going one way, Scrap's going towards the other, but Ultra, a lot of presence right now through mid.
Oh, Kleenex, bad timing, great timing for Hook though. Scrap now trying to pick up where his teammate left off. Insight backing him up as well. The 2 assault rifles right now for Ultra. They're poised up, waiting for something to happen. They're desperate to get onto B. There's only 2 segments there left.
Yeah, 2 sort of split plays on the map right now, and you have OpTic just with a quadrant around this zone right now to keep them contained, but you found the 2 ARs. You know they're around Blue Desk, and Insight starting to make moves on the flank, and the timing goes his way, takes down Hook, but now you're in a pinch. You still have Ghosty living inside the bedroom, trying to buy you that time.
Shotzzy soaring, and here comes the second segment on his way out. Hixie, last man left up here on the point, and he's pinched. Can he get help here? Yeah, Kleenex arrives. They find a kill or 2, and the fight is not over yet. You're looking at capturing the point. It's basically the same round all over again.
Yes!
But this time, Shotzzy
Thank
wins
God.
it. Holds the line for a moment, up now to Dashy. But he win any more fights?
And it's the face smash into the hill. There's no flanks coming through from OpTic. You have to win these gunfights.
Dashy gets one with an aid. Hook finds one.
Yes!
And like that, ladies and gents, the life advantage is simply too much. It's 15 seconds to the final 5 for Ultra now here in their attacking round.
Just don't overstep. Don't overstep. It's the same thing. Post up on Eddie, win the gunfight. Ultra
Yeah.
the last ditch effort to the point.
Oh.
No
Yeah.
openings on the map. OpTic are going to shut it down.
Wait, it's not over. Just stare it in. Wow. OpTic take the lead. Map point.
Uh-oh.
It's 2-1.
Oh, okay, there we go.
In 20 in 8 from Ghosty.
What the?
Talk about an MVP performance. He turned the momentum around for his team to not let Insight clutch that 1v2 on Albagra. And since then, the guy has been a menace. The late flanks through bottom hall, keeping his team in it. But on the flip side for Ultra, it is defense that they are now on. The best defensive team in the game on this map. They need it here to force the round 5.
Control is never over until it's over. Hugo, he is the tip of OpTic Spear. Ghosty somehow finds that. The third kill. All 4 members. OpTic
wow.
B, baby.
As good as it gets, it is going to roll on through. The perfect opening break, but Ultra, the reason they are the best team on defense, they can defend either zone. OpTic, you still have your work cut out for you. Plenty of time to try to break this setup down.
Plan B fails for Ultra. Plan A now defend the restaurant with all 25 lives you've got. Here come the trades. An aggressive approach though from OpTic Texas. Ghosty finds himself on that 5 spree. We're watching Hook though, comb the hall. Can he catch the player out? He does. Insight, taken care of, and he stays alive somehow.
But now you're looking for the cutoff kills, right? You know, Hixie's in kitchen, but you're going to deal with the spawners first. Hook waiting for them to make moves. He's got Ghosty to help to watch the cross, but they're jumping through. They're flying in the kitchen, and they got that first blood.
Dashi throws his ordnance, gets 1 out of the lethal. Wow! Scrap finds 2 on the defense. Massive hold from Toronto Ultra here.
And this is what OpTic are desperate for. They want this kitchen control so they can get the close spawns to Shotzi. He's looking for Hixie. He finds him. You now have that clearance.
That's a game changer right now for OpTic Texas. A massive positional advantage. Ooh, watch out. There's a lot of nades there in Freezer taking care of the stocks. Big win out of Kleenex. Forces those players out, but you still have Ghosty in that back position as well. So Toronto are not out of the woods yet.
This is why they're so annoying, man.
Wow.
Just impossible to root out a kitchen. They always have so much pressure. But Ghosty, 24-9, can't make it happen, and Ultra continue to survive. 1 minute to go in this round.
Tobias Juliusson once again holding the line down now. Wins the fight against Hook also. Stun seemingly only cosmetic for him. 19 and 23. 50 seconds to go. Can OpTic take care of A?
I mean, it is like clockwork, Ultra, in these setups. So OpTic now slowing down the pace, taking their time. They're sending Hook on the flank. They're waiting to jump every single angle at the same time.
Toronto Ultra defensively so sound. Here we go. OpTic, can they break the line? Guns are up. Here comes Scrap, waiting for any opportunity. OpTic are now making their way around the outside. Clock's ticking. You're running out of opportunity. Scrap finds 1. Any more to be had? OpTic looking for every possible avenue. Is it too late though? You're still looking at the clock, and we're watching Scrap run laps around the kitchen. The kills are all there from Kleenex. It's the final 10 seconds right now, and we're going to go to a final round.
They're just swarming like bees, man. Ultra are everywhere, running in circles around the zone. The trade's always on point in Ultra. Get it done again. The B zone might just get eviscerated off the opening break. It is incredibly difficult to hold that A site. But Ultra, like clockwork, they get it done again. They have forced the round 5.
Round 5. We determine who gets defense by whoever captures the most segments throughout the game, or it comes down to whoever has the most kills if they're tied on segments. Ultra captured the most. They will have defense. Here we go.
Final round to get the advantage in the series. There have been some perfect opening breaks from OpTic. They might need another one here.
Here we go. Toronto Ultra proving to be such an incredibly strong defensive team, the bastion of our Canadian colleagues just north of the border here. Can they lock down Kitchen? It's all onto Kleenex to do this alone right now, and here comes 1. Oh! Shotzi guns him. That's a 2-man stack for now.
And again, Ultra so on point on defense. They can defend either zone, so OpTic just took their options. They did not enjoy the last round. They're going for the more standard play. Get the A zone first, and then just deal with the bedroom control after the fact. OpTic can get this done, but Ultra is setting up around them just to make sure that the kills come through. Ultra deliver. They get a wipe, and they are going to consistently force these spawns in Kitchen. Insight is in his home.
Yeah, that's right. Insight, number 7 on the minimap. He's in the low left. He's forcing OpTic to stay close to the Kitchen. If they can battle their way out, that's one thing. Dashi, though, he somehow gets himself a 3 spree.
And they got out of the spawn trap as well. There's been some deadly setups that we have seen, but Dashi over here opening up lanes. And here you go, Ghost. He's been a long time coming. He has been sitting on this cruise. Can he find inside or maybe a beautiful trophy? That's for the end of the day.
Yeah, wrong kind of trophy, brother. Shotzi now through Spa. Anything relaxing about this play? No, I don't think so. He's in a position that cause pressure, but he overchows. Kleenex guns him. 21 lives apiece, 125 on the clock, and you're looking at getting something done right now, Ghosty.
Well, inside is falling as well, so now you actually have the front open, so this is where the 50-50 gunfights come through. This is OpTic's opportunity.
Hold the line now. Don't let him get any closer. Ghosty diving on, fighting two.
Nice.
First segment on its way out. Scrap now challenges out, finds one.
Let's
the
go.
From Dashi. He's the Overwatch. Here come the reinforcements. The cavalry has arrived. Insight through mid, keeping these kills going as Ghosty now. The guns are still smoking hot. Ultra with a counterattack. Dashi again over the top. Ultra, they cannot get close. Second segment done. OpTic, they're looking to close it out right
Oh,
here.
no.
One. The zone opens up. Oh,
Fuck.
Stay alive here on Control.
They just couldn't get the stack going. They didn't have enough presence on this zone, but you still have the bedroom control, and now you got a massive flank being set up, so Hook just needs to keep him contained. Don't let anybody pass you. He shuts Insight down. A minute to work with. You have the bedroom control. You are getting the kills. You got Shotzi on the flank. This is when you jump.
Or the flank is now open, but you take care of one. You draw the aggression of the defenders, and now you dive on the point. Two-man stack for OpTic. Guns up, ready for the attack. Ultra gonna go. Ultra
Let's go. Yes.
OpTic break them down, one brick at a time. And they're going to feel fantastic with that kind of victory. The odds were so stacked against them. 3-2 on Control. OpTic will take the lead here in the series.
$28-15 out of the rookie on OpTic Texas. Ghosty, an absolute monster in that game. Perfect opening breaks, the double nades on the zone when you need them, and lighten up the kill feed the entire way through. OpTic able to feel out Toronto in some of these rounds on offense. They felt the pain of trying to go for the A zone later in the rounds. They make the adjustments, they go for the standard, and they break them down completely on point. But not just Ghosty from 28 kills, not only did Dashi have 29, 4,300 damage. Dashi was that green wall.
Unbelievable. Well, that's the Control and Hotel finished. We don't have Scuff play of the game. And this is going to be the B capture highlight reel. Not an easy thing to do. Hotel, an absolute banger here in this final.
And really the first time they've ever captured B against Toronto as well, and they did it 3 times in the game. Completely on point off the opening breaks when they needed to towards the end, but just a good job. We saw them slowing down the pace. Hoop, no ego challenge this time. He's getting the kills in bedroom. Knows his job is just to stay alive and stay around. And as soon as you create those opportunities to jump, how clean it looks when you get that stack.
That's what the stack looks like, rank play teammates. It's a 2-step process. Win the fight, control bedroom, and get them bodies on point. The more, the merrier, I say. And right now, OpTic are smiling from ear to ear after taking the control and the search and destroy from Ultra.
And honestly, I really do love seeing that play come out of Hook, right? Again, the ego challenge has been just absurd this entire tournament, but picks the right moment to play it slow, took down Ultra on one of their best maps, and honestly, now they've done it twice in a row, because Outbacker Fortress S&D was another sweet map for Ultra in this series, but they get it done. Dashi and the rookie putting on for their team. And they now have the advantage in the series as we are going to load into a Hydro hardpoint.
Baby.
Another one that has been singing sweet for OpTic Texas.
We're going to be getting moist. Word to Maven. Or Joe, I can't remember who said it, but God bless him. Here we go. Hydro, the halfway mark here in the series.
And how crazy it's been, right? It was the 9-3 in hardpoint for OpTic that Toronto shut down. Toronto, that was their first loss in Search and Destroy. That was their first loss in Control. OpTic absolutely have come to play night and day, this team, between the start of the tournament and how well they have been all the way through Sunday. These guys level up as time goes on.
The players are starting to believe. These fans, they have certainly been believing since the start of this tournament. And what a tournament it has been. One of the most memorable Call of Duty League events we have seen so far. One of these, the young man, will be the first rookie to win their first LAN.
Really since 2011 or 2012, it was Stump and Bobby. been such a long time. Or there you go, back at MLG Dallas. What a city, apparently. This is where the magic happens.
This series, though, is not over yet. Hydro, Hardpoint coming up next. God, what a tournament. It has really been sensational to be here. Arlington, you've been incredibly warm, welcoming. You've been loud. You've been wonderful with the energy. We appreciate your efforts, but it's not over yet. How does that guy know? He didn't write it. Who did write this one? Because, hey, you're killing it so far. Here we go. Into Hydro.
And, you know, maybe one of the things we should be bringing up more, one of the greatest losers bracket runs of all time. We've had quite a few, so we keep seeing it. It was LA Thieves at the last tournament that attempted to make the run from losers round 1. Well, OpTic looking to complete it. Solid map for both teams. Ultra phenomenal on the rotations and on the breaks. And for Ultra, that was the name of the game on Hotel. They chose every single rotation perfectly of when they wanted to get there first, completely lock the hill down. When you want to give the rotation away and go for the break, Toronto took care of it. OpTic got to stop it. And OpTic, by the way, what are they, forward hitting mid off the rib? Going for the water outs already. They want these spawns.
There we go. Shotsy wins it. That's why you always run a pistol when you're on Hydro, boys and girls.
And the question for Ultra, yeah, the first player's already spawned out. You have to try to read that, like, the entire flank is coming through from every direction.
Oh, he was down there for so long.
You have Dashy going all the way towards the back. Shotzzy tries to come up through mid, but Ultra on point. Might have lost the first gunfight, but they are keeping those spawns, and they are collecting so much time on P1.
P1 hit. Oop, good timing. Those water plays are tough, man. I mean, sometimes you come out there looking like Aquaman, sometimes you look like the Deep. It's real rough, and so far, it's Toronto with the time, and Toronto with the map control.
I mean, this is beautiful as well. Like an interesting attempt, I'd say, off the rip, but Ultra shut it down, secure on the rotation, get those trophies out and bound. Kleenex may be in position to fry, but where he falls, he will spawn right back up. 30-point lead, and on this P2, this is a delicate moment for OpTic. This score could get out of control.
Here we go. Shotsy, oh, he's been sniffed out. What?
Whoa.
No way. There you go. Nice stun though, still. All the other swimmers from OpTic, everyone's been sunk.
I mean, look, we have seen a montage of these guys attempting to take the water route, so Ultra clearly have paid attention in this tournament, keeping everything completely locked down. And honestly, for Ghosty, it's a little bit risky. I was going to say, you don't want to end up spawning in the back, but look where they might come through. Number 660 spawns out because of the pressure. So this is 20 seconds to fight for, but Scrap still fighting on the time, and Ultra might be set up on Toronto, and they don't even get the final bit of Scrap.
Nice.
Captain Jack Shotsy there dives on in the back, gets that kill, saves it for a moment, but the hard point is still so firmly in the hands of Toronto Ultra.
And they just have players in position on the rotation. There you go. Inside actually gets chopped down. So a moment for OpTic where things could have spiraled out of control. Able to stabilize and get those back spawns, but it is a P3 on Hydro. Good luck trying to get this time.
Oh, and Hixie does the hop, gets in. Oh my! What a win against Ghosty, gets in the point. One more toe-to-toe though. Dashy trades it down. Ultra's there, foot races on. And OpTic, they win the fights. Can they take care of Insight though? He's the man upstairs. As OpTic finally get themselves some hard point time. Jamie Craven, the man on your screen. Oh, he's farming.
Yeah, waiting for the kills to fall into his lap. Able to get the first, but the trade's out for number 2. Dashy gets cleaned up as well. Ultra putting the fight through the front again. Incredibly difficult to collect time on P3. OpTic looking to get it, and Scrap does get taken care of. Now the back spawn's coming through from Ultra. You also have gunfights coming down on the deep right side of the map. It's going to be a 2v1 for Ultra as the Scrap time goes to OpTic. If Dashy can stay alive, he could get his team right back in this game. They sniff him out. Ultra, it is the one player in the back. Scrap has a massive role.
Scrap has such a big role, and he plays the role admirably so far. 12-4 here on Hydro. He's looking great. 2 spree. Oh, but Ghosty spawns up, gets into the fight, gets things going. That's a big win again out of Shotsy. You clear up the hard point. Spawns now still very close. OpTic going to be the players that bit closer to the hard point. Can anyone here from Ultra get these kills from the front? Bad timing from the on Insight as Shotsy goes for a swim.
I mean, hey, Ghosty's over there making plays again. Hello! Wins the final gunfight on the flank. Shotsy's got the beat down in the water, in the rotation, secure for OpTic, and the cruise missile as well. Shotsy and Ghosty, an absolute tear on this P4.
I mean, he's got most of his kills from underwater right now. I mean, Shotsy can do the math. It's simple. Hello, there's another one.
Whoa.
Moves out, and all of a sudden, he is gone.
I mean, I know Ghosty's your teammate, but right now, that's basically Ultra attempting to chase. 15 seconds. They're going to have this completely locked down, and OpTic Texas will be right back in this game. But Ultra, they heard the call. They're looking for their response. Couple opening gunfights go their way as this new hill pops.
Oh, it's such great reads out of everyone from Ultra right now. 12-7 out of Scrap, 10-9 Hixie. They're holding down those water lanes. New hard points up. All in the hands of Ultra for now.
You do not have any clearance on this map. It looks like Opt are going to stack and try to work this through the front. Who's taking a deep route, but Scrap, question is, good vision, absolutely. Shotzi, though, trying to find the openings through the hill. It's trades back and forth. Ultra get them all, securing the time in a clean first wave, absolutely stuffed.
Ultra, the submarine hunters right now. Anyone from OpTic that takes a dip ends up in a watery grave. Here comes Kleenex. He's got eyes on another one. There we go. Holding the hard point down once again. Over 100 points we now from Ultra. And right now, Chance, if I'm OpTic Texas, I'm like, look, the water plays are no longer working. Keep your feet dry.
Oh, we'll see if they continue to swim. But you got Ultra right now reading these spawns as well. Hixie playing with the door, playing with his food, and this might be another clean wipe. Perfect for down. They had the spawns in advance. They have already flipped it. You already have Kleenex over for the dome control. Moment of the game. Ultra just played that hill to perfection.
Unbelievable. 130-72. No one in the new hard point just yet. We go back to P1. Here we are. And another crazy hard point here on Hydro. Cruise activated from Shotzi. That's going to now soften up those players in mid, maybe. Or looking to flush a player onto out spawns. Kleenex takes a dip to try to stay alive, and Hixie's still going as well.
Yeah, but what's better than one water route? 37 of them from OpTic. This time, who takes the extra one, does the full lap, and goes for that little flip. Ultra, though, trying to fight, looking for the dome control, and Hixie is beaming. The rookies are showing up in the grand finals.
Unbelievable run from Ultra so far. They've dealt with every play OpTic have thrown at them. Let's listen and see how they go with a quick listen in with Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, play. Oh, really big dashy. He's going pipes now. Really big to pipes. Really big to pipes.
I'm seeing pipes dashing, and there's two back new, right? That's two back new. Scrap.
You leave time if you need to.
I'm going deep water. He's above me still.
Bump road.
Still staying alive here.
Yeah, all that.
Load him. I'll see him.
I'll see him load him. He's gonna go out.
Yeah, he's load him. Yeah,
I found the wall.
Backside dome.
I found the wall.
Yo, 1P3. 1P3 is two.
Still outer dome. I'm gonna grab P3.
Bomb dome. Watch your bomb dome, Ghosty. Absolutely behind the wall. Nice. One to get over the back. He's out window, so we can just default.
Yeah, in road. Give me a sec. I'll kill them.
Back to time, my bad. Back to time, one in town.
I'm trying to help this guy, Ruins.
Bro. I don't know. Actually, there's still one ruin somewhere.
You watch your back, God. Okay. How's the guy, Ruins?
What's that, mid? Dead?
I'll make sure we have road.
He was back, God.
Oh, mid. P1. I think he's shed, so.
I think he's back.
You maybe.
Turn around right now from OpTic. They managed to salvage some time there. Is it enough, though? We'll see how the comms go now. Listen in. OpTic Texas.
I'm middle. P1. I'm back.
I'm stunning P1 real quick.
Get a kill.
Heard you. I didn't stun anything P1. It could be there.
I could bump you.
Heard you. I hear. I'm gonna go top cliff. I'm gonna go top cliff after. Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking a water.
Holding my back.
I still check back your inner hut. Which way the outer bridge, by the way?
I don't see him. He could be top cliff. I don't see anything.
I'm gonna go right with you.
I don't see this guy anywhere, bro.
I'm waiting. Where are you guys at?
No, none of things pushed up, bro. No bullshit. They're playing passive.
You would do break there. I'll come.
One's up top. One's up top.
Up top.
He's dead. Top dead.
He went outer pipes. Outer.
No, watch out in the back. Absolute. You dropped. No, he's dead. No. They should still be in the back. Enter. Watch out. Front. They're all in the back. I have a bad nade. Listen, I'm gonna pick up your water hop. I have your water hop. Water hop dead.
Out on me.
Silos and close outer.
One more out of you. Nice, good shit. Let's see.
Silos. He's on silos. They're both there. Yeah. He's outer side point. There's two. One guy's outer windows, going outer pipes. I haven't got me. Give me a second. Watch out.
He's one player now. Don't play. What's your boy fucking pool? Pool trying to get through, brother.
Kleenex, we're missing Hixie
and
Scrap.
I don't see
Hixie, by the way. We're missing Hixie.
Probably settled.
Okay.
You just could hit that, maybe.
We're missing Hixie. We're still missing Hixie.
Okay, pick up game, maybe.
Wait, Hixie's low left water. Got him. Nice, we're missing one.
Oh my god,
I almost smoked
Outstanding.
Outstanding.
It's like, oh my god, I almost smoked your shit.
Since the start of this tournament.
You wouldn't be able to tell this is a grand finals with a bunch of rookies in the mix with comms like that. Both teams on point, exquisite, and now Shotzi doing weird stuff in the back of the map as he is prone to do. But right now, OpTic, they were reading the late flanks. They're calling out who's missing. Now they get to try their hold.
Hook's comms were in there as well. More on that later. Hold it down now. Bad timing from Shotzi. Hook, though, backing him up. Gets that quick trade now. Denny Pop That will make his swimming silently, but not the splashes. Oh, and the good timing there. Cuts out one player on the push forward. Final 30 seconds remaining here on the back of this hard point, and Hoop might be able to dive into it. There you go. Stops the bleeding for now.
And an interesting moment for OpTic because they basically got full 60 on the next kill, so you want to fight for the scrap and you want to rotate, but obviously that final 15 seconds is going to go a long way. Ultra will get past the 200-point margin. Sizable lead, and actually 2 players from OpTic spawn out, so they don't get past 200, but they got a long way to go on this rotation. Shotzzy needs to make a play. You cannot get Toronto a setup.
He's been caught out in nearly every single situation so far, and he finds himself here. And no, this one is going to be no different. The boys have arrived, though. Trades are done.
Nice.
Up close and
There it
personal
is.
with attack 56.
Got the breaks, got the reads, and Hook spawns directly behind Scrap as well. So he is surely going to fall. There you go. OpTic get the rotation they needed. Now you're getting the cutoff kills. Now you're playing with a little bit of fun.
And this is exactly what Shotzzy wants. He's going to start moving around, trying to cut these players out before they get close to the hard point. But there's no one in the hard point. That's a big problem. It's a nice snap. It's not enough. Ultra, they will take advantage of that open field, get the kills and the time.
They didn't read the spawns. OpTic overcommitted just a little bit, pushed out a little too far, and lost some key gunfights in Toronto, taking full advantage. Right back inside the point, Insight with the Vaznev.
Here comes a hit. OpTic through the front, Insight with the Vaznev finds one. Checking the corners, gets his second, holding it down. P's and Q's sweet. Pixie backs him up, and that's the time. We're over 200 for Ultra.
And look at these spawns as well. A couple players from OpTic spawn out, maybe make it all 3. Hook the only man right now that can try to flip this map on its head, but obviously Ultra, sizable lead, and there are players everywhere right now around this zone.
It's a very complicated mini-map, I won't lie, but we're back to P1. Our third set of hard points, ladies and gentlemen. And Scrap finds another big one. He's looking at 30 here in this game. One more is all he needs. As the time now in firmly the hands of Toronto Ultra. Lock this down, don't let it get anyone close, and you tie it up.
I mean, assuredly, this is going to be it, right? If you're OpTic, you're getting picked apart. You're going to have to flood on P1. There's no time to flip these spawns. Barely any time to take a water route. Easy reads the whole way through. Toronto in the hard points have taken it to OpTic, and they might shut it down on the opening hill.
They've run it all the way. Final few seconds here as Toronto Ultra have gone spear fishing here on Hydro. A final ditch attempt. A couple more seconds. Is anyone even close by? Hook, the last man up for OpTic, trying to get close. Out of the water comes Shotzzy. Oh, and you're in. But now, but the spawns are not on your side.
Yeah, good luck with this one. You're going to have to fly straight into the mouth of Hixie. 248, 49. Gonna get the tick or the dive into the 2-piece. And Toronto Ultra, perfect in the hard points against Texas. Again, they get it done.
Back-to-back hard points here for Toronto Ultra. The respawn prowess here in the mode continues to shine. Toronto Ultra fans the world over will be happy with that one indeed. We will see. We're all tied up 2-2 with that equalizer found. We say goodbye though. Sakura, Hydroelectric here in this grand finals. And we go in the distance.
An impressive comms as always from Ultra. 2 rookies on the team, but they talked about the veteran mindset and they showed it right there on point, reading those spawns, especially so on that P5, whatever it is, hill over by the water. Ultra locking it down both times. OpTic, when they had the opportunity to do the same, let it slip out of their hand, ended up getting broken from the back, and Ultra clean across the board. 33 bomb out of Scrap as well. 3,400 damage. A wonderful game from him, especially for those plays by P2.
Yeah, absolutely smacking it. And we've got an ooh series, nothing but O's here in our fun lineup. We go back to Hotel, ladies and gents, for the last time. And we're going to play Search and Destroy. Then we really do get to the tasty part of this series. That El Asilo, that's where things are going to get dicey indeed. Well, until then, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. On the other side of this one, we keep this grand finals running here at Major 3. We're playing Search and Destroy, and we're going back to Hotel, ladies and gents. Don't go too far.
Toronto Ultra, OpTic Texas, getting after it. Throw your predictions out the window. Both these teams winning each other's maps. Everything unpredictable throughout this entire tournament. Strap in. We got a long series on our hands.
Oh yeah, we're only tied up 2-2 here in this best of 7. Both teams find themselves at the halfway mark, smiling. But one team, I think, a little more happy chance. OpTic Texas are winning the maps they shouldn't. But Toronto, they're only winning the hard points.
Hey, technically, the maps look good from Ultra after this point, but again, Ultra undefeated in Search and Destroy, undefeated in Control until they faced OpTic, and OpTic Hardpoint has been their bread and butter until they faced Ultra. Both teams rising to the occasion, both rookies showing out for their teams, taking turns being the playmakers, main slayers. All 8 players right now on point. We are going back to the hotel, back to Search and Destroy. A sniper for Scrap, a sniper from Dashy, wizardry around the map. Funny enough, a slightly better record for OpTic. Typically, they're auto veto throughout the year, but lately, they've been on point.
Hey, man, they've been on point as of what, the last few days?
Yeah, I was like, you know how the conversation goes. I was like, wait, are we the best? Are we godlike? We can play this. This is fun. We'll see if they can get it done, but a tall task ahead, Ultra. No time wasted. They are storming this A site.
They are tapping that site. Here they go. Dashy throws a shoulder and a couple of bullets. Doesn't get anything done, though. That bomb's in the hands of Pixie right now, and ow, that's sort of hurt for Kleenex. Nearly done. Smooth moves. Dodges the Semtex, no problem.
This is going to be awkward for OpTic, because now you're worried about a couple players that have crossed into bedroom, but obviously Hixie with the bomb, waiting for the nades to come through before he wants to jump back out. So much pressure towards the middle of the map, and Hoop, I don't know how he knows, but he knows there's your first blood.
He sniffs out Scrap in the restaurant side of the hotel and eliminates him from play. We'll see him in the next round. Again, first to 6 here in Search and Destroy.
And Ultra still just completely unable to get this bomb down. Haven't made the jump just yet, and Dashy playing a tight corner. He is not going to move. If a kill falls into his lap, that's great, but OpTic, they just have full coverage everywhere. If somehow the bomb got to be, Hoop would be in the play.
Yeah. Less than 30 seconds to go. That bomb's getting planted at A. Hixie, he's going to be the man behind it. And there you go. Shotzzy just waiting for his moment to strike. Dashy, he will be the one to get the first kill here on this play. And it's a 2v4. Numbers are not working out right now for Ultra. Ah, and lovely man is there. Dashy shuts the door, and Hook plays it perfectly. All down to Hixie. As Shotzi's going to immediately hop onto this one. There's not a hope in hell whether he gets the defuse or whether the kills are there. Hixie, an impossible situation to be in alone. OpTic take the first.
And that's just the perfect swarm from OpTic around the site as well. Perfectly played by Dashy, doesn't overcommit, no mistakes made, lets Hoop come in for the kills. And even just for the fact that they gave up the bomb site early on, trusted the mid-map pressure, have the nades with no trophies if they ever go for the bomb plant. That is just a wonderfully executed round 1.
The A-bomb site, very popular location to get those bombs down here on Hotel B. Is the kitchen, it's a little bit more spicy. And speaking of spicy, this start is exactly what that is. Trays are done. Shotzi's emptied his pockets, and here comes the play. He might challenge that one, but he does have teammates to back him up here, and it's a salvo of fire. And he's moving. Dippy trades again, Shotzi. Back at it again, and it's a 2v1 Insight all alone. Can he make it a 1v1?
I mean, he get the bomb down. I mean, there's a guy out of the play. That's because Hook is busy planting the bomb. Shotzi literally dancing to perfection to draw so much attention. And just like we had on Fortress, a 1v2 attempt from Insight.
Can Insight get it this time? He was unceremoniously ripped away in the Fortress, and this will be no different. Shotzi, what a round.
I mean, that's just clinically absurd. It was a round that's almost like a respawn opening break where Shotzi just puts himself in the mix, back and forth, baits out the Ultra players, and he's somehow the last man standing in that engagement. That is trades on point. That is Hoop making the play with the bomb. Back-to-back wonderful rounds from OpTic Texas.
I mean, their search and destroy has become so clean. Unpredictable, difficult to deal with, gun skill on point. Communication has been the most unbelievable turnaround for OpTic Texas in this tournament alone. We'll see how far it goes. Nades up, shots getting in the mix.
The mating calls in OpTic at this event have been perfect. Already one marriage taking place. And on the rotation, back on defense, double stack over towards B. Shotzzy again just finds himself in the mix, drawing so much attention, and somehow gets the first blood.
That is an absurd kill. He's on 2 HP, but just the movement to get himself into that place, that's unbelievable. A 3 spree for Anthony Cuevas Castro, and now Ultra find themselves a man down. Hixie still has bombs. They're mobile in that regard.
Ice, the hardest player in the league to track, though. Ultra are going to have to just be constantly worried about their flank because you have no idea where Shotzzy just got to. So it's a 3v4. You're fighting players that can disappear, and you open a door and get shot in the face. Now a 2 versus 4, the ARs of Ultra.
Yeah, an insight now. He's going to move a little slower. Dashy, though, brings the snipe to the party. Oh, howdy doody. Spotted that one out. Clock's ticking. Whoa! Scrap, good night. Here's the second. Oh, I think he got it as well. We'll get that on a replay in a minute, boys and girls. Don't you worry. Oh, he did. There was the first. Here comes the second. Lovely shots out of Dashy.
One of the best to ever do it with the boomstick. Dashy doesn't miss very often. Neglects that round. And honestly, I don't know what the strat calls from OpTic. Shotzzy, just go create some magic. Try to kill yourself in the middle of the map and then put yourself in a tough spot and just get away. First bloods have been on point from OpTic past few rounds. 2 for 3 in that regard. Straight to the A site. A little bit of a bang out here.
Whoa, wrong side of the bang out. Kleenex gets 2 before being brought down. Here comes the immediate rebuttal. And it's an absolute fiesta. Now, and even Stevens in the trades department. It's a 2-on-2.
Absolute blind counter there from Ultra, but yeah, it turns into a 2v2. We hit this round exactly on our bagger where Kleenex gets the opening 2 kills. Instant response for a 2v2. Deja vu all over again, but obviously without the bomb in hand, OpTic have to work their way back to collect it. You pop dead silence to go sit and spawn. So that's going to run out as the ARs from OpTic stomping their way back towards the bomb.
Boom, boom, boom. Heavy boots from Dashy. 40 seconds. Got to try to recover the bomb. That's what Hixie's covering. Yep, we're thumping. Goes the backed up the corner though. Hixie doesn't win it. Dashy stays alive. Final 30 seconds.
Problem is he doesn't have that bomb. Insight, clutch opportunity again. Dashy on the 4 spree and Insight. Talk about a man that's trying to play this aggressive as well. How many of these corners do you check? The L trigger there, but the brain is too big on Insight. That is an incredible play call. He's got the AR. You don't post up bedroom. You don't just watch the cross the bomb. He gets up and in your face just to catch you off guard. Ballsy moment right there for Insight, but again, man came into the grand finals with a 1.48 in S&D. You know he's capable of making the play.
A little more than capable. Great read. Out of Insight.
Dashy sticking with the sniper as well in this round. Shotzzy Houdini, always the opportunity to make the play, but looks like they're not going to be dealing with the sniper just yet. Full out hit over towards this B site. OpTic though, the counter's there. They have stacked it.
Oh, hook. 1 HP from Kleenex. Somebody sneeze on him. The rest of OpTic are backed on up at that A-bomb site. They are shoulder to shoulder in there. Reinforcements now crossing over the map. And Hook, he's on TV.
Good luck back in this spot. Oh, they got him as well. Tagged him out, forced him away, but Shotzzy's got the 2. It was all a ruse for him to get the first bloods. And even had the right gun for the job. Insight getting tagged up as well. OpTic got pressure everywhere. Hook, though, is going to fall. This will be a 2v4.
Somehow, from the egress and kitchen, Ultra have managed to snag a kill onto Hook. That's wonderful. Consolation points for now. And how long will it take for OpTic to think the bomb is going to A?
I also don't think that they know that Dashy has the snipe. But the patience might just pay off. OpTic send everybody back over towards A. The question is, what is Hixie going to do with the bomb? And this is just a wild round of search and destroy. As Ultra are rotating straight into him, and Hixie, last man standing, 1v3. What? Can't get the knife though. And OpTic clutch up. The opening strat pays off. Shotzzy pulls out the tack, stacks up that kitchen.
Oh my God. Oh, he was so close to cutting him open. Ghosty, what a play. Hixie though, you had the free clearance to get that bomb down at A. You could have snaked and slithered your way to a victory, but the play call was B.
And Ghosty had the taste of metal in his mouth, but survives to see another day in a 4-1 lead from OpTic. They have been on point in search and destroy, and a donut for the moment for Scrap. He's got to get in the mix, and Ultra stacked in middle of the map as well. An interesting attempt, but Shotzi already flying.
Soren 6-2. Nice win from Hixie. Backed up, Ghosty looking for kill number 7, there it is. 3v3.
There's no one in the B side for the moment, not even the doors open for players to watch, so they've been gifted this for free.
And that's a bomb plant, that's a fast one. Oh, here comes the aggression! Wow, he flies out! Scrap gets himself on the board, that bomb does go down though, so now Hook out like a light. He is long gone. Ghosty's making his way across the map now. You're gonna see this 2v3. Ultra on the retake.
I mean, someone's got to get the two-piece. Hook or Ghosty has to make the big play, and you got to be on point for the retake. They have taken control of Kitchen.
Oh, Hook, Dead Silence activated. It's a 1 or 2 step behind door number 1. There's a couple of Ultra members. Here they come. Right here with Hixie and Scrap. Oh, they find all the kills. No problem. Toronto Ultra bounce right back. Scrap on the defuse. Good round out of him. He sorely needed to get on the board.
Hey, that's a cheeky little idea from Hook as well. I think he's jumping up and down to make noise, to try to bait those players in, to set up a little kill box there for him and Ghosty, but Ultra on point with the retake. 0 mistakes made. They grouped up together, retook the site. And I think shots and the wall bangs are coming through. Might not have been expecting 2 players to be there. And I think Ultra happy for the surprise.
Oh, it's their second round win. We saw the comeback they made on Albagra was great. Have they got it here on Hotel as well? OpTic slowed down only slightly. Shotzi continues to be an absolute menace. Ultra this time, they'll be attacking.
Not easy to play against an absolute psychopath in Search and Destroy. Ultra trying to get the bounce back in the mode, and what's different from round 1, maybe more trophies out and about, or maybe it's just a different guy with the bomb in hand. Insight this time allowed to plant both SMGs. They've made it to the bedroom.
Oh, it's a perfect plant situation now. Post-plant set up for Toronto Ultra. Here you go, OpTic. We will put you to the test. Nades out, Insight, holding it down. Scrap doing the best he possibly can. What a read on a Shotzi. Fantastic first blood, and the pistol! Hook has been eviscerated, Kleenex gets his, and now it is all done! What a round out of Ultra.
You know, Scrap doesn't even have to get a kill, and Ultra might clutch that 3v4 when you get bedroom control like that. Instead, doesn't even make his teammates sweat, picks up 3, and just runs the show on the flank. And that strat on point again, round 1, no trophies. You had Hixie, the first man across the zone with the bomb, but Insight gets the trophies down, gets that plan off. Sets his teammates up for success. 2 back-to-back rounds for Toronto.
Hey, Scrap's on a 5 spree as well. 1 more kill gets him that cruise missile. That could be very handy indeed.
Yeah, from a donut, we call his name. Rookie stepping up.
Just when you need him here in this grand finals. This is the equalizer here for Toronto Ultra. What do you got, boys? Over towards the site, you fly. Shotzi's first blood. Well, wait a minute, there he is, surprise. 3v3, and Scrap has not slowed down whatsoever. He does get the cruise. That's going to help out. OpTic have said enough of this. We don't want the smoke, we're going to be.
Shotzi's absolutely insane. You just turn, you never know when he's going to be literally directly behind you, but the B site, it's going to be open, completely open. Ultra last time, they all grouped up together to try to go for the retake. We'll see if they make the same decision, but this time they do not have the man advantage. So we'll see if they send anybody on the flank or if they get grouped up, but right now, Scrap out of the picture as they're looking towards these doors.
You love that trophy there as well. Here we go. They're stacked up on the other side of the doorway. Here comes the nades. Trophy working overtime. Good job, Ghosty. We appreciate it. Kleenex with the first. Here comes the push. Oh, on the outside. It's Hook, though. The nuke doesn't get the pair of them, but it's over to Ghosty now on the side. It's a 1v1 against Hixie. He's got the HP. Oh. No! He doesn't check prone. He had the life advantage, and he flies out. Hixie plays it safe. What a retake. Ultra, they find the equalizer here on Hotel.
And every time you think Ghosty might make the play in Search, it's Hixie that is there to shut him down, just like Albagra. He's getting the call. He is 1 HP. He is in the corner. You got him trapped, but belly down, gun up, and 9 and 4 from Hixie. Tying this game up 4-4, and honestly, rounds like that sit in your mind. That is well, not perfect, but 2 successful retakes after giving up that bomb plant for free. That is something that'll weigh on OpTic's mind.
That's a tough one. 4-4, first to 6 here in Search. Hixie, what a turnaround from him. It's a fast hit over towards A. You're gonna get spotted out here, but those concussions, they'll push Hook back just a little bit. Dashy trying to help from down low lights.
And OpTic, they don't want anybody to cross the bedroom, but Kleenex, he still made it to his home. So even OpTic with a different setup on defense, still gonna have problems, and Kleenex over here just collecting that information. And they're setting up flanks as well. Hixie's pop Daddy, he could go through the middle of the map. You got a standoff on the top side between Scrap and Shotzi. This is a wild mini-map for a round of S&D.
There's a lot happening, ladies and gents, and also nothing happening. Like, I mean, nothing. Oh, wait. Inside's moving.
And if he can get this bomb plant, OpTic are going to be forced to make plays, but if they're the ones moving first, Ultra is just going to set up the flank through mid. You got Scrap to handle the flank on Shotzi, so Shotzi is making moves, but again, it's all going to collapse at the exact same time.
Here we go.
There's number one.
Number one goes to Scrap. Lining him up. Here comes Kleenex. Oh my God, he finds one with the help of his boy. And oh, Hook, you're in a bad spot, son. Able to backpedal. Here comes Dashy upstairs. That gives you bedroom control, but look out. There's a Hixie behind you on a 4 spree. 2v3, Dashy looking for Insight. If he takes the bait, he might get it.
And Insight just gets to beat him. He can just tell him when to go in Chow, or he can just do it himself and gun them both down. Talk about a round that is just executed to perfection. Every single setup, every moment. As soon as Insight gets that bomb plant, that was GG. They had everything contained. It was the perfect spot from Scrap. And whoever did the homework there, the coaching staff for Toronto Ultra, A+.
Map point, Toronto Ultra.
And now for OpTic, where do you go, by the way, right? You've been gifted the free plan over towards B a few times, but you've just been retaken, so now they are forced to funnel in towards that.
And it's, well, it's going to go quiet once again. Lethal's attack's been thrown. There's still a couple of things to be chucked out here, and that's a lovely bit of an angle to have for Insight. Sees Hook, sees the bomb plant. Okay, shooting the other foot now. Toronto Ultra, will they be able to retake? Can OpTic hold this bomb position?
I mean, happy for the retakes. They'll do it at either site. It is the triple flank coming through. They should know one player is going to be towards bedroom, but Ghosty, big responsibility. A lot of players to deal with, and he has done his job.
Oh, he's backed on up. Dashy's tagged him in, and he finds his kills as well. Insight on the middle of the map, he gets his. Just over 20 seconds to go. Scrap makes his way forward. You still have to worry about Ghosty, who's currently in the spar, getting a treatment. He's chilling, baby. 15 seconds, here we go. 2v2, shots he's roaming with that Daddy also. Keeping an eye on the bomb, 10 to go. This should be the round, unless anyone can get there. And already, there's a bit of action. Oh my! Last ditch attempt as Shotzi kills not only the player defusing. Wow.
I'm surprised that he just gave up the plan over towards A for free, by the way. It seemed like that was the only opportunity for OpTic to make a move, but they got the bomb down, played it just slow enough towards the end. Easy setup towards the end. All for a round 11, the advantage in the series in this grand finals.
Round 11, here we go. Game-saving play right there from Shotzi, 10 and 6 for him. OpTic, they will be attacking. 3-1 split from Ultra towards A. Here we go.
Giving Shotzi the bomb, already making moves. No time wasted, and here comes the crew.
They're going to stay inside. They should be safe from this. If anyone dies, it's because they've been forced into a situation they didn't want. It's bad flying from Scrap, but that's fine. The trophy, it didn't even be there. You've already got the kill from Kleenex.
I mean, you need picks now from OpTic. You've been absolutely stopped. You do not have the bedroom control. And Toronto Ultra have just pumped the brakes. Not in a hurry to make a play.
Ultra is so spread, though. They can see the B-bomb site as well as the A-bomb site. Shotzi now diligently checking corners, man. I mean, the heart racing for them at this moment in time. 45 seconds. It's time to forget how to feel.
The round, that's a difference maker. The angle, that might not be perfect. How big is your elbow enough to get shot? Shotzi flies across.
No doubt, Shotzi flies across. Kleenex now able to maybe pounce to that stairwell. We've seen it happen a few times. 30 seconds here in this round 11.
Kleenex might just wait to jump. Dashy's gonna fall as well. This could be it. The 2v4 in Shotzi. All of a sudden, last man standing. Pops Daddy gonna hit the full send. Just going to fall. Toronto Ultra ice up in the round 11, and the man that started off 0-5, the rookie, goes on a tear, gets the cruise, forces the first blood, and Ultra now has the advantage.
The sheer relief on the face of Kleenex. They fought so hard to get back into that one. They could not let it slip. They don't let that search and destroy go. 10 and 7 from Scrap. 10 and 5 from Hixie. And now, Toronto Ultra, they find themselves on tournament point.
And the two players that, when they're on the same team, have only ever made it to the grand final. Scrap and Hixie, two rookies, double digits for both of them. From 0-5 to 10-7 and making the hero plays a clinically absurd performance. And obviously credit the whole way down. Insight starts to get the bomb plants. Kleenex obviously making moves, but that was from down 4-1. Ultra completely iced up in front of the home crowd.
Wow, what a search and destroy that was. Highlights, we'll roll through them. As Ultra managed to clutch up, Insight finally found that source that he's had for so long. OpTic were taking it from him. Shotzzy with a couple of incredible round-winning moments, but not quite enough. A single round is really all that decided it. OpTic still got that magic. Ultra, though, just a little too dangerous.
And that's like insane ice as well, right? That was like 2B bomb plants where OpTic had the kitchen control. That Toronto, the pressure's on to try to go and retake it. They did it twice. You had Insight in the 1v1 against Dashy, making the aggressive play calls. I mean, there's 5 or 6 rounds that come down to a 1v1 or a single gunfight. And towards the end, Ultra, again, just a little bit icier, but barely, and I mean barely, because Shotzzy's making plays like that too.
Oh, man.
Unreal grand finals we've had so far.
Incredible search here. It's not over yet. Pure relief, elation, and disappointment. All the emotions you could ask for. We're not done yet, though. Toronto Ultra fans, hey, you're feeling good. It's not over yet, though. That round 11 comes to a close. Greenberg Hotel finished. We're done with it here in our grand final. Now we roll over towards the double-decker LSCLO. And this is going to be something.
And the Asylum will make it crazy for these final 2 maps. So much pressure, all for these final moments. And it is worth pointing out, this is a wonderful experience for both of these teams. 2 rosters recently constructed, rookies on both sides of the stage. To get this LAN XP all the way in the finals can go such a long way as time goes on, as the year develops. But now Ultra can taste it. European players don't often win Call of Duty tournaments, but you got quite a few on that side of the stage, 1 map away.
Alone in front of a crowd like this. JP. Pass on the final bits of words there for the boys. OpTic, here we go. LSCLO, control. You need to win this to force that final map. And if we go to that final map, I mean, hey, at this tournament, right? Come on. Surely we get it.
There's nothing to predict at any point in time from this one, so who the hell knows, but certainly you can hope for it. And again, the rookies delivering, man, showing up in these big moments. And not your typical rookie selections from the teams, right? So many pickups have been looking for your superstar players, the main players, guys like Scrap or your Hydras or your Abizis of the world. Not these two. Now we're starting to get to the point where we're looking for the puzzle pieces, the setup men, the guys that can deliver in the big moments like this and make the team better around them. They switch up in style for the 2 teams now sitting in the grand finals.
Thinking about this year in general, man, I mean, what? Major 1, the subliner smash. Major 2, the return of FaZe. Major 3, the rise of the rookies. Someone's getting it here. That man on your screen, Hixie, from Challenges. Wild stuff. Same thing from Ghosty. We'll see if these boys can find it. For Ultra, this has not been a kind stage to them in the past, Chance. I mean, you think about so many wild moments throughout their careers here in the House of OpTic, here in the ESA. We've seen some insane stuff, and hey, we're not finished yet, ladies and gents. We've still got a couple to go. The double dose of LSCLO. Take 2 of those, call me in the morning, we'll see what the hell's going on. I'm definitely not a doctor, though. It's a control game. OpTic have been winning them. We're bound to get that final map.
I mean, it would be like, I don't know, almost like the beauty of everything coming full circle of Outback Fortress control being their biggest problem. And now that's the map that Toronto bans, and they get the ones they originally didn't want in the mix, and potentially that's the one they clutch up on. They delivered on Hotel. Ultra have been the best team in the game on that map. They're the best defensive team. Well, hey, OpTic took it to them in the round 5. But to try again on LSCLO, good luck, have fun. I just know I want to keep watching the rookies because both of them making massive plays. And obviously on a long-range map, you can look at the ARs as well.
Hey, we'll have to look at the ARs. Dashy, of course, for OpTic Texas, the scrap there of Toronto Ultra. Tremendous stats from both. This is just from the map 3. This is from that control. And again, you're looking at Dashy. That was a massive win from OpTic Texas there on that hotel control. Scrap, not as great, but hey man, it's been a good record overall. In the long run, it's great for Scrap. But as of right here, right now, this grand finals, it's all been OpTic Texas in that mode.
And it's not often you say it, but those damage numbers, clinically absurd from Dashy as well. He was dominating the lobby, getting the constant output. And obviously one of the finest POVs we have to watch in the league. The constant spam of the L trigger. Snaps on everything in sight. Speaking of which, Insight on the other team.
On the other team. Insight, again, one of the players who has found success here in the Call of Duty League alongside CleanX under this Toronto Ultra banner for them to win a second major. And here again, in this very venue, would be a spicy one for them indeed. It's not an easy crowd to play against. You're wonderful, you really are. But if you're on the other team, it sucks. And that's why we love you. We need that energy though. It's not over yet. OpTic have still got a very strong chance to pull this back. Fook has been the man for the squad. So much criticism has fallen upon the shoulders of those young men on that stage. Team changes abound. Shotzzy said it's been like a movie, trying to get the boys to this point. We'll see if this movie's got a happy ending before the credits roll, but here we have it. We've still got a third act to get through. LSClo control. Let's go.
And we get to find out who the director will be in controlling the pace of this game. Ultra have been the better team in control, but they were hand-delivered their first loss by OpTic in this tournament. But you see the stats, the record, so much better from Ultra. Absolute difference makers on the attack. Only a handful of teams have a positive record on offense. Ultra at the tippy top.
Here we go. Into the control. OpTic Texas, they will be going for it first. Defense, Toronto, they will be up. See how they hold it. Over towards A. Shots is already in. A little bit of pressure there from Insight. You know where he's going to be atop the pylon. Wonderful power position indeed. And Shotzzy, he's trying to take care of him. A lot of pressure on this side of the map. You need to clear him up if you want to get A.
Yeah, Ultra, though, keeping things secure. Shotzzy back down and clean a house. Toronto, Ultra, get everybody. Four-man wipe, set up the pressure, and get in their face, in their spawn. You got a Scrap directly underneath you. You got the flanks rolling through, and OpTic for the moment looking like they cannot buy a single kill.
They're in the trap. Far right hand side of the map, that's where they're spawning, and they're stuck in that funny little shack, which very few people know what even looks like in their Hixie. Oh man, he's on top of the table here in this side of the map. Cleans up one, the second no. Shotzzy buys his teammates some space to get out, but can he get out himself? The trap is very much still in place.
And he's getting spotted the whole way through. Number 6 for Scrap. There's the next first he has. And you have 4 kills from OpTic and 16 from Ultra. If OpTic don't start shooting back soon, they're going to get stuffed. Finally 2 in the feed for them to open up the map just a little bit. And you see they're making the collection, moving over towards A, but it's the rookie here, Pixie, trying to slow him down.
Oh, but Shotzzy! So hard to kill. Dashy now versus Insight. That long-range gunfight, and Dashy's just cut him in half. They're stacking it up over towards A.
And because of the life disparity, you have to be on point for these next 2 zones and just set up the collapse oh so quick. You are down by 8. But it's looking like the A zone gonna get captured. You see Ultra making moves towards the field side of the map. Make no mistake, Ultra still have the advantage in this round.
Give them one opportunity, one chance, and they will take it. OpTic Texas, they've removed A from the equation. They had a minute to the game clock. And now, damn, son.
Still need the trades though, right? That's only good for 1. You got Ghosty and Shotzzy attempting to work together, but you have Ultra with so much pressure on the deep right side of the map. And only a minute to go. Gotta be clean and concise when you try to break this down. And Shotzzy with the Vastnev. These are not easy gunfights to take, but he's gonna get 1.
Wow. Life count starting to get a little closer. We're on the point. Waiting for the reinforcements to show up. Oh, it's the back alley play from CleanX who takes him out immediately. Straight on now we go. Trying to stop the clock over by B. That's going to be 40 seconds paused for now. Hook on the slow and steady capture. His teammates coming through, but once again, they don't have the numbers. They don't have the coverage.
Yeah, OpTic can't quite cover everything for the moment. They need a clean 4-man wipe if they want to have
Oh!
Dashing with the knife again. Big Bruce can deliver. But it's 8 lives and less than 30 seconds to go. You're going to have to start to fly.
But I get some big kills. Peel a couple of players, it starts with one, and then you get yourselves onto the point. The rest of OpTic now trying to make their way forward. 18 seconds remaining, you're running out of time. Toronto Ultra, just sit pretty, boys. Win a couple of fights and let that clock dwindle. Shotzzy gets the first. Here comes the movement, and it's Shotzzy again. Dashy looking for the long-range gunfights, but it's Shotzzy again. Looking at the clock, can anyone get onto the point? OpTic fly, dive onto it. Gunfights now from Ghosty. Another big win from Scrap.
And Scrap's gonna shut one down. Kleenex in for the kill, and the start was good enough for there to not be enough time. Ultra ice up again, and that was a devastating opening break. 16-4 in the kills department, just off the rip, just to set the tone. And we saw the stats from the first control where Dashy had the edge over Scrap. Not in that round. Scrap threw up 11 in a single round.
Yeah, it was tough. That streak still to be played with, and that again on LSC low, so helpful. OpTic had the tenacity to break out of that trap and get themselves over towards A. They captured it first go around, and the next thing you know, they're battling towards B. Let's see what Ultra have got. Can they capture both points this round? They're down by 3 segments currently.
They also have options of where they want to make a move. Spreading out towards the middle of the map, and another team kill from Ghosty with the grenade. Maybe an opportunity from Ultra. Take advantage of the sloppiness. Ghosty makes up for it with a pick over towards Radio. Dashy does get traded. It looks like OpTic has kept things secure. Opening fumble doesn't make a difference. They've stabilized A, but obviously Ultra swinging it over towards this B zone inside. You can find the power position. You can make things happen in this round. All bases covered. OpTic nice and secure.
Whoop, Scrap, nice hip fire. But that was sadly a teammate. Is it trap time for Toronto Ultra? No, it looks like they've got one player on towards A. OpTic's numbers have gone a little thin off respawn. Now flying into the fight. Kleenex, bad timing out of him. Shotzzy will take care of business. A's a little more secure now. Kleenex right on it. Not a lot of places to hide. And Shotzzy's going to make that read easy peasy. No problem. He's in the pinch though. Great work then from OpTic again here on defense. Time ticking. Scrap. Good reads, but Shotzzy's gone.
The most difficult player just to keep track of. He is behind enemy lines. He's going to be causing so many problems. You're going to have to waste so much time just to try to find him as he continues to shoot you in the back. No cruise missile though. He does get cut down as Ultra now the pressure over towards this A zone. 2 bodies off.
Damn! Ghosty, what a win that was. He's still on towards A. Hixie, the last man. Slow capture. Big fight now from Ghosty. Win this, you're looking in a much stronger spot to help A. But again, here comes the pressure. Kleenex, the man, sent in through that window to get the kill. Hook's now making his way on towards the point. Oh, and it's hit fire. Kleenex goes huge. That's 2 massive kills. 20 seconds.
How he finds 3, I do not know. But now you should be able to put all this pressure over towards A. OpTic, though, still the opportunity to fight for this. It's only the second tick through. Maybe trying to flank if you want, or hit through the double doors, or maybe it took just a little too long. Shotzzy, though, he's giving it a try.
Oh, team kill. Hixie, last man up on this point. Surely he doesn't get any more kills out of this one. That's the contest there on A. Hixie's now doing the dance. Kleenex finds 2. Oh my. The Great Dane. 13 and 12. He is well involved. A gone.
Tobias Juhl Janssen looking for another chip. They can do it here, and he's putting the pressure past this B zone. You got 3 bodies on the point. It's already a stack. The flank's coming through. Kleenex with the beams, though, through the fence, and they might just get this round.
2-man stack, no trophy, no cruise missile, 2 trophies in place. Scrap trying to find kills. Ghosty from up top. Will he get any? No. Scrap locks it down. Be gone. Toronto. Tournament point.
Absolutely clinical, and Kleenex is simply built different. I don't know how he gets the 3-piece. I don't know how you team kill with the Semtex and bounce back towards the A zone, but multi-kill after multi-kill. Kleenex delivers. And this right here is it. Europeans potentially back on top. Rep in Toronto, 2 rookies on the squad. 1 defensive round is all they need.
Well, last desperate chance from the OpTic fans here at the ESA to try to will their heroes on. Mount the comeback, force that final search and destroy, and things look very different. Can they get it started here, right now, on A? 2 of them go.
He's just waiting for the moment to strike, though. Well, the nade's certainly going to slow him down. The trophy's going to help out Dashy, but Hixie there on the flank to cut him. They're looking at Pounce. They've got the swarm on the final moments. It's Shotzzy and Ghosty, the duo. Last men standing. Shotzzy trying to stay alive and buy his teammates time, and he's doing exactly that. Shotzzy impossible to kill, and meanwhile, OpTic can put the pressure over towards B. They leave Shotzzy to die because they're trying to set up for the B zone hit.
1 second on A gone. Pressure now towards B. Hixie trying to stay alive. Waiting for the teamwork there from Ultra and his Kleenex. Oh,
Again.
he's found the pair. That is tremendous work. He's got 3 in a row. Hixie now dead silence pop, flying forward. 1 minute and 5 remaining. OpTic fighting their way forward desperately, trying to get onto A.
OpTic desperate in this moment. Scrap waiting for the kill. Knows Ghosty's on the point, checking all the corners, got the information they need to help him out. This feels like a slow game. Ultra right now trying to suffocate OpTic.
Trying what it can. Scrap. Can he get Hook? Yes, he does. Shotzi stays alive, though. Again, here's the contest. Kleenex is back on the point. Shotzi wins the fight. The Guardian of A keeps it good, and now he might be able to complete the capture. So close, there it is. 21 lives. OpTic Texas with the lead, and they've captured A.
Step 1 in a little bit of life, but Hixie wins a big one just to slow you down. Kleenex there for the follow-up, and now players coming up on spawn, and Ultra do not waste time. They jump over towards the white building. They push up through field. Trying to keep things slow, trying to keep it contained, but there's a big 3.
Oh.
OpTic, this is it.
This is it.
Moment.
Go, stack, dive, fly onto it. All you have to worry about is one more player, and they've got full coverage of where that guy's coming from. So now, here comes the cruise. Is there a trophy to be found? There's one on the stage. There better be one in the point. Second segment on its way out. Safe, missile defended. Hook's making a run. OpTic is still capturing the point. It's Ghosty and Shotzi doing the hard lifting. And that should be the round.
Nice. It's about time.
OpTic stay alive here in the control.
Still have a fight on our hands, and everybody from OpTic winning their ones. Hook in the stairwell, Dashy in the feed. A collapse on the round. They jumped on the point. They still have life in control.
Big slaying round as well. OpTic outslayed them there. Green Wall's roaring. Ultra still. One more round's all they need. Here we go. Lend them your energy, Arlington. Dashy on a 4.
Need him to go big. OpTic still feeling the pressure. And Toronto Ultra spreading the map. Kleenex gets that first blood. Shotzi, 0 time wasted behind enemy lines. Dashy's on a 5. One more, well, he gets shut down, so no crew.
Oh!
Shotzi for the 2. Keep that A zone defended.
Guns up, ready to roll. Waiting for these players to make their way in. Oh, and Shotzi's going to be the man to push forward. Try to slow down the defending players as they move into these stronger positions. And oh, what a snap! 1 minute on the clock.
And he absolutely disappears after the fact. Trying to hunt this man down. Can't do it. Gonna get shot in the back, but again, no cruise missile. Ultra keeping that little safety net, but so far getting outslayed. Pressure on the A zone. No flanks just yet this time. And Scrap, the big win from Top Radio.
Really slow capture right now of Insight. He's the only man there. The trophies are going to help him out, but it doesn't help him capture that point any quicker. Hixie, though, he will. First segment gone. Here comes OpTic. Dashy helping out Hixie. Good work there. He saves the day. That's 2 segments now done. Ghosty, you're going to let A go. You're going to now solidify B. Fortify that position and hold on. Unless you kill Insight and A remains in OpTic hands.
They have absolutely no quit in them. Still defending the zone, and we'll see if it's an overcommitment. 2 more players fall. But Ultra still have to spend all this extra time to go back towards A, but it's everybody here. That A zone under wraps. And we'll see if they can do it as Kleenex is leading that charge.
He does get headhunted down, though, so A complete. Here we go. B. This is it. This is Helm's Deep for OpTic Texas. Last chance. Their backs as firmly against the wall as they could possibly be. Time to draw that line in the sand and hold the line.
Hixie gets away with 9 HP as well. Going to be a thorn in their side, playing down low with the dead silence pop. You have Shotzi that was going hunting, but you have all this presence now over towards the B zone. Ultra have a couple bodies around the point. You have to win these gunfights.
Got to win the gunfights. Hixie's damage tagged up, taken care of. One more man on the point. And it's Scrap. If they can take care of him, you breathe pretty. There we go. OpTic hold the line.
Holding for now, and now flying forward. Shotzi in the mix, and all those purple arrows turn. Looking to see if they can catch him. But he has pumped the brakes, he has slowed the pace, and now Ultra forced to make the move.
Guessing game, any possible corner you find yourselves in. Hook's up next. Players above him. All sorts of noise. 45 seconds again. The opportunity to just burn the clock is one thing. To get the kills is another. Here we go. 1 player left alive here over by B. 1 more down low. It's a nice 2-piece. Ultra still unable to find an opening. Clock still ticking. Here we go from Hook. Finding the kills. He's all over the place right now. And if we take care of number 6, we're finding the time, and OpTic hold the line.
Still getting the trade. Shotzi and Dashi working together. Is Dashi able to get 2? Kleenex gets caught as well. Shotzi gonna find him. 10 more seconds. OpTic continue to hold.
Here they go. Shotzi starting to wind up, making the run. No one there though. Can any from Ultra get close to the point? Hook's finding kills out in field. Tags are there. Anyone in there to get him to safety? No, he can't get across. Last man on point is Hixie. Can he find that kill? He's on it. Ghosty wins the fight. And OpTic.
Nice.
9-9. Final round.
What could be the final round of the tournament if Ultra get the win. But OpTic, they've got the fight in them, defending that zone. And here they are, the control reverse sweep. Trying to force that game 7.
Ultra have managed to secure defense. OpTic will be attacking. Final round of the LSCLO control. Let's get it.
We saw their stats, 27% on the attack. They need it here, and they are flying. Shotzi and Hook making moves, but trying to go down low. Couple trades coming through. Shotzi just here to give you options, but he just flies through a door into death. Ultra controlled on defense as the hit's going towards B.
And they're committing to B. There's a lot of lives here. Ghosty runs up, smokes one. Pressure now on towards B. Another player to deal with. He's going to fly around that corner real fast. Takes care of Ghosty, takes care of Shotzi. Kleenex once again, defensive masterclass.
Yeah, every single time you need a multi-kill, Kleenex is there to show up and slow things down. So OpTic got to pump the brakes and figure out a different avenue of attack. And Kleenex is now behind enemy lines causing problems, but so is Hook. In 42 seconds, the clock gets stopped. That A zone, that's where the hit's coming from. Hook desperate to stay alive.
Dashi and Ghosty find the kills. OpTic stack A. It's long gone. No one is anywhere near it. 1 minute and 42 seconds, 23 lives either side. It all comes down to B again.
Well, that's a massive 3 down right there from Ultra. Now you're going to be spawning up in a deep pocket because Hixie has found his new home. So there's always a man behind enemy lines, and Shotzi trying to get through, but he gets caught. And as long as you have Hixie in that spot, everyone else on Ultra knows it's the flank, knows it's the mid-map pressure. They know where to look.
Insight's chilling over by Pi. Kleenex, well, he knows something's up. Will he catch Dash? He does. Keeps the play rolling. OpTic starting to run out of lives. They're starting to get slayed out just a little. They've still got a few members on the inside, one of them being Shotzi. Ghosty traded out, so now it's all down to Shotzi to just be the most annoying he may ever have been in his career. 1 minute to go.
Trade's on point though. Hixie's leaving it for his teammate Kleenex. Ultra staying nice and secure. Does he reload? Does he get the kill? Hixie delivers. Still that pressure, but it is one man on the zone. Shotzi has found the route. He has made it to the zone.
Yeah, he's captured the point alone. Tagged up, damaged. Not enough to stop it though. There's the trace through. Ghosty opens up a lane. Able now to get some reinforcements. Forward, Kleenex low once again. Kill number 34. And here we have it. 45 seconds remaining.
And keep in mind, it's only 11 lives for OpTic. They have to make it clean, but they're getting picked apart. Scrap the rookie on a 5. And Kleenex on the flank. It's going to be freebies. Kleenex, the free kill. Shoot him in the back and hold up that trophy.
Final few moments, here we go. 30 seconds and Ultra are your champions. They're roaming LSCLO right now like the madmen they have played as all tournament long. Hook's still in a position to maybe get onto the point. Tagged up, Hixie's there. In comes Shotzi. A 1v1 against Scrap. The timing doesn't work out. 15 seconds to go. It all comes down to Hook.
And he gets shut down. Ultra are gonna do it with 10 seconds to go. Locking it down on defense in the cruise missile again. If there's the trophy, it might only be Ultra's that takes down Shotzi. It's all up to Ghosty, and he is gone.
Oh, Ghosty gets eliminated, and this is it. Final move from Hook. No, it's done. Toronto. They clutch up into control. And they will tell tales of Toronto's triumph over Texas here in this tournament. The fairy tale comes to an end as Toronto Ultra do the unthinkable in Texas. They not only walk into OpTic's house, they raid the fridge, and in a moment, they'll take that trophy.
And for one of the most criticized roster moves made throughout the stage, Ultra, they don't miss anybody at all. They got their trophy. They got their win. And for the first time since 2011, Pixie does it in his first. He's 1 for 1.
1 for 1 and Scrap. Welcome to the big leagues, Hixie. Welcome to the big league, Scrap, and welcome back to that main stage. Toronto Ultra are your Major 3 champions.
All the trash talk in the world, the clean confidence of the Ultra Boys. Untouchable in this tournament. Only dropped a few maps. Undefeated, undeniable. And for a team that has just been balancing in that top 4, they found their tournament. They found that recipe.
The first time since Cold War Major 2. We'll see the boys in purple. We'll see the Kings of the North lift the trophy. The entire team on stage there, the coaching staff, everyone there absolutely elated. I've come all the way across the border, here down to Texas. An incredibly hard-fought battle and well-deserved for them. What a finals it was. The miracle run from that OpTic team who, again, seemingly had no right to be in this grand finals. What a run they left. And hey, you have to look at that team change thing. Hey, man, there's a lot of life in that squad. They simply run out of gas, and a team like this, we're never going to let it get away from them. Not even this incredible crowd here in Arlington could take that victory away from Toronto.
And those two duos, unbelievably impressive. Insight and Kleenex get revenge against FaZe, take those guys down, and the two Rooks, every single time they have teamed together at a tournament, they make it to the grand finals. They do it in the Pro League, and they walk away with the win.
There we go. The breaker of records, the breakers of hills. Congratulations to Toronto. What an unbelievable tournament out of them. All the way through that winner's bracket, man. I mean, you got to tip it. It was a sensational tournament, man. With Kleenex, one of the most incredibly impressive individual performances we've seen. The only one we can sort of compare to is Shotzi at the side, but second place, not quite enough. That is it from Chance and I. It's now over to the stage with Lando and our champions.
And you win. Welcome to the
Yes,
club.
indeed, Miles. I am here with your Major 3 champions. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up again for the Toronto Ultra. Guys, what a run. What an incredible run since this team has come together. Insight, let's start with you, my man. You have been with this team, you have been with this franchise for such a long time. There have been so many people, right, who have been there to doubt, to talk about the roster moves. Was this the right one? Was it not the right one? How does it feel to hoist this trophy again?
Honestly, I've been waiting for this theme for so long to hoist a trophy like this. You know, people are doubting Charlie, keep doubting. I mean, the kid's unbelievable. He's turned up to his first event and he's fucking won it. So put some respect on his name. And we're only going to get better from here. You know, everyone doubted us. We're going to keep getting better. And yeah, I'm just so happy right now.
Absolutely, man. It's got to be an amazing feeling. It's got to be a great moment. In fact, let's go ahead and toss that mic on over to Hixie. Brother, what is this, right? What is this start for you?
I don't know. I actually don't know. I can't even put it into words. Obviously, it was only a month ago I was at the Boston Challenge event. I placed top 16 or something, and it was looking bleak for me. But then, obviously, a month later, it's crazy how quick things can change, and I've somehow won the first event. I actually don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've been bringing it up all weekend long. The first player to do it since like Scump and Bobby back in like 2011.
That's like good company.
I was going to say, that's good company to be there with the king. I'll tell you what, man, you've been waiting for this opportunity for such a long time.
Yeah.
How does it feel to do it in purple?
I mean, this is the only team I've been on, obviously, since I got picked up at the end of Cold War, so it's been a long time. It's been a year and a half of waiting. I almost left. I almost went home to the EU and played challenges, and then within the next week or so, I got put in the main team, and then 3 weeks later, look at this. So I don't know.
So you're looking at Scrappy right now being like, look at us, dude, look at us, right? From challengers now to the main stage, you're winning stuff. Kleenex, let's pass it over to you, my man. Dude, you're playing some unreal COD right now. The numbers from Major 2 to Major 3 are staggering. But like I said, it's a team effort. What makes this team, what makes you and this roster together so dangerous?
Honestly, I think it comes with practice. You know, our practice has been unbelievable. The amount of hours we put in outside of the game, just watching VODs and stuff like that. I don't think I've ever had a team as hardworking as these guys, so that's definitely it.
Absolutely, man. Practice has obviously shown up in a big way. And now I'm going to go and toss that mic on over to Scrappy. Scrap, we saved you for last because you are our Major 3 MVP.
Sounds good. That sounds good, baby. Come on. Come on.
I'll tell you what, man. There have been a lot of people who have been waiting for you. A lot of people from last year and challengers who've been waiting for you to take the main stage, to enter into this roster. How does it feel not just to win your first chip, but to also win MVP on top of it?
It's, oh my God, it's insane, bro. The support all weekend from you guys, you know, and up until the last match, it was a fun time. Even the last match, we heard you guys, and we were like, yo, they might be loud, but we're coming for it. So, you know, we love you guys. Even if you're an OpTic fan, we love you. And, you know, it's insane, bro.
It definitely is. I'll tell you what, man, I'm going to ask you again. What's the rest of the season look like for Toronto Ultra? Is this one of many chips to come?
Oh yeah, 100%. You know, we even had this is our only stage together. Like, we got Charlie after the first match. You know, it's just getting better in practice every day, getting to learn more about each other. We have a really good connection outside of the game as well. So yeah, it's just up and beyond from here.
Absolutely. One maybe of many still to come for this Toronto Ultra team. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause again. Ladies and gentlemen, your Major 3 champions, Toronto Ultra. That's going to do it for myself here and the boys on the stage. Guys, let's celebrate and desk. We'll toss it over to you now.
Thank you so much. Toronto Ultra, they get the job done. They are the champions of the OpTic Texas Major. What a run they had. What a run from OpTic as well. What an incredible tournament as a whole study. Almost getting emotional, you know, just listening to them talk, because you could tell the passion and just how much it means to them to be standing on that stage hosting the trophy.
Oh yeah, without question, man. We're talking about 2 rookies for this Toronto squad. Like, they came out and got it done versus the OpTic Texas team, who were making such an insane losers bracket run. And with Hixie, this is a guy who everybody talked a lot of smack about. This guy wasn't putting up the big numbers, but what he did for this team was so impactful. 2-piece after 2-piece in those clutch moments. Every time he had to get something done, he did it, man. Congratulations to Toronto.
Absolutely. Tremendous performance, Ali. Hixie, he just said it right. Top 16 at Boston. He didn't even know what he placed at Boston. He comes in here first major. He's now a champion. Incredible.
And there's players like that, man. There's players like that out there who are on these teams who are meant to be kind of that support role, the objective player, doing some of these dirty works. You know, you see a rookie come into Call of Duty Challengers and, come into the league, being brought up from Challengers, and it's this huge expectation of, well, they have to fry, they have to put up these huge numbers, you know, they have to pull a Scrappy, you know, but they don't. They don't need to do that. I think Hixie is a perfect example of that, and I think there's nothing better than how much his teammates support him in that stance and in his role. And even when we interview, it's like, yeah, he's not dropping the crazy numbers in Search and Destroy, but you should hear the play calls. You should hear what he does in our comms when it comes to that game mode. And now he has a chip for it.
He has a chip. And Nameless, let's talk about the run from OpTic Texas. It was historic through the elimination bracket. Maybe you have something to say about Toronto Ultra first.
Yeah, before we get into that, I wanted to say to Toronto Ultra, incredible organization. When you look at this team, every single player on this roster was a substitute player on their team at some point, dating all the way back to MW. So the way that they're breeding their talent and bringing them up to the main roster, typical, and they're doing a great job. Also, you said to touch on the OpTic run, just insane, man. Like, when you look at OpTic a week ago, when they were in the online qualifying stage, they were not looking good. Hit or miss every single day. They come into this tournament, even in the beginning, shaky start. Once they figured it out, they learned their map pool. They learned what they were good at, where they could take some of these teams. They started steamrolling everybody. So for OpTic, by all means, this is an absolute win. They just made a roster change as well, still figuring things out, just went up against a very tough opponent in the Toronto Ultra. And honestly, all things considered, like, they made such a long run. Like, in that series right there, maybe they ran out of it a little bit. Sometimes it can happen. And, you know, everybody played great. So shout out Dan Ghosty, shout out Hixie, these rookies putting on a show.
Rookies putting on an intense show, like we mentioned, right? We had 4 of them, and all 4 of them placed top 4. That is spectacular. Study, we look at the run, though, from OpTic Texas as well as Toronto Ultra. And for Toronto Ultra, being in this spot, now being champions, did you have any inkling this would be possible?
I definitely thought it was possible. I always thought Toronto Ultra were one of the more polished teams that we had, one of the more complete teams when you talk about every single mode. But all they were missing was that one little piece. I think with them being the best control team in the game, obviously they close it out on the control, but they also turned it around in this series because OpTic, they were looking so damn strong in hardpoint, and they lose both in that best of 7. So Toronto Ultra, they knew exactly what they needed to do to come out and get this victory, and they got it done.
And not an easy run either. Not an easy run whatsoever to go undefeated in the tournament. MVP though, Scrap, I think it's just so great that he was able to win it. You can see how much it means to him.
Beast, bro.
Major 3 MVP. He is a beast. He gives the most entertaining interviews. Allie, this is well deserved.
Absolutely, and I feel like this is a player, you know, obviously he has a loud mouth, he likes to talk that trash, and it was always that big question of like, is he gonna back it up? Well, he did back it up, but like now he's backed it up 2-time. Like now having the championship, I don't think we'll ever hear the end of it when it comes to Scrap. But again, I mean, very well deserved. He put up performances all weekend long. Like not only in grand finals, all weekend long. It was Scrappy making the plays. So shout out to our MVP.
You know, coming into this tournament in the statistics, he was like top 5 in a couple of different categories. He was top 3 when it comes to control, 1.3. Guys, in that final, Scrappy had 15,700 damage, the highest in the lobby, and he had a 1.33 going positive 33 across that series. The guy is a beast. When you think back to the key swing moment in the series, they're down in that hotel search and destroy. He makes a big play, pops a 3-piece, the second kill with the pistol, and that gets the ball rolling, the momentum back in their favor. From that point on, through the end, there was no OpTic had no chance in the series.
No chance at all, and but still, great for OpTic.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not a dig whatsoever because, I mean, the fact that they made it here was spectacular. Let's take a look, one final look anyways, at our bracket. It was absolutely insane, and you could even say insane from the very first matchup, Seattle Surge versus LAG, going to a map 5. That kind of set the precedence for the entire event, and I'm gonna let each of you go through, or at least study at least, what matchup to you was the most intense and the most surprising?
Oh, without question, man. If you take a look at that Boston Breach and Ultra roster, like that match for me went all the way down to around number 10.
Second place ain't bad.
Touch on up. And they did it by losing both hard points in that series, winning the 2-3-5, man. That was the most insane one for me.
He's crazy. FaZe Surge, bro.
I just want to funny. Boston, this is like the second time they've gone game 5
second place definitely
during
ain't bad.
against a team that ends up going to
120K.
That's tough.
My bad, Boston.
Final pricing, Toronto Ultra getting that 200,000. OpTic Texas taking home 120. You see 1 through 8, technically 1 through 7. We do got that tie, but Florida Mutineers, Los Angeles Thieves rounding us out. Congratulations to them. They had some huge wins, one beating LA Thieves, the other beating NYSL. 2 matchups, 2 teams we didn't think were going to lose as early as they did. What an event. The OpTic Texas Major did not disappoint, but all good things must come to an end. This is one of those good things coming to an end. Study, what are your final words before we get out of here?
Oh man, this is the most insane major that we have had all year long. We all thought that OpTic, with the way that they came out and played today, that they were gonna go home the champions. But Toronto Ultra, they had the ice, they clutched on up. And now we got 3 different champions on the year, man. That is insane.
It is crazy, isn't it? 3 different champions. Who's going to get back-to-back? Will we even have a back-to-back or a second champion? Well, we don't know just yet. Allie, it was a pleasure working with you. What are your final words?
It's a pleasure working with you.
Yeah,
you did great.
Good job.
I thought Jay was going to take that a totally different direction, saying that we thought OpTic was not even going to make it to but, you know, obviously not the perfect ending, depending on who you ask. But can I say the storylines, I mean, you had everything you could have asked for. Upset game 5, rounds 11, you know, OpTic making a Cinderella elimination bracket, you know, round number 1 run all the way to the grand finals. So, I mean, rookie beating the 2011 record, now joining Scump and Bobby, it's crazy.
Absolutely
it's been
insane.
A crazy event.
It's been an insane event. And Nameless, again, a pleasure working with you, brother. Study, it was a pleasure working with you. I didn't say that.
That's all good.
But it was a pleasure working with you. I can't want to say that.
Good, yeah.
Nameless, was great working with you, brother.
Likewise.
What are your final words?
Hey, man, listen, Call of Duty's the greatest esport on the planet. I mean, honestly, think about the stories throughout this weekend. So many teams that could have competed on that stage for that final championship. I cannot wait for Major 4. We're only halfway through our season.
Halfway through. We got a lot more to get through. And this major, by the way, thank you fans at home as well as in the arena. This was the most watched Call of Duty event in history.
Right.
And we owe that to you out there. And I got to say, it has been such an incredible event. And by the way, I just want to say thank you so much for accepting me on the desk. The Legend Puckett will be back. I was just filling in for him. And man, I started my career in Call of Duty Black Ops 2. And just the fact that I got to host this event it really makes me emotional. I'm not going to get emotional though, because that would be weird. Hey, thank you so much for joining us here. Study, give me the pound. Give me the pound, baby. For myself, Taylor, Reflections Noble, Study, Alley Cat, Nameless, our entire talent crew, production, and you at home. Thank you for joining us for the OpTic Texas Major, and join us again on the Call of Duty channel for the road to Major 4.
Well, that's that.
I was born with the story. I was born for the glory. Through the heat and the rain, can't deny and ignore me. I'm bred for commitment, signed up for a mission. Yeah, it comes with the price. It's all in the description. My time has arrived. I can't hesitate. Nothing is in my way. Knocking down barricades. On a different type of time. Dreams are never late. From the jump, I'm the person you can never break. I ain't got time for indecision. I got more. No, you ain't gonna hold me down. 'Cause I'm working after hours. Seize the moment, I can't back up, call a coward. Student of the game, like a Paula Howard. You can't cut me down, I can't be devoured. Heart on 10, coverage on 10, all I think is win. I can't watch it in 2020 through the lens. When I fell off, I always had to try again. Got the code that connected like I'm signing in. Ain't got time for indecision. I got more. No, you ain't gonna hold me down. 'Cause
Well, if you've made it this far, thank you for watching my stream. Next time there's CDL games, I'll stream them. Bye.